Hello, y'all. How is it going? It is today, Sunday. Happens to be Easter. I didn't realize that when I scheduled the stream. You'll understand. Because holidays sneak up on us all, I suppose. But, point is, I'm here today. I'm gonna play. And we are here today. Me is here today. What I'm going to play today is Donkey Kong Country Returns and Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. You can see I have the 3D version of Returns, and I have the new funky version of Tropical Freeze. I'm going to be playing the new mode in this. I did a little bit of a test run real fast just to see that it worked all good on this, PC. I put my copy of Returns into my PC. I have, of course, a copy of Returns 3D, as well as a copy of Returns. They're in the boxes. Don't worry about it. Also, yes, the 3DS version. That's right. That's what we're going with. I have zoomed it up so it looks nicer than it would out of the box. I upscaled it, if you will. So it should be quite nice. I think it's going to be good. Also, it means I can play with a controller without worrying about remapping anything. Apparently, that's not really a problem in the Wii version anyway. You could just if you use Dolphin or whatever, apparently you can just remap a button to shaking the Wiimotes, which I maybe should have done, but whatever. 3DS version has like some extra stuff that I'm interested in. No, not really. I think it'd be fun to do the 3DS version as like the new mode, and that matches the new funky mode insofar as difficulty goes, which is good. Let me say, before we say a few things about, say, these boxes behind me and other such things, I'll say how this works. Every time I die, I lose a life. I lose a guy. You can see I do like this. I go bop, 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 and then bop. And when I lose the last one, we switch over to the other game and, proceed from there. And I will say two things to note. One is that if we beat a world, we refresh our lives. That's one. Two, there are levels in Returns where you have a minecart or a rocket barrel, and I think they're kind of bullshit because unlike in Tropical Freeze where they realized like, we can give you a heart while you're in a minecart. Yeah, that makes sense. They didn't realize that for this game, so it's a bit shit by comparison, and you have to just die when you take a hit. So for those levels, I'm going to give myself 2 bonus heads to start with, and those will deplete before any of the regular heads do. That said, if I finish those levels without using them, they go away. So just temporary buffer heads, and also you can see they come in they are of a rocket barrel and a minecart, which I think are nice. The minecart in particular comes from Universal Studios Japan. Their concept art of the ride they got there, which I think is a cool place to pull that from. And I was able to get a shot where the people could be easily cropped out, which was nice. The rocket barrel's just a rocket barrel, normal style. 2 things before we begin. One, of course, been saying no streams for a time after this stream. This stream is like the last for a while. I am moving next weekend, so you can see that I've packed up pretty much everything I can do without affecting my ability to stream, eat, or clothe myself. And after 2 nights, I'm going to pack up everything that I need to stream. So like the microphones, the capture card, a lot of stuff will go into boxes as of tomorrow. And, it'll be a bit until everything's unpacked and set up at the other side. So I don't know if the next stream will be like the Friday after I move, or if it'll be like the week after that. We'll see. I do also want to get new furniture for the new apartment, which oftentimes is a process. That said, I do have some ideas, so maybe it's as simple as going to IKEA, giving them $1,000, and walking away with a dining room table. Maybe it's that simple, and it'll be done before we know it. And also, I'll order some green screens off of Amazon, and they will just work the first time. No tinkering, no lighting setup. As far as I know, there could be lighting considerations at the new place as far as, like, where I put my couch, right? Maybe I won't be directly under a light this time, and maybe I'll have to get, like, a lamp in addition to the ring light to light myself up properly. Like, that would be a whole thing that I might have to consider before the next stream. But, yeah, that's the long and short of it. I want tonight to be a nice big fun blowout, and also hopefully get through this game. I'd like to finish both of these games. Not sure, like, how long it would take me to do both of them, but I've done the first 3 DKCs in, like, a couple hours. And each level of this game isn't that long, and same with the other one. I think we could do this within, like, 8 hours. That's my guess. That's why I started at 4. Seemed like a pretty good starting time to fit in as much as we can. The other thing I'll say, a little follow-up on the RAM stuff. I had some RAM issues last Tuesday with StarCraft stream. It was all fine after her restart, so I don't know if that's just like, oh, it's a fluke. Sometimes it'll crap out, and if it does, just restart. I don't know. I tried getting some additional RAM, same type I had before, put that in, wouldn't post, wouldn't boot. Eventually it did post, but it wouldn't boot from the post, so I had to remove that. And I was looking at those RAM sticks, and I said, you know what, I don't have time right now to make these RAM sticks work, or to deal with returning them and getting replacement pairs. I don't even know if I'm going to be here when the replacement pairs arrive. You know, if they take more than 2 days, more than 3 days, it's going to be sketchy. Decided to just return them, and I'll think about RAM some other time. Hopefully, we encounter no issues tonight. We'll see. Ugh, my nose is irritable. Kind of hurts. Okay. I'm gonna take a drink of water and then we're gonna begin. Ooh. Slept a good amount before the stream. Well, an okay amount. Tried to make sure I was well rested. Also that I had enough time to do the stuff I wanted to do before we started. I think I did have all the time I needed. Let's go ahead and start DKC Returns. That's the wrong button. It's a Nintendo controller. A is on the right-hand side. I am holding a Nintendo controller right now. I'm gonna do the new mode, like I said. And you can see there's sort of some bars at the left and right. That's because apparently a 3DS screen is not perfectly 16:9. So a little cut off, or it doesn't quite fill the screen. It's fine. It's good. We will live with it. If you don't know the plot of DKCR, a bunch of tikis come out of a volcano in the middle of the mountain. The ice world is destroyed as a result. Very sad. We all loved that world in the original DKC. I mean, it's one of the worlds in DKC, and we love all of DKC, so yeah, we love that world. Snow Barrel Blast, gone. Ice Age Alley, gone. Croctopus Chase, it's just gone. It's possible the Croctopuses were already gone because they were, like, aligned with the Kremlings or whatever. But, now their ancestral home is just destroyed. All in just a literal minute. Maybe they went back to the ocean. They are Croctopuses. And a lot of them do live in the ocean. You see them in the ocean. So there's some bananas. We should watch at least one cutscene. All our bananas were stolen. It's a whole thing. There's hypnotized animals. Not gonna be a huge problem. He tries to hypnotize Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong doesn't, you know, is okay with it. No effect. How's the audio, by the way? Audio good? Y'all let me know if the audio, how you feel about it. I tried to make it even for both sides. Some of the punching noises are a bit louder maybe than I expected. Maybe I should crank it down a bit. It's good? Okay. Off to a great start. I need to remember that you cannot continuously roll until you get Diddy Kong. I do not want to lose a life in the first level. That'd be really weak. I'm gonna play a little carefully. There we go. Now I got Diddy Kong, I can just fuck around. I can just roll, throw myself off cliffs. This seems louder. I'm gonna give it a... Let's give it yeah, 4 decibels down there. How's that? Is that all right? You want it to be a little louder, even considering, like, event noises, let me know. I will calibrate. That's all right? All right. Let's do it. I think we're gonna get through, like, the first world in Donkey Kong Country Returns before we go over to Tropical Freeze. I've been playing for a while? No, I haven't! This is the first level. I was starting soon for a while, but that was on a pause screen. That doesn't count. It wasn't even on a pause screen. It was on the title screen. What are you talking about, game? Title screen does not count as playing. Whatever. I think we're gonna get through, Returns is a little underrated. Maybe. I mean, I'll say I think that, I love the DKC games. I should talk about how I feel about DKC. DKC is a very important franchise to me. Donkey Kong Country is basically my first video game. Back on the SNES. First game I ever loved. DKC 2 is one of my top 2 games of all time, tied with Odyssey. And 3 is really great as well. I love 3 as well. I think Tropical Freeze is a bona fide masterpiece up there with DKC 2, you know, as like the second best of them. I do think Returns is maybe, of the 5, the least hot, the least good. Your second least favorite, but it's still fun. I think it's my least favorite, but yeah, it's still fun. I mean, we're talking about 4 of my favorite games of all time. You know, and 4 of the most important games in my life. And then Tropical Freeze is like, I say 4. How important is Tropical Freeze? It's really good, though. Tropical Freeze is a masterpiece. 3 of the most important games of my life. And like foundational to how I perceive games, and also one that I, you know, think is as strong as those. This was a good return, though. Hey, you know, DK was in a weird place after like the likes of Rare's buyout and Jungle Beat, and to see Diddy Kong, to see Cranky Kong, to see it basically return more or less as was a great delight. And, yeah. By the way, I'll say my plan here is to see every main non-K level. So if it's a level, but not a K level, you know, you only need to unlock it with coins or something. Well, we will see it. Those will be the ones we will prioritize, and we will make sure we do every one of those. The puzzle pieces can be annoying. I would agree on that, yeah. The original way of doing collectibles with, you know, 2 per level and two coins per level, as well as a DK token. Other way, 2 tokens per level plus a DK coin. That was a much better way to just collectibles everywhere, behind random walls, and often behind things that don't always get you a collectible. Like, sometimes it'll be like, oh, collect all these bananas. And other times, like, you see all these bananas? They're just bananas. Sometimes bananas are just bananas. And I do think that is a little inelegant. I like how in Odyssey, pretty much every time there are a bunch of, a thing to do, right? It'll give you the same reward every time, a moon. You get a moon every time you do this thing. Whereas in Returns, it's a little inconsistent. Now I need 10 coins to get the silhouette level unlocked. I will try to keep that in mind as I play. One thing about Returns that's really cool, I think, is the way that you transition from each world to the next. Each world sort of starts where the last one ended, and that's pretty damn neat. Need to go the high road here. Watch out for coins. That's going to be important. You know, I'm sure eventually we'll have a supply where we don't have to worry about those anymore. Well, fuck. Alright, first death there. I'm sure eventually we'll have a supply of coins. Again, the way that the deaths work, the lives work, the tries, as they are traditionally known during the Mario Maker streams, is that, I have 5 of them. They replenish, they refresh when I finish a world, or when I switch games. I lose them all, switch games. There's also some bonus heads that come up during minecart levels. That's it, though. That's all you need to know. Sometimes you can just roll, jump your way to victory. Other times you maybe should be a mite bit more careful. This level is probably a good one to lose a bunch of lives on if we're not careful about these cannonball situations. Ramby level? Yeah, when is the first Randy level? I don't think this is a Ramby level, no, unless there's like a Ramby down here. Oh shit! I played, I went through this as like a test run, right? I ran through the first world just to see like, okay, how long will each world take around about? And also, you know, just to make sure that it runs good on my PC. And I forgot that Ramby was here. I didn't get Ramby. Secret Ramby, you know? It's kind of weird that this game doesn't introduce Ramby, like, right away. You would think that, like the first game, like the original, they would just, you know, start with Ramby. Wish Returns and Tropical Freeze had more of the animal buddies from the original trilogy. Yes, 100% agree. Like, I don't need all of them. Like, if they just did Squitter, Ungard, Ramby, and maybe a 4th original one, I think that'd be a good set. Squawks. Okay, you know what? As I said the roster, I got up to 5 somehow. Maybe that's not like, oh, only 5, only do 5. That's actually most of them. That's actually as many as most of the games had originally. But I do think Ungard would help the water stages. I think flying stages are fun. I'll say, if anyone hasn't played, there's an indie game called Kaze and the Wild Masks. It has that. It's sort of a DKC type game, and you get a bunch of masks that are like transformations, that are like animal buddies, and they're all really cool. Would recommend Kaze and the Wild Masks. I think it's fantastic. It is kind of just a DKC like a, you know, like a indie spin on DKC, similar to Freedom Planet is for Sonic, but it's good in that. Oh wow, we have 20 coins. When did we get 20 coins? Right, the punching of the barrel, that got us over. We kinda don't have to worry about coins ever again, huh? That's not true. We might need them. Still, it's good to get things. Some of these, it's very easy to blast off into a void if you just, you know, hit the button impatiently. I feel like I've done that a great many times with some of these particular blasts, you know, some particular shots. It's a shame that this was the only level, that Returns was the only one to get a Smash stage into Smash, and then Tropical Freeze never did. Unfortunate how the timing worked out. They were too busy remaking stages to make new ones for Tropical Freeze. Although maybe they wouldn't have. Maybe they would have made a K. Rool stage rather than a Tropical Freeze one. Do you think you remember being scared of this level because of the giant tiki guys at the end? Yeah, they're cool. Good set piece. I will say, by the way, I do have a good many cards, which I will pop strategically. I have enough to unlock the next level, so let's do that. We'll do the map key and the map level map key level as part of the world, so we'll finish it before we finish the world. In all cases, ideally. Okay, here's a card. Packed more stuff up, everything but essentials, stream stuff, and clothes unpacked. Yeah, so packing is coming along quite well. You can see the pile's gotten a little bigger. I did the kitchen, I did the bathroom, and pretty much everything in there except for cleaning supplies and like the stuff I actually eat up on a regular basis is all packed up. We're getting to the point where it's just clothes and the stuff what I'm streaming on and things that are essential and that I use. This is a very famous level. In fact, it's kind of a surprise that this one isn't the one that made it into Smash. Come to think of it. Very cool theme. And, looks quite nice. It's a good look. Let's, blast through it real quick, like. It's nice to play this game without having to shake a remote constantly to roll. That is just a nice thing that I'm able to do with this whole 3D version. That's nice. Boom! Anyway, a lot of packing has been finished. Not that much left, but, you know, what packing there is left will be completed over the next couple of days. Movers come on Saturday, so I have basically a week to finish up and do any other sorts of things that need to be done. I have, like, sound panels up in places. I guess I'll take that down next. And, other than that, like, start packing the clothes that I'm not gonna wear. That makes sense. Crazy card. Hey, this is the first one of those Minecraft levels. Minecart levels. Minecraft levels. And that means for the length of this one, we get 2 bonus heads. Like I said, I'll be allowing myself that, nicety. Just because these are, for the most part, instant death situations. Right? I'm pretty sure that is the case in this one. If it's not the case, if this is one of the ones where you ride on top of the cart, that'd be a different story. If it's a ride on top of the cart one, then it's not instant death, so we wouldn't do the bonus heads. I'll say that's how it works, for what it's worth. It's not every minecart level, just the ones where one hit and you're dead. I'll say, you know, obviously one hit and you're dead accurately describes falling as well, but that's more serious. That's different. That's always a thing, even in Mario Maker, right? Even in regular levels, falling is, so it's not something I need special precaution about. If if that happens to me, it's my fault. Or whatever. Well, I guess case may vary. I think I'm gonna get through, okay, yeah. Get through this cleanly. I do still think that, by the way. I'm glad we don't have to go for the Kong letters, because we're just doing non-K level levels. That is nice to not have to worry about. I'll say one other thing I think that is not as good about the modern DKCs, the retro DKCs, is I like it in the originals. It got a little weirdly floaty there. Whatever. I like in the originals how, what do I like in the originals? I like in the original games how bonus levels are tied to, bonus levels. Shit. Extra levels, the Lost World and all that is tied to bonus levels, bonus stages, and bonus tokens, rather than KONG. I think KONG should be for lives, and that's it. It should be something you get when you want to get it, and not count for completion in any way, shape, or form. I do not believe in KONG as completion. That to me just ain't it. Let's go, boss fight. I do think the boss fights are maybe the weakest part of Returns. These boss fights, they are long, a little bit tedious, and well, basic boss fights. This one is just you hit this guy 9 times. 9 times. That's a lot of times to hit one dude. That's 3. We're a third done. Of all the levels, I very seriously don't want to die here. Extra don't want to die here. Okay, that's 6. The rematch with this guy, or like his better half, you know, Thuggly, whatever his name is, that's a much more annoying fight, I will say. This fight is a lot more just trivial, I guess. He's vulnerable pretty quickly. Mugly? It's Mugly, right? I think Thuggly is the one who I always was super bothered by, or annoyed by, or just, yeah. Thuggly has that RNG fire attack. Does he now? Ah, there we go. Fuck out of here. We finished the world. That means we refresh our lives. And we get that lovely Funky Kong head back. You can see, by the way, we have 1 head for each of the 5 playable characters between these 2 games. I say playable, you know, you can only play as 2 of them in hard mode or in co-op, technically, but, or 3 of them, Dixie, Diddy, and Cranky, but it counts. Poppin' planks! Let's pop some planks. Meanwhile, I'll do another card. Looking back on this here apartment. Yeah, so I've been here in this current apartment for a couple years now. Since like 2020, I think. After the pandemic, basically, I had the mid-pandemic, so roundabout, I had the freedom to move, and to, I had the freedom to move after my previous job's office closed. And I could move basically wherever I want, and I moved closer to family. This apartment had a pretty good layout, though it had some caveats. No built-in pantry for entrance, which is an odd thing, but I was able to live with it through furniture, through the acquisition of furniture, and for the most part, as far as the actual apartment goes, it's been nice. That said, there's been some issues with noise and stuff, and also, it very much feels like the people who run this place just don't take care of it, which is, you know, an issue. That's why I'm moving out, honestly. Here, I can show right now, a few photos of the apartment. Like, you can look at the, let me be able to see real fast. Oh, well, I don't actually need to do that now that I think about it. You can see there, that's what the bedroom looks like. It's just a normal bedroom. I'll say it is quite spacious between the bed and the dresser area. Like, I have a pretty big walkway, which I won't have as big of one in the new place, but that's fine. I really don't need that. There are better things to have, like a dining room area or, you know, not noise all the time. Big closet in this place. That's another thing. That's a little bit smaller in the new place, maybe. I'm not sure, but I think I have to get some furniture to match the storage that this place had. You can see there I have a lot of clothes. I have a lot of cool shirts. That's why oftentimes I'm always wearing something different week to week, because I have so many options to draw upon. There's what this room that I'm in looks like right now. You can see there, that's how the desk and the TV area are connected. There's sort of a walkway between the two, which I think is quite nice. There it is from another angle. I have this whole, like, pantry built-in desk situation that is neither of those things. I actually had to buy a desk to serve as a built-in desk. I had to buy a big cabinet to serve as a pantry. And I'll say I really love that arrangement. I love the soundproofing as, like, a cosmetic backing for it, but you know, it is what it is. I'm moving to a new place. Gotta break that pair up, the power pair. I also had a really good, like, nook in the corner over there, which you could sometimes see, where there's like a little stool where the shoes go, and I have some stuff up there for coats and stuff, which is quite nice. Very recently, I put up that backpack. Like, since I started working a new job that's kind of requires you to have all your stuff on you and bring it in every day. There's the kitchen. It's big. There's the bath. It didn't have enough storage to put my stuff on, but I supplemented that very easily, which was nice. And it does have a very big, like, sink area. You can see there that it has, like, 2 sinks, which is ridiculous. And, I'll say bad placement on the towels and stuff. So I had to put some extra ones, like, on the mirror itself, which turns out you can do. It's pretty handy. You ever need more space? Stick them right on the mirror. And they only fall off occasionally. That's, the whole slideshow as far as that, current apartment goes. Whoa, gotta do this. Right. I'll say, you know, this apartment does have a good location. It's near some stuff that I like, and there are things about it where I'd be happy to continue living here indefinitely, if not for noise, if not for the general falling apartness of it. You know, if it wasn't just kind of falling apart low-key. But it is kind of low-key falling apart, so I'm out of here. And I'm quite happy to be doing so. Yee! Don't get too hasty here. quite happy to be leaving. But I'll say it's, noise aside, I really did like the layout. And the fact is, I was able to do things like get an L-shaped desk situation going. Jesus Christ, that was close. Get an L-shaped desk situation going, which I never was able to do before in previous apartments, and certainly has limited my choices in new apartments, knowing like, okay, I can't live without an L-shaped situation with my desk. I can't live without, you know, I got all this nice furniture now, I need space for it. And also I did get a washer dryer for this place, so if I could at least have a place to store it, that'd be good. My new place does kind of meet all those requirements, though with the washer dryer I do just have to keep it in the garage because it comes with a pair. The new place does. We'll see if the built-in garage, the attached garage, is big enough for washer dryer while also, you know, my car. That's important. I need to put my car there as well. There's no swimming levels in this game, so this beach world is entirely above ground. I feel like that was a big regret of theirs they regretted that bigly. So when Tropical Freeze came around, they were like, okay, we're doing another beach world, but this time we have fucking underwater levels, so it makes more sense this time. Other than that, in Tropical Freeze, all the worlds are very original and novel in a way that this game's worlds are not. They're very basic and plain, and they don't really flex. They don't really make big swings at all. So far, this has been quite easy, but we're in the first two worlds, I'll say. I definitely remember some levels that gave me a lot of trouble, some boss fights that gave me a lot of trouble. We'll see how this goes and shit. The world names are pretty lame too. Yeah, they're just beach, jungle, yeah. They're not really names, so much as they are just, you know, yes, cave, ruins, all that, yeah. They're not really names so much as they are just the basic location that they are. Locations, yeah. I think that's one of the reasons maybe this is not the most popular of the DKCs, you know, it didn't have all the ambition and all the charm and attention that the original games did have, even if it did, like, so directly ape the original game. Like, the original game had world names. Did you miss that part when you were looking to just do a DKC 1-2? Did you miss that part? They have really fun names that are kind of puns, kind of alliterations, kind of halfway clever. I mean, the levels here, to be fair, they have names. They also have numbers, though, which I do think is not really in the spirit of things. Numbers for levels. DKC doesn't need that. I know, that's silly. Part of me is a little bit of a purist as far as the, was this a rocket barrel level? Hang on. You know what rocket barrel means? It means that we get some bonus heads, which I have to hit the button for. Okay. Part of me is a DKC original purist, where, you know, I like it the way that it was. I think the rocket barrel, by the way, speaking of DKC purism, not their best idea. I think it doesn't quite measure up to the Minecart level as far as, like, ideas go. It's a little bit shit, especially with the way that, that you only can take one hit on it. And also, there's literally no way to speed them up. which, even in the case of minecarts, you can speed them up like a scotch by jumping up and down hills and shit like that. Here it's just, yeah, you just, it scrolls automatically and you move up and down. This was before Flappy Bird, right? And to be fair, now we are after Flappy Bird, so... Do people know Flappy Bird anymore? Like, do kids know about Flappy Bird? At the time, this is like a very popular form of video game. I guess. I say a form of video game. It was literally one game. Where basically you just have to go up and try to go between pipes, I guess. It didn't really stand the test of time. No one does them anymore. So, whatever. Good shit. There'll be some harder ones of those later, I bet. Where those bonus heads will be, like, meaningful. We should get that, that key. You can't see how many coins I have because I'm not, including the touchscreen on the capture. But I had, like, more than enough. I have more than enough for the next one. In fact, have like 15 left. Yeah, 15. Let's go Cannon Cluster first. The other one is an auto-scroller. Let's not do two of those in a row. Let's do like a fun one where we avoid cannonballs and stuff. This is like one of the few original songs in this game. And it's a pretty good song. I mean, I wouldn't put it up with the original soundtrack. The original soundtrack from the original games, David Wise's and Eveline Fisher's, you know, master's works. But it's alright. It has sort of a nice sense of adventure to it. Ah, crap. It's not good. I think this might be a... shit... a checkpoint where you don't get a Diddy Kong, too, so... we ought to be a little bit careful here. Just a little bit, though. In fact, I reckon we might be past the hardest part. Yep. Good, okay. That's a thing I really don't like in Tropical Freeze and Returns, I'll say, is that sometimes they just feel like, oh, there's no need to put a DK barrel in this section. I think every segment should have a DK barrel in it. That's the way it was in the original DKCs, and that's the way it should be now. I think it's just weak. Especially considering if you play the co-op, you always get your buddy. So there's sort of a, you know, unequal little bit. Well, speaking of our buddy, we gotta go get our buddy. Alright. Whale. Alright, let's release the whale, and now it's sort of an auto-scroller where we, guys come at us and we avoid. Now seems like a great time for another card. Looking forward to getting new furniture, now with photos. Have some ideas. Have been looking at stores and stuff to try to figure out like what furniture would be good for the new place. Admittedly, I'm not there yet. I don't have like the full run of the place. I don't know quite how everything is gonna fit, so you know, I have to take this with a grain of salt, just like, okay, well, it all depends on like how I measure the space and how I find it to be. Yikes. But basically what I'm looking at is two things. I'm looking for two basic things, right? Well, three if you include a green screen, which I do not have a photo of, by the way, but I'm looking at the Elgato collapsible green screens. I think that would be good. Put one behind the couch, right behind. Pull it up when streams are starting. Put it down when streams are over so I can see the TV from the dining room, basically. That sounds like a good plan. I'm also thinking like one between the living room and the between the two halves of the living room, which will be the desk area and the TV area, such that when I'm at the desk, I'll also have a green screen behind me. Basically is my thought there. It's the one use of aquatic ambience. I'll say I don't think it fits as well as an auto-scroller music, but whatever. It's close, as good as it's getting in this game, I'll say. Have these photos, let me show them. I'm good, thank you. I'm good, video game. I'm gonna be playing for a couple hours more, honestly. We'll see. Here's the first thing I'm looking at. Let me do a thing real fast so I can see. So, I need chairs for the dining room. I was wandering around IKEA, and while I did like the look of one that was like a black chair with fabric seats and fabric backs, honestly, it didn't feel as good to sit on. And this basic-ass wooden chair, which looks like just like the ones I had as a, my family had when I was a kid. That basic-ass wooden one was pretty comfy to sit on. I think that one might be the one to get, honestly. As far as tables go, I also saw this one at IKEA, which was like expandable wood, and apparently it's brand new, that model. That looks pretty good as so far as like, oh, it can be small if I want it. If I need it to be a little bigger, it can be expanded to be a little bigger. That said, I will say, I did see this one at Nebraska Furniture, which I thought was really nice looking. Not sure if it's maybe a little too big for my space. I'm not honestly, and for me personally, it's probably overkill, but we'll see if this would fit. And if it did fit, maybe that. It's a bit pricey, but I think that would be the only one that I would look at as far as like upgrades. Let's go to the octopus level. I will in a second, yeah. As far as like getting fancier furniture, like not from IKEA. I like IKEA, but my folks, they're always saying like, you should get real furniture from a real store. It'll hold up. And I'll say, everything that I've got from IKEA, a lot of it like 10 years ago, most of it has held up. Or, if I replaced it, it was to replace with a just different piece of furniture. Like I replaced my original sofa with one that reclined, which is just a straight upgrade. It wasn't because of IKEA or craftsmanship that I did that. It's just, I wanted to be able to recline. I'll also say that's the PAX closet storage system that they got, and I'm thinking about getting like a couple of those things for my closets, depending on like what size would fit, how deep it should be, how many shelves. I'll figure that out once I have eyes on the actual closet and can take some measurements and can figure it out. Let's do it. Lot coming together there, a lot to think about, a lot to consider. And I'll say, like, obviously, I haven't seen the place yet. Could be, like, oh, less fits here than I thought. Could be more fits here than I thought. I'll say the dining room area looks on paper to be pretty big, but, I don't necessarily want to have a table that runs all the way from the end of the kitchen to the start of the dining room, right? You want it to be kind of in the middle. So we'll see what would fit. Maybe like a round table is about the best I can do. And also, I've not really seen myself having guests all that often, though, part of the thing with furniture, for me at least, is that I'm definitely thinking about with an eye I want to have an eye towards the future, if that makes sense. I want to look. When I get something, I want to be like, okay, well, this will make sense when I get a house. This is a cool level. I like this octopus dude, causing us all manner of grief. I don't think you fight him in this game, right? Like, he's not the boss of this world. The boss of this world is Crabs, somehow. But he does appear again in Tropical Freeze, and you do kick his ass, kinda, in that. Maybe you kick his ass here as well. Oh crap, there wasn't ground down there. Great. This is gonna be one of those checkpoints where there's not a Diddy Kong barrel, isn't it? I do feel like checkpoints like this are part of why the new mode makes sense to me. Right? Like, 3 hearts kind of makes sense when you're not guaranteed a Diddy. The fact that you are often guaranteed a Diddy does make it a little too strong, probably. To the point where, hey, maybe Diddy Kong should be 2 hearts. So you had, like, just 5 total. As, like, a carry-on. When he's, like, a passenger. But, you know, that's a topic for another day, I guess. And, you know, that's how Funky mode works. Funky gets you 5 hearts, which is probably about right. Bah! Too much indecision. Gotta commit to these jumps. We got this, though. We got 3 lives, it's fine. Good. There's a lot less, I'll say, like, there's fewer worlds in Tropical Freeze, so when we go over there, I think it'll be interesting, like, how fast we tear through that game. Returns might be the longer game of the 2, I'm 80% sure. But I do think Tropical Freeze is a better game. Oh boy. Are the waves here one-hit kill? I'll say it's immaterial as far as, you know, I don't get bonus hits for it or whatever. The levels are longer in Tropical Freeze. That would make sense, yeah. There's fewer of them, but they are a lot more, substantial. They are one-hit kill, okay. I feel like this is, this level is hell on fuck! Damn it. All the times not to have Diddy Kong. I feel like this level must be, hell on compression artifacts. With all these, the rain. I guess there's levels with rain. Rain isn't like a new thing. But, you know, codecs hate rain. Okay, 2 lives left. Let's make them count. We gotta get through the boss on, like, first go now. We've gotten through most of the level now. Oopsie daisy. I should not damage boost. No more damage boosting. No more damage boosting. We're gonna walk. We're going to... Yeah, Diddy Kong, perfect, okay. Wait for the wave. Bye, dude. With these... God, I went too far there. I was gonna say, with the crabs, I'm not sure whether I should continue to roll or be jumping, because it's hard to remember and react to like, oh, that's one I can't roll through. That's one I can roll through in the heat of the moment. Seriously? This time we're good. This time we got to the next barricade. We got one life left. I think we're on the boss, so we finish the boss, we refresh our lives, we carry on. And happily ever after, all that crap. Let's do that. Let's do it all in one. Let's do this perfectly. We're about an hour in now, I guess. Hey, about an hour into the stream. We've gotten through 2 worlds, so pretty good rate. Yeah. Just like what, 8 in returns? Yeah, 4 hours per game. Yeah, that's about what I was looking at. That's about what I estimated. Maybe a 7 to 8 hour stream, I would bet. 9 hours at most. One try with these pirates. Okay, they hypnotized the crabs, you understand. They go back and forth, and then they go like, oh. Oh, you gotta bop them. Then you roll into them. Then you bop, what, huh? I got a little disoriented there. You bop them, roll into them. Is it like RNG if they land on their ass or on their top? You have to like turn them over, right? What the fuck? Oh. So you ground pound. You do a hand slap. Weird. I feel like it should be a roll. Rolling is good. I like to roll. I keep on forgetting it's not fucking rolling. Alright, I lost Diddy. That's not a great start. He's gonna go like, any second now. And then it just starts from the top. Okay. One, 2. There we go. Here comes the tower. Flip them. 1, 2, 3. That it? Yeah, that's it. Let's beat them up. I went slow that time. That refreshes our tries. That refreshes our lives. Another world down. Let's go on to the next one. I'll say, I once did the original stream that I did that had this conceit was DKC 1, 2, and 3, but switching games every single death. I know those games a little better, so I'll say like that was like you know, it could sometimes take a bit before a single death, and I'll say, for the first 2 games, I did die, like, within the first couple worlds and had to move on, you know, but for DKC3, my god, it was like until the last fucking world, literally the second to last level, literally the last level, in fact. It was a poison pipeline where I took a death and, it was literally the last level where I took a death and had to move on, had to rotate. And, that, was just so disheartening, so, you know, to have come so close to, doing it all in one. But, that was a really fun way of doing things, and I'll say, like, that stream was the first stream that I ever saved as a highlight on Twitch, and as a result, when I started backing up VODs to YouTube, it was the oldest stream that had been saved, because it, you know, literally had been saved, unlike all the other streams from around that same time. And it's the only stream from, like 2021 that I still have, that is still preserved in any way, shape, or form. Well, hang on, no, there's probably Twitch clips of those older streams, but, it's the only one that is preserved in full. Really wish that wasn't the case. Really wish I had backed up everything. You know, it's a thing that I'll say, just like a little piece of solid little advice for anyone who is doing streaming, which is that you can export a video. You can export a video to YouTube, and you don't have to make it public. You could just make it private, and that means that if you do ever want to do something with it, it'll always be there. And you could download it from YouTube, you could, you know, put it somewhere else. Let's say YouTube dies or otherwise isn't the thing to do anymore, which I don't see that ever happening. But I guess that's a, you know, maybe in 50 years I'll look very silly saying that I cannot envision the end of YouTube. It is very simple to back up videos to YouTube, or, you know, obviously if you're doing simul streams from this jump, which is now allowed and stuff. If you're streaming on both places, obviously, just keep the stream archives together. These guys are annoying, they're so small. Hard to, it's hard to even see them, let alone kill them effectively, huh? We're going inside some ruins. This is a cool level. Yes. Sort of a nice barrel blast level. Ah? Oh, right, button. Hit the button. I do think in returns, all the barrel blast levels are really cool, original, and, even somewhat more so than in the original games, right? Where you couldn't necessarily build big set pieces to go along with the barrel blasting. Barrel blasting was just barrel blasting. Whereas now you can do that, and it's, you know, you can have big elaborate sequences like that, where you're barrel blasting buttons. Third time's the charm. Like, that's just a neat way to do some barrel blasting. And to make it so, like, oh yeah, you have to go left and then right, rather than just, you know, it's not just a maze you navigate, but a space that you're picking apart, essentially. Okay. Also, it's kind of cool that these have, like, indicators on which ways it can go. Which way the barrels can go. That's smart. I'll say the barrel blast stuff is maybe some of the biggest innovations that this game makes, as far as like, yeah, it's a step forward. It's innovative. It takes into account that the levels are all entirely handcrafted, bit by bit, and you know, really plays to the strengths of the game. Ugh. This is the final bit, right? Basically gotta do a roulette like a couple times. Blast into the monkey's head. Done. Some of these cannon sounds are loud. Hopefully they're not drowning me out or nothing. I'm pretty sure I'm much louder than the game, right? I have 35 coins now, so I can afford map keys for days. Not all of them yet, but damn near. Let's do the next level. If we made it like all the way to the finale, and I'll say, or all the way to the last world on one go, I would be amazed. I reckon some of these later worlds, like I remember the lava world in particular being really hard, are gonna throw us a curveball, but... Ooh, this is a cool level. Wait, is this the level I think it is? Damp Dungeon, no, okay. Mass Blast is, I think, one of the best levels in the game. And one of the few times it has a level that is not just, oh, it's ruins again. Like, no, it actually does... Good. It does something else instead. You know, it goes back to a aesthetic, a archetype from a previous world, pirate ships. It probably should be in the beach. I like that it's not. I think it's really good that it's not. Same with the other level with pirate ships in it. The beach, the cliff top level. What is that one called? In the cliffs? That one is also, I think, one of my favorites in the game. Ah, okay. Got a little brave there. How about a card? Finished the weakest hammer began a journey to pick up trash. 5 out of 5. We're getting into the Cliffy Shiffy is the level. Okay, yeah, that's it. That sounds right. We're getting into the anime block of the night, folks. Weakest Tamer is the first of those. There are 5 that I finished since Tippy Shippy. That's probably it. Who else we'll see later, I guess. Weakest Adventure is the first of those. First of 5. And I thought it was a really good one. I will say it started off stronger than it ended, but basically it's about it's sort of an isekai about a little girl who runs away from her town of origin because they sort of run her out of town, and it's sort of her, like, making her way in the world and surviving with the help of a friendly slime that she meets, who is very cute and good. And I'll say it is a very wholesome show, it's a very warm show, and, frankly, a beautiful show. With, even despite the dire circumstances that the main character finds herself in. It is fraught watching her, like, run away from home and shit, and like, go from town to town and try to survive, like, hunting rats and stuff. But it's also very charming. It's also very... She's a very lovable character, as is her slime, and, it does the heart good to see her make her way in the world. I do think the show falters in the back half a bit when it turns from, like, survival and running away from evil people and turns more to quashing conspiracies that I guess are related to the evil people. I don't know. But I still think it's a great show. I still think it's a beautiful show. I still want to give it 5 stars. Was, I'll say a bit borderline with how the back half was. Like, I very much considered taking a star off, but, there's just a lot of fun stuff and great characters that I really like in that show. There's a great running joke where whenever she's given money, she converts it to how many field mice it would be. Like, oh, okay, you're gonna give me 10 gold? Let me see, that's like 10,000 field mice? Oh my god. And it's just like, yeah, well, field mice are, they're mice. You see, mice aren't always the most valuable thing. So maybe not the best standard for comparison, but hey Ramby, thanks for coming down. Lost Diddy Kong, but I'll be fine. Anyway, Weakest Tamer is pretty damn good. Definitely started off as one of the best shows of the season. I think it wound up as just a pretty damn good one. Do another anime. I finished The Wrong Way to Use Healing Magic, 5 out of 5 as well. And that a 5 out of 5. It's a very good show, very great show. With a good gimmick and better characters, is how I described it on AniList.com. On my profile, you know, on the thing. Basically, the gimmick is that healing powers can be used to regenerate fatigue and heal yourself, which means that with enough training, someone with healing powers can become basically an unstoppable juggernaut, and one such unstoppable juggernaut takes the main character, who reincarnated into the world, under her wing and enrolls him in a hellish regimen to, like, become a juggernaut himself, which is kind of fun, kind of good. It has a lot of good, fun characters, and some good nonsense, you know. There's a whole big group of healer types, you know, the healer squad, and they're all every day going up at the crack of dawn and running like 10 miles and shit, and doing like dormitory type hijinks, you know, camaraderie. They're hanging out, they're eating dinner and shit, and going like, oh yeah, we're all best buds here. Hell yeah, we're besties. You know, they're a bunch of ruffians, a bunch of rapscallions, and that's kind of fun in whenever you have that character, a bunch of those characters, like, all together, going like, ah! You know, just really chewing up the scenery, and really just going back and forth with each other as far as in an aggressive way. Ruffians, thugs, in other words. Charming characters. I'll say the best character of the show is one that doesn't appear all that often. She is one of the characters that got isekai'd in, and she is just like so overjoyed to find out she's in an isekai world. She's almost like fangirlishly happy, which is funny insofar as like you kind of don't expect her to be a fangirl when you first meet her, and also it's just her enthusiasm for the fantasy world and getting spells and stuff is very fun. Is very fun and good and light. Yep, this is a great level. I kind of was saving for this one for when I was not as much talking about anime. I sort of wanted to do this one maybe after the anime talk had concluded, but close enough. Close enough. This one, you're like blasting from ship to ship and going inside the ships for a change, which did you not do in the whole beach world? You didn't do in the whole beach world, which is weird considering that going inside ships, going above ships, that's like a big part of DKC 2, right? Like there's the whole archetype, the ship archetype, that is huge in it. Kind of interesting, you have to do physics stuff to proceed here. We have one part left worth noting. Yep. Bah. We're fine. These cannonballs I'm a little worried about. They seem to be coming right past me a lot of the time. Fucking. Third time's the charm here. We're just about the end, I think, right? Yes, this is the final barrel, and you just blast off, take that whole fucking ship down. It's a good bit. I think they do something similar in Tropical Freeze's first level, if I'm not mistaken. I think they do something similar in Tropical Freeze's first level. Itty bitty biters! Itty bitty biters. This is a spider level? That means spiders. Here's another card. I finished Mashley, Magic and Muscles, Season 2. Giving that a 4 out of 5. I'll say this is a bit of a fall. Mashley was, in the first season, one of my favorite shows of that season. In the S tier. In the top tier of, shows. And I do think this season has fallen off a fair bit to get a 4 out of 5. The main problem, honestly, is problems that were in the original Mashley. Basic concept of Mashley, by the way, is that you got like this bit. It's a world of magic, right? And you got this guy who has no magic. And while he doesn't have magic, he does work out. And as a result, he is super fucking strong, like fucking Hercules strong. He's like, can pull off superhuman strengths. He's that strong. Superhuman feats of strength. And what he has to do in that first season especially is pass off his super strength as magic to attend magic school. And it's really dumb, it's glorious, and Mashley is just an incredible character. You know, basically running around doing like the dumbest shit ever. Like, okay, you see this door cannot be pried open with any magic. And then Mashley, all he does is he just pulls it off its fucking hinges because he's that fucking strong. Like, oh, this door is super strong. What the fuck? How the fuck did you break it? Shit like that, right? People are really impressed with Mashley and how strong he is. And, you know, at least for the first season, I think he did it with magic, which is a fun thing, and always is nice to see him, like, do some dumbass shit. I think, like, one of the best moments from the first season is, like, when, a professor says, like, I'm going to expel you. And, what Mashley does is he, like, does a backbreaker and buries him in the cement. And he says, like, you can expel me at any time, but I can bury you at any time, so keep that in mind. Fun gimmick, I'll say, as far as Season 2 goes. It's kind of been a problem with Mashley forever, which is that, even in the first season, Mashley's friends, Mashley's associates, they're just not as good as Mashley. They're like second-tier joke characters, and sometimes the show just focuses on them and does, like, unadorned, very regular, isekai, or not isekai, like shonen battle scenes, and it's just like, okay, you're kind of mediocre at action when you do action. Remember this bit a lot. It's kind of mediocre when it tries for action, but really it should just not fuck around with that shit at all, and just focus on what's best at. Mashley doing big fucking things. It has like one joke, which is really good, and unfortunately, it focuses on that one joke a little less in Season 2, to its expense. I'll also say part of that formula that I talked about earlier, the whole passing off his magic, his strength as magic, it's a little bit not as funny in Season 2 due to plot reasons. At any rate, the joke isn't like the same anymore. it's been politely changed, and I think that's a shame. I think it was definitely better before. That's why I'm giving it a 4 out of 5. I'll say Mashley is still good. When Mash is still good, Mash Burndead, the main character. When he is on screen, it is good. When he is not on screen, you are constantly asking, where is Mash? Like Poochie. Like what Homer wanted Poochie to be. Well, I can only take a break if I die. I'm sorry, that's just how it works. Just how it works. I notice my Switch has gone to sleep. I'll wake it up before we switch over whenever we do switch over. That's fine. I can deal with that. Ruined Roost. Boss level. We have 4 lives. That's plenty. We've done quite well for ourselves. This whole, so far. Bird that throws bombs or something is this one. Off to a great start here. I need to get higher to throw that at him. Damn it, that wasn't high enough. Ah, fuck, fuck, fuck. You know what? Fine, we got a heart. Oh, that one just... You don't get to hold on to for long. What the fuck? How did I drop that? Also, oh, there's the firebomb. Firebomb took a minute to start there. Go figure. This boss fight might be one of the game's best. Like, it's all very original. Yep. It all makes sense. Eh? That was a weird... Shit! We gotta be right close to finishing this guy, right? Fuck, why did I drop it? Fuck! That was really close for a first try, I think. Theoretically. Another show that I finished this last 2 days. This is a Saturday show. The last Saturday show what there was. The Dangers in My Heart Season 2. 5 out of 5 and also a heart. That means it's an all-time favorite. God damn. The Dangers in My Heart Season 2. Fucking peak. Goddamn good rom-com shit. Beautiful. Very funny. Big moments. Really well put together. Really well put together, like, you know, romantic situations. The works. I'll say, basic premise of The Dangers in My Heart, if you don't know it. Which, you know, you might not. That seems like a distinct possibility. Can't turn around midair. The basic premise, sometimes the bombs have different fuses. It doesn't make sense. The basic premise of The Dangers in My Heart is that you have like a emo type boy who forms a very sweet and soft relationship and like natural relationship with a big beautiful doof girl. She is big, she is you know, she is a model but also she is kind of a doofus and a very fun character as a result. She's great. And they form a very natural, very intimate relationship over the course of the first season especially. And, well, in the second season, it continues to get deeper and deeper. It continues to get more and more involved, more and more like, you know, huge progress is made in the second season. Got him. And it is just, delightful. Big, huge romantic moments, as well as a lot of good romantic scenarios where just like, oh, okay. This shit is happening. And when I say this shit, I'm talking about something that like, oh. When I say this shit, I'm talking about stuff that is exciting, is like, I'll say like an example, right? Like, oh, it's due to circumstances, the main guy, the main boy, finds himself with the cause to visit his the lady, the girl's house, her apartment, her home, and meet her parents. And it's like, oh shit, that's gonna happen next episode. Okay, you know, you say that, and it's like the season is full of cliffhangers like that just leave you going like, oh shit, big moment about to happen. And then when you see the big moment, it's like perfectly done. It's like, mwah, it's immaculate. The scenarios are crafted such that the characters are pushed further together, and also more and more other characters get clued into what's going on, which is fun, especially as like more and more of these side characters, whether new or old, become more acquainted with both the boy and the girl, which is fun. It's fun to see more characters become involved with both of them to the point where they have banter and other nonsense. It's great. It's one of the best. I'll say, like, I thought The Dangers in My Heart Season 1 was top tier, and I think that Season 2 kind of blows it out of the water, and it's just, like, escalated to such an amazing point. Definitely one of the best this season, Dangers in My Heart. It's a minecart level, right? If this is a minecart, we're in a minecart level, then, instead of, like, riding a minecart level, then we get bonus heads. If it isn't, we don't. Oh, damn it. I think Rickety Rail is the one where you jump from minecart to minecart. If that's the case, I'll take him down. When we see the first minecart, if it's filled or not, that's how we will make the determination. It's filled. Okay, no bonus heads. No bonus heads. This is normal style. At the very least, I'll say, of this level, after you do the first puzzle the first time, you don't have to open the door subsequent times, though I do want Diddy Kong, so I'm going back for him, god damn it. Maybe Diddy Kong is not worth it. Oh, Diddy Kong's a treasure. What am I saying? Diddy Kong's a treasure. He should have a Wikipedia page. That was the thing. I don't know if y'all knew this, but Diddy Kong no longer has a I think Diddy Kong might not have a... Did Diddy Kong lose his Wikipedia page, or was that just K. Rool? I forget, but some Nintendo characters lost their Wikipedia pages. It doesn't really matter. Who cares? There's other wikis that have game-specific information in them, and Jesus Christ. There we go. Diddy makes this harder? You think? Well, I guess now I don't have a choice in the matter. Like I said, these are not instant death unless I fall, and falls are, you know, a risk, an occupational hazard in any level, not just these ones. So it's Not like I get a buffer against those. This world might be the switchover point. His jetpack completely stops momentum. That's true. That's why you, in the other game, you typically don't want to use him. You want to use Dixie Kong, or Cranky Kong, or Funky Kong, which, spoilers, we will be doing. It will be new funky mode. Ooh. Nice! We lost 3 of our lives, but that's fine. We're gonna have, honestly, a lot of buffer this level due to this world due to how it works. So yeah, we'll see how this goes from here. Bombs away or grip and trip. Bombs away, I think, is like a different kind of level. Let's try to space out the. Is Bombs Away another minecart level? I think they're all minecart levels until you get to the first rocket barrel one. Is there just one rocket barrel one here? I will say this is one of the weaker parts of DKC. I get the bonus lives here. Bombs Away is harder. Fuck! One of the weaker parts is that there's a whole world where it's all minecarts. Jesus, I almost died just getting into the minecart. That would have been, fucked up. There's a whole world that's all minecart. They should have spaced it out a little bit. Like, Tropical Freeze does a little more. That said, Tropical Freeze does have a whole world that's a large part water, so I guess it's not, perfect either. Jesus. Oh god, I haven't even gotten to a checkpoint. Here's a card. Last of the anime that I finished this season, Shangri-La Frontier. 5 out of 5, and I'm giving it a heart. I think it might be low-key one of the best VR MMO anime that I've seen. Maybe the best. Certainly the coolest. Certainly the most badass. The basic concept is that it's a VR MMO anime about a guy who likes to play trash games. You know, he's a trash game hunter, is the idea. And he decides to give a good game a go, this very popular, very well-polished MMO RPG. And it turns out when he goes to an MMO that is, like, fair and balanced after being, like, you know, cutting his teeth on games that are brutally unfair and entirely unbalanced, it turns out he can pull off some pretty amazing feats, which is cool and fun to watch him do. He also runs around like Speedrunner Link, you know, like dressed up in just pants and a bird mask, which is a fun gimmick, and makes for a good time. There's a lot of good characters from players who are good, who also a bunch of silly NPCs, which I think flesh out the cast nicely and allow for some fun antics, some fun silly antics. In addition to the kick-ass, well-animated, very fluid combat and action. This is a cool bit. Shangri-La Frontier kicks ass for its entire runtime, for its entire 26-episode span, and definitely think it's one of the best things of last season. And also the last of the last season animes to finish, so that's nice. Definitely wrapping it up with a bow, and that means I can just quickly do this last, let me buy from Cranky. I can do one last simulcast anime-related card here. Wee, that's a weird thing to say. One last simulcast anime-related card here. Nice. Which is that I can now show the Winter 2024 seasonal tier list. My tier list of all the seasonal anime from this season. Since the season is all done, there it is. I am putting it on screen. Let me read out what it says. S tier. Delicious in Dungeon, gushing over magical girls, The Danger in My Heart Season 2, 'Tis Time for Torture Princess, A Sign of Affection, Free Ren, Beyond Journey's End, The Apothecary Diaries, Brave, Bang, Bravern, and Shangri-La Frontier. In A+, I'm putting Undead Unluck, Sengoku Yoku, Shane Soldier, Hokkaido Gals are super adorable, and The Wrong Way to Use Healing Magic. In A, I have Banished from the Heroes Party, I Decided to Live a Quiet Life in the Countryside Season 2, Meiji Genkin, 1874, Classroom of the Elite Season 3, The Weakest Tamer, Began a Journey to Pick Up Trash, Seventh Time Loop, The Villainess Enjoys a Carefree Life, Married to Her Worst Enemy, and that was the last one. I should have had and there. B, in B tier, Mr. Villain's Day Off, Sasaki and Peeps, and Mashley Magic and Muscle Season 2, and finally in C tier, Villainess Level 99, I may be the hidden boss, but I'm not the Demon Lord, The Unwanted Undead Adventurer, and Fluffy Paradise. That does it for the list. I'll say pretty solid season. A lot of stuff in S tier that honestly is able to compete directly with two of the best shows from last year, Free Ren and Apothecary, and also Shangri-La also continued into this season and continue to be, I think, even better this season than last season, honestly. Shangri-La was also up there, and yeah, there was some good-ass shit that was just as good as the stuff that was the best last year, like Delicious in Dungeon, Gushing, Dangers in Heart, 'Tis Time for Torture. I mean, I could just read off all of S tier. But yeah, all of that stuff is like just as good as Free Ren and Apothecary Diaries, and I'll say it's going to be probably difficult to pick which ones get onto the top 10 of the year when the year comes. Logically, only 2.5 from each season can make it onto the Anime of the Year list. And that also would include movies, if any movies were to come in theaters and be available for me to watch in theaters. Which I can't remember the last anime movie I watched in a theater. Maybe I've just been missing out on when they went up into theaters. Whatever. Damn good season. A lot of stuff, I will say, fell, like, from, I'll say, like, Sasaki and Peeps, for instance. Originally, I thought it was, like, one of the best things in the season. Ended up in B tier, which, hey, that's, B tier's alright. It's not terrible. It equates to a 4 out of 5 in my books, which means that it's maybe in the bottom half of the shows of the season, but still, compared to the shows that I dropped, like, all of them except for these ones, doing better, doing alright, doing okay. That's enough of that. Let's continue on. It was nice and good that we were able to do this. I'll tell you. I really wanted to do tonight's stream, in part just because the anime season was ending, and I'm about to go on hiatus, and it's kind of not that clean and neat if I, come back to hiatus and say, like, okay, let's talk about the anime season, which finished 2 weeks ago. Much cleaner to do this now and talk about the anime season that's finished today, right before the stream. I watched Shangri-La Frontier, the last episode of that, like, this morning, a few hours ago now. And I'll tell you, I had plenty of time after. I was a little worried, like, okay, well, I need to watch it and think about what I want to say about it and write a review on AnyList.com, which, I don't have to do, but I do like to do. Whenever I finish one of these, I put, like, a paragraph worth of opinion on each one and put it up there. Fuck me, what the hell? Wow, that sucks. But I did say that these ones aren't eligible for bonus heads, so I gotta stick with that. That was some bullshit. We'll try our hardest not to get hit mid-air. How about that? Anyway, it would be nice and clean to say, like, okay, well, next time we'll talk about all the new shows, and by next time the new season will have started, and we'll have all the shows probably, for next season to talk about, because honestly, they will all start airing mostly in the next 2 weeks. So by the next stream, all of them, if not all of them, will have started. And it would be nice and clean to say, like, oh yeah, we'll talk about all those at, you know, when I am back from moving. But I will say, there is one show that has started. One show from the new season that started yesterday. So I will talk about that, you know, when I do the next card. Let's play this level. And try not to die really hardly. It's not the right... Okay. Let's try our best not to die. We did it. We didn't die. We have 2 lives left. I remember the boss of this world being a little bit tricky to get the knack of, like, jumping off the train as, like, it's being destroyed or something. I remember that pretty clearly. We'll see what we can do. Crowded Cavern. This is a auto-scroller. This is, like, bats and stuff. It's a rocket barrel business. This is a perfect time for a card. I'll say I didn't prepare, like, a inordinate number of cards tonight. So I'll try to space them out a little bit. We're probably, like, halfway done now that we've gotten through the anime. But, hey, if we run out of cards, I can just talk about whatever. I'll come up with things to talk about, don't you worry. Maybe we'll just talk about the game. Not a big deal. Not the end of the world. I'm not worrying. Well, that reminds me. We get some buffer heads on account of Rocket Barrel. Again, this only applies to returns. Only applies to returns, specifically. That's right, it is a giant bat. He's in Tropical Freeze as well? Is he? I think he's in another one of the cave levels, isn't he? Like, fuck. Isn't he in, like, the, Isn't he in, like, the cave level where it's like the... In Donkey Kong Island cave level. The ice one. I think so. Here's another card. Blurry Flurry 6-4. Gotcha, yeah. I think that's DKC Island. Donkey Kong Island, not DKC Island. Here's the anime that I was talking about that aired first episode of Studio Apartment. Good lighting, angel included. Basic concept of that is an angel comes down to Earth and imposes on a dude, on a nice guy, basically. And it has very much romantic overtones. Fuck. Last life again. There's a lot of romantic overtones between these two characters. You know, the angel and the dude. Very much romantic overtones there. It's kind of lost on her because she doesn't really get human relationships or how, like, sleeping in the same bed would be a whole, you know, romantic thing, for instance. But also, she's really nice. She wants to help him out and also to be a good angel person. It's nice. It's sweet. It's a little horny. Just a little horny. But in a way that I think makes sense for, you know, oh, now there's an angel living in my apartment. Oh, isn't that something? This is kind of awkward, but also kind of exciting and, you know, a little bit embarrassing if you come right down to it. We lost our last life here. Let's pause and switch over. It is now time. Let me finish my thoughts on Studio Apartments, good lighting, angel included. It seems good. It seems really good. I like the angel a lot. She's sort of very like low strung. She's just like talks in very like a little bit of a monotone, but also she's excitable. Like when something does excite her, she perks up, her wings pop out, and that's kind of cute and fun. I think that this could be a very good show. Looks like there's a bunch of other girls judging by the ED, which I bet will be nice as well. We'll see about that. Seems solid. Okay. Let's switch games. Let me first, I gotta turn on the Switch because it turned off while I was, not using it. All right. Now, grab the controller, get back to this preset, this camera, and now let's switch over. Here we are in Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. Perfect. Beautiful. Where's the fuck? Oh, my remote is over there. Damn, I need to switch my TV to show me the Switch. So I'm gonna grab my remote now. So much for a smooth transition, I guess. Not the smoothest transition. Whatever. Folks, it is time now for Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. We're starting this now, like 2 hours in, on account of it took 2 hours to lose 5 lives in a single world of returns. And that conceit will continue on this side. The only difference is there is going to be no, extra lives here, because all the levels give you, extra hearts. If you take hits and stuff. Like, when we're in a minecart, we will have an extra hit. It'll be normal style. Which is good, and means that we don't have to have those extra heads. We'll see how that works out. Maybe it'll just make for faster switch back over, but I'm thinking this will be good. Let's watch the cutscene like we did, the opening cutscene, like we did for Returns. Again, we're playing both Returns and Tropical Freeze. 5 lives. When we lose all of them, we switch games. We've just spent 2 hours with Returns. Now it's time for Tropical Freeze. I will also say I'm not changing the game on the YouTube side. Sorry about that, folks. YouTube doesn't have... As far as I know, there's no way to change, a YouTube stream automatically as you're switching games. I would have to go type things in on the computer. That's awkward. That's awkward. Whereas I have a simple button that does the job here for the Twitch side, so whatever. Tropical Freeze, I think, is the second best DKC in the series, and very nearly as good as DKC2, except in modern terms. Good in modern terms. As a 2013 game, Jesus, it's over 10 years old now, huh? God, that makes me feel old. 10 years old. It's over that, right? It's going on 11 now. God. As the second best game, and also one that measures up to the originals, even as a game released in 10 years ago, modern day, nearly modern day. How's the sound, by the way? Is the sound good? Kind of seems like it might be a bit louder than the previous game. Let me take it down 2 scotches. A couple scotches here. Hopefully the 2 are about even. But so long as you can hear me and you can hear the game, that's probably fine. It's probably good. Island got iced. We are up in Lost Mangroves, which is a pretty cool world. Hey, after this whole stream seeing the Returns worlds, which are all exceedingly basic, just here's a forest, here's a beach, here's a ruins, here's a cave. Now we have this jungle that is filled with broken plains. Like, it's like the Bermuda's Triangle of mangroves, I guess. Does that make sense? Bermuda's Triangle of mangroves? And here's the man! It's Funky Kong! Oh, I should have put in the Twitch tags, new funky mode. You know what? I'm gonna do that right now. Let me edit stream info. That's a good tag. New funky mode. Let me see. Do I have room for that? Yeah, I think so. New funky mode. Perfect. Just go ahead and put new funky mode as a tag. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good tag. I love new funky mode. It's great. If you don't know what's up with new funky mode, you just play as Funky. Funky is great. He has like a double jump, which is pretty cool. He can skip across water, which everyone can, so yeah, I do have a funky head. Look, the one on the right is a funky head. That's him. Look, the one on the right, that's a funky head. He can double jump. He can slowly hover down once you finish double jumping. And also he can bop off dudes who are, spiky. Yeah, the farthest right one is Funky, then you got Cranky, then you got Diddy, Dixie, Donkey Kong. Again, we got 5 lives and we're out Gimmick. It refreshes every time we finish a world, but until then we gotta be good. And so far, I'll say, like, we got through 3 whole worlds of returns and most of the fourth world, so I'm anticipating a pretty clean dealy-do for us tonight. I think I'll be able to get through. Again, let me say, like, how many levels we're doing. Same as in the last one, I aim to do every level that's not a K level. Every level that doesn't require me to collect anything. So, I guess with this game, that means we do have to do alternate exits. We have to... That will add up a little bit. We have to do some levels multiple times, including some levels that have 3 exits to them. I forgot that's how that worked. Whatever, I still think we'll be able to do both these games in around 8 hours? That sounds about right. I don't believe we need coins for this game because the hidden levels are based around exits rather than a key or any such thing. So we can just focus on tearing through and going fast. The Nomads are no Kremlings, but I think they are better and cooler in their theming than the Tikis were. And also, of course, like, you can see each of these worlds, all the worlds just have a lot more flavor individually than any of the worlds. Honestly, than all the worlds put together in Returns. Well, maybe Cliff. Cliff is like the one world in Returns where they put in flavor. And it's also the only one that's, like, really original. Let's go, let's do it, let's have at it. By the way, I'm choosing to be in the upper right-hand corner on account of the health and stuff goes in the upper left. So, most streams I'm in the upper left. I will say, you know, I am looking at green screens for the new apartment, so could be by the next time I'm on the air, the next time I do a stream, could be a whole different corner of the screen I'm in. When you have a green screen, the bottom really starts to make sense because then, you know, you have the top is just empty, so it just fades right into the gameplay, right? Whereas your bottom is going to be cut off by where your camera cuts off, right? Unless you have the camera positioned in such a place where you can see your, like, you know, your bottom half, which who does? Who does? Well, some people do. I'm sure. If you're doing, like, motion control stuff or, like, Kinect stuff, surely you would, but in most cases, you have just, like, the bottom part of your body at the bottom of your camera, and that would make sense for going off the bottom of the screen rather than just be in the middle of it. Oh, whoop-de-doo, you know, incorrectly. Weirdly in the middle. So I reckon I might be, moving to the lower left or something. That's my thought right now. We'll see what makes sense. It could be some games lower left is not good, you know? Could be in some games the lower left is just as occupied. We need to redo this level to get a, we need to redo this level to get a second path. So let's do that now. It is exciting. It is exciting to move, to have a new, to know how that's gonna go, to have a whole new bunch of space to work with, and also the chance to just reorient all my setup. I'll say I'm not 100% decided on my layout yet. I have a piece of paper that I have been using to work it out, but it's not set in stone yet. Oh shit, I'm just realizing that this world is set up in such a way where you can just do one exit. Okay, my bad. For the other one, we need to make sure to do the hidden exit because, yeah, that'll take us to Silhouette stage, and then we'll be able to go to the last stage from the Silhouette stage, which is, time saver. Time saver. I'll say also of this game, someone we're not gonna see, Dixie Kong, is fantastic in it. Obviously, because we're playing as Funky, we will just be seeing Funky, but it is great to have Dixie Kong back, and it is also great, it is great having Dixie Kong back, and also the way that she works is great. I love her little double jump. It is 100 times better than Diddy Kong's jetpack situation. It can get you some height, save you from a death, and also, you know, enable stuff that would not otherwise be possible. And it feels good. Of course, we're going as Funky Kong, because I love Funky Kong as well. And new Funky mode is a fantastic addition to the game. Really wish that the first DKCR 3D, the first time they ported one retro DKC to a new platform, I wish they had added a new Funky mode type thing. Like, if you could have played as Dixie Kong in that, or, I don't know, could have been someone else even. I guess another Kong? I guess it would have had to been one of the main Kongs, and then, you know, if they got that working, why not bring it over to the next game? Yep, see Daisy. That was a good save. I love it when you can do a double jump and save yourself in this game. That just feels so good. It's not the biggest double jump in the world, so it's not like you can rely on it for all things. You know, at all times, you know, constantly. But it is good enough to get you, like, a little extra distance if you need it. To shortcut the level a little bit when you can, and also in a pinch. It is a beautiful move. Zip lines are a great mechanic. I mentioned before, Kaze and the Wild Masks. Kaze totally bites this mechanic right off. It has zipline levels as well that are really good. Great mechanic, like how it goes with the vine business. Tropical Freeze is just, oh, Jesus! Okay, good, we made it, okay. I swear, I get fucked up by that jump a lot. I remember dying on that jump a lot, just reflexively hitting the cannon button while it was not the right time, and dying. One try, let's go. It is a really cool level. Yeah, yeah. The next level is where you would get Cranky Kong, and it's a good level. We will, of course, be just our man Funky. Where's the bonus here? It's towards the end, so I'll keep an eye out, and hopefully we'll get it in one. Here's another card. One last anime thing. I need to watch the Ghibli movies. I started going through those months ago, and then sort of forgot. Sort of just got caught up with other things. I think I had just seen... Had I just seen Porco Rosso, or was Porco Rosso the next one? I forget. I think I just saw Porco Rosso, and or was about to, and Only Yesterday was the next one, or is it called Only Yesterday? I'm not sure, but it was one that I've never seen before, and I am curious to see. I will say, watching through the Ghibli movies, I had, in like the 5 that I watched before I forgot about that entirely, I did watch some that I had never seen that were really good. Like shit, what was it? I swear there was one that I heard a lot about. Let me see. Ghibli. Oh, you know what the biggest one that I saw was? The best one. It was Grave of the Fireflies. Jesus Christ, that was a beautiful, horrific movie. Like, Jesus Christ, they just a hell of a damn thing. Okay, Only Yesterday is next, and then Porco Rosso is right after that. Kiki's Delivery Service is the one that I just saw. Okay, so I've seen 5 so far. I really need to get back on that, but things have been busy with work, and also with how do you get up there normally? Oh, by like pogo jumping. Cranky has a pogo jump mechanic. I really need to get back on that. I don't know when I will. Look, you know, I've got stuff going on. And also, it's kind of hard to watch a bunch of movies when you're busy with so many simulcast fucking anime. I watch too many simulcast anime. It's hard enough just to keep up with those. That's part of the reason why I mentioned last time that I was really behind on, like, backlog anime. I haven't really watched a simulcast anime in months. That's part of the reason why, is that, like, I just get so bogged down with that it's hard to find time for anything else. Oh, this is a bonus, not the alternate exits. And also, because I like to write a review every time I finish an anime, when the season is ending, and I have to write like 25 reviews just by my own hobby, just for hobby purposes, essentially. And for, you know, what's the word? Posterity, just for posterity. It gets a little tiring, and also I don't have any more energy to write any more reviews, which means that I will just avoid finishing shows for a while. And I've had a number of shows that have just been 1 episode away from being finished for 3 months now. Kind of a shame. Oh, crap! The bonus exit's up there. Crap. I forgot about the bonus tabs. Sorry. Now I have to do every exit that's in this goddamn world, not just the ones that are strictly essential. Whoops, my bad. I see a barrel, I jump into it. That's just my instinct. I'd really like to finish off those shows that have been in the backlog forever, just 1 away from being finished, and the ones that are like 6 away from being finished. And the ones that I have yet to start. Getting a good pace with those would be good. Also movies, also this, also that. In life, always, there's a million things you want to do, and Ghibli movies are one of those. Where do they fall in the list? Probably around the middle. I mean, I'll say, like, I'm probably in the best stretch of them right now, where it's like, okay, these are the all-time classics. Your Porco Rossos, your Grave of the Fireflies, And eventually we'll get to like, oh, it's the borrowers. And it's like, this is just okay. We get to the one where it's like, ah, it's the little girl who's a little water droplet. He'll say, okay, this is like a 3 out of 5. It's all right. Oh, it's, whatever the fuck else they did in the years since. And you go, okay, well, whatever. I mean, I'll say I heard really great things about, the boy and the heron. Vaguely, I don't know what it's about, but people said it was really good, so maybe that one will be a 5 out of 5. I have my doubts it can measure up to, like, you know, Porco Rosso and, the latest ones. By the time fuck! Cock! Again! Third time's the charm. God damn it. By the time I get back around to, by the time I get to it, I bet I will have... By the time I get around to it, I bet it will be, like, on HBO Max by that point. Because I've taken so damn long. It was in theaters when I started this shit, or about to be in theaters. That's how long ago I started rewatching Ghibli movies. It was like September or something. Need to get back on that. One a month. That should be my low-key goal. One a month. And hell, Porco Rosso is one of my favorites. I think when that one is next, I can fast-track that one for sure. So maybe 2 a month? 2 a month? We'll see. Busy time right now, for what it is worth. I'll say I have, I think now, gotten the flow of work and stuff. I think I gotten the hang of the new job. It's going pretty well. I think we're all working really well together. I think that's, I would hazard a guess that people are happy with, me. Which is a good feeling. It's a good feeling that, don't jump in the barrel. Good feeling when things are going well, you know, things are looking up, and the balance of work and life pretty much where I want it to be. Honestly, it's possible. Might be I might bump it up to 3 streams a week at some point soon. I don't know. Certainly, maybe like I'll say this. I think it'd be fun, maybe, to do like an every other week schedule. What if it was like Thursdays every other week? So it's like Thursday stream, you know, just like a random like whatever stream, you know, whatever I feel like. Friday night. Half of the Thursdays, but not every Thursday, so I would still get a good amount of Thursdays to just relax and shit. I'll say off the top of my head, maybe we'll hold off on that until after I'm settled down in the new apartments. I now have a new thing to settle down in. For what it's worth, I was settling in the job for a while, and now I'm settling down in, now I'll be settling down in a new apartment, which is also a process. This level fucking rules. This level is one of the best. And, has some of the best music, and also, what gorgeous visuals here. You know this secret? Good secret. Oh, it's a 2-step secret. I'm not going after secrets, but I just think this one is neat. Oh, I like how the reflections look in the background. Ooh, it's just gorgeous. This is just a gorgeous level. I always want to jump across this gap, but you can't. It's literally impossible. I'm pretty sure. You have to do the thing. You have to pull the thing. The anchor, the handle. The plug, I guess. I like how this game, and also Returns, almost replaces the traditional bonus game with, like, this shit, right? Where it's like, okay, in the world, suddenly a bonus game happens, and you just have to do a bonus game in the world. I think that's very neat. Though, if I were to say, I think I prefer a actual goddamn bonus game. The part with the vine climb slowly and look for the star? Yeah, that's good. Good bit. You can see that, like, all the loading screens in these games are based around that aesthetic, the silhouette thing. It was a big, point of pride. And now it's in Mario Wonder. You know, it'd be fun. Maybe I could attach like Thursday streams every other week to like a sub goal or something. Come the birthday stream, I'm always looking for good sub goals, and just putting that at the 5 sub level. It's reasonable. It's doable, and also it would be you know, more streams. More streams are good, and not even like. It wouldn't be unlocking just like any old streams. It would be unlocking like a good variety of streams. That said, you know, do I really want to put behind a sub goal something that I do probably want to do either way? I feel like sub goals, you know, the money goals, sub goals, Twitch subs are money. I feel like sub goals should be for something more, one-off and something more optional. Where if we don't hit it, it's fine, and we just don't do a thing. Whereas I do think I would like to do more streams soon. You know, the last couple months has been pretty much just viewer levels and playthrough streams. And because, you know, balancing the new job that involves me going to an office 3 days a week, I have been a little reticent to schedule extra streams in addition to those 2, which means that it's been a while since I've done a lot of good variety stuff. Like, this is the first variety stream since the big event stream a few months, like a month ago, which was, what was that? What was that big event stream? That was Banjo-Tooie all in one go. 2 goes, ended up being 2 goes, but, you know, I was trying to do it in one go, and it took an extra hour. Ended up taking an extra hour. Because, well, it turns out I had underestimated Banjo-Tooie. All the files, the playtime, are a little off real time, it turns out. So, I had been looking at that saying, like, okay, it'll take me about 10 hours. Turns out it'll take more like 11, 12 hours. And it'll say it took more like 10, 11. Boss fight, and we haven't lost a single life. Let's go. Ah. I wonder if I should measure the distance between the preview monitor and the ground. Just because when I pack the preview monitor, it's going to go into a box, so it's not going to be at the height it was previously, unless I make sure of that. It's held aloft, the preview monitor is held up by a pneumatic arm. This is a good boss. This game has quality bosses, by the way. It's held in place by a pneumatic arm that can be, like, raised and lowered. Sort of. And the preview monitor has the camera on top of it, so as far as preserving the angle at which you see me, it's important that's kind of in the same place. When I move, I will fuck around with that. I am sure I'll get it all looking nice and good. It'll be a whole process. Because I am funky, I can kill these guys. Cranky Kong could also do it. Next time he's going to clap and the guys are gonna appear. I'm gonna do that. What do you think of Tropical Freeze music? Oh, excellent. Best of. One of the best soundtracks in the series. David Wise outdid himself. He did an incredible job. I love how there's remixes, there's new themes, there's new themes that incorporate parts of old themes. I love how he did all that. It all comes across very good, and the sheer variety of styles is just, wow. This theme is great. It's like rock and shit. Like, you wouldn't get this in previous Donkey Kong Country, and it just works so well here. Like, he gets a little extra. He flexes. The soundtrack is a big flex in this game, in a way that is so good. Bayou is one of the best ones. The Busted Bayou. That's one of the best songs. The credits music, the second credits music, where it's Sticker Brush Symphony. It's almost a shame that credits music isn't heard in this version. I'm pretty sure it just cuts off, or it has like a new credits theme, which you know, look, it can't beat the original one. Yeah. There is a level that has Sticker Brush Symphony, where you can just stand around and hear Sticker Brush Symphony, and I definitely did, when I first got this game, stand around in that level and go, it's Sticker Brush Symphony. I know this song. I'm not even gonna go into the rocket barrel for a bit. I'm just gonna let the music play and enjoy it. But I'll tell you, we're not gonna do that tonight. Second world, let's go. We didn't lose a single fucking life that whole world. We are making good pace. What time is it? We're like 2 hours, 15 minutes in. Pretty good pace for the first world. For the first world of DKC Tropical Freeze, and the first 4-ish worlds of Returns. I like this autumnal village theme. It is so good. Also, all the opportunities for lovely-ass roll jumps here. It's just so fun. I thought I had that. I needed to hold the button for like 2 seconds longer. Not 2 seconds, like a half of a second, like a fraction of a second. What are you gonna do? How about a card? I haven't done a card in a minute. Follow up on earphones. Yes, on Friday, on that stream, I talked about how I had been kind of low-key unhappy with the Bowers & Wilkins PI7s that I got, and had tried to replace them and found the same issue endemic across, you know, all the ones that I tried. Seems like it's just an issue endemic to the whole line, which is that the ear-to-ear communication is not solid enough where it can't be interfered with by, like, these security scanners at a target, or by taking one ear out and getting it more than 3 inches away than the head. The other ear just cuts off, and even if it's still in your ear, which is, I think, unforgivable for a $300 set of earphones. And I said on Friday, I explained, like, okay, well, I like this brand because I have been using them since I got into really good earphones, like 10, 15 years ago, and I just sort of have continued out of inertia, and maybe it's time to return them and try someone else. And I'll say, I have now returned those headphones. I haven't actually sent them in, but I did on Amazon say, like, hey, I'm returning them. Let's just ride this down rather than, nope, I'm gonna take the chance. I gotta jump. I've returned them to Amazon and ordered a new pair that I saw people recommending. I watched a YouTube video basically saying, like, this pair is, like, has the best sound of any pair of headphones. This Denon thing. Really big plate there, but the part that goes inside the ear looks pretty comfy looks normal, has like a fin to lock into the ear, and they say it has really good like sound stuff and shit. It sounds really good, is what people say. So that arrives like Tuesday, I guess. It'll be good to have a new pair of headphones, and I'm hoping that it'll have not as many of the problems as my previous pair had, you know, as far as connection and stuff goes. I would like it very much if I could just have this headphone just worked all the time, and it wasn't, like, at all screwy. That is my hope. We'll see what happens. And I guess I'll say how that went next time I am on stream, like, months from now. Not months from now, Jesus. Like, 2 weeks from now, maybe. 2 or 3. Again, I'm moving in, next weekend. You can see the boxes behind me in evidence of that. You can see the boxes in evidence of that. I'll say, again, the problems that I had with the previous pair. As it got older, I had a pair of C5s, or PI5s, the lower-end Bowers & Wilkins headsets. And over time, it just had a number of connection issues, sometimes, like, losing connection to one or the other, sometimes getting all weird as far as, like, oh, it'll suddenly start acting like it's being tapped repeatedly, and just pausing and unpausing music randomly. Those problems were not the most frequent, didn't happen all the time, but I just figured, like, you know what? I'll just get something new now. I'm tired of having something that only works most of the time. And also, it's good, before I go to Japan, let's say, to have a backup pair of headphones, you know? I can always go back to those PI5s when I need to. If it were to get busted or something, the new pair. And especially for world travel, that seems handy. That said, I guess they have headphones in Japan. I could just buy a set of Japanese headphones if it came down to it in Japan. Like, that is not all that unusual. In fact, they probably have quite good electronics. A perfectly good selection, maybe even without going online. Maybe I could even walk into a store in Tokyo and get like a really good pair of headphones. If it came down to it, in a pinch. I don't know. There's gotta be like an audiophile store in... Yep, bye! I earned that. There's gotta be an audiophile store in Japan that sells the fancy headphones that I like to wear. I like to wear ones with good audio quality. That's my thing. After using the nice high quality ones that have really good bass and stuff, I can't go back to like Skull Candy type shit. And I'll say, like, when I had the first pair of expensive headphones I had, the Best Buy guy, when I got them, at least the second time I got them, first time they just broke, the Best Buy guy was really smart. He said, look, this is the one case where it actually makes sense. Get the warranty. They'll break in a year or two. You bring them back, they give you a new pair, and then you can re-up the warranty for like 20 bucks. And as a result, I had a really expensive pair of headphones, and every year just paid like 20 bucks to get them replaced. The Best Buy. And that was about as expensive year by year as Skull Candies would be. Maybe even less expensive, because they certainly were a little more stuff than Skull Candies. Certainly survived more time. I love this level. This is maybe... I love all these falling leaves. They look so good. And also, they're fun to roll jump from. The roll jump into a double jump is just such a phenomenally fun feeling mechanic. It's... You know, I think maybe one of the things that is low-key not as good in Returns is that Diddy Kong just can't measure up to Dixie Kong or Funky Kong's double jump, roll jump situation. Like, this is just so fast, and you just go so far, and it's just like, it feels like you're punching holes in the level design. Just like, yeah, I see your whole platforming stick, and I choose to just jump over it. I jump over the whole thing and land perfectly square on the other side. I'll say this part maybe is a little... I feel like my favorite part is the part where you're doing the leaf stuff, but this part's alright. Nice little set piece. This part almost reminds me more of Jungle Beat. Not in a bad way, I'll say. In a fairly positive way. It's the best parts of Jungle Beat are kind of like that tuba part. Speaking of killer levels, speaking of amazing levels that I love, Sawmill Thrill. I love Sawmill Thrill. I think Sawmill Thrill is really damn cool. Is this another case where the optional exit goes to a different place than the non-optional? Or the optional exit wraps around to where the... I forget, but I think let's start with the optional exits, just in case we don't have to do this twice. I'll try to remember where it is. I think it's at the end, right? I think this level is extremely, extremely cool. Especially the part, like at the midway, which you'll see in a minute. You know what I'm talking about. I always thought that Log Flume would be a great like bobsled roller coaster type equivalent for a Donkey Kong Country game, like in the way that the original 3 Donkey Kong Countries each have their own minecart equivalent. I thought Log Flume would be fantastic, and sure enough, in this it is. It has a really cool gimmick in that you can go under the water when you land, and also it's just like a really cool atmospheric bit where there's the lake in the background. It's all foggy. There's all this dam shit. Oh, it's so good. You could do a whole level with this Log Flume. You could do multiple whole levels with this Log Flume gimmick, and it'd be goddamn fun. Log Flume might be your favorite minecart vehicle. Yeah, totally, 100%. It's right up there. We got it. Low. We gotta go low. And we just go low by dropping. We drop and we bounce. We drop and we bounce. Drop and bounce. I wanted to go for the hidden exit there, but I panicked and decided to go for neither of them. This level's fucking good. The only thing that probably beats it is Rickety Race. That is a really cool one too, with the, the big fucking ghost. How it's through like a haunted mansion. It's probably the most well-themed of the original game's like levels, insofar as like, yeah, you're on a roller coaster. Fuck! But it's a haunted roller coaster. And isn't that something? We have 1 life here, folks. Trying to make it count. If we make it to the end of the world, that refreshes our lives. If we don't, if we die now, if we die again, we go back to the other game. We go back to Returns, where we left off. I'll say, fuck, you know what, let's finish. Let's just finish. We can just finish this way. It's not the most efficient, I don't think. It might not be, I don't know, I'm not sure. but I'll take it over a death. I'll take it over a death. I'll say another thing about the log flume gimmick. Oh, you know what? This is totally a fork in the road. Like, we couldn't get to Alpine Incline without going here. So that place leads to the leads to the bridge. So we couldn't skip it. We couldn't skip an exit. Okay, good to know. Both exits are required. I'll say another thing about the water situation, which is that Donkey Kong Country, like indie Donkey Kong Country, like Kaze and the Wild Masks, actually does have a similar mechanic to this whole water business, this whole log flume business. In that, when in that game, you can't swim underwater by default. All you can do is like jump in, and when you jump in, you go under the surface. Or actually, you can hit a button to dive down under the surface temporarily, almost like Ocarina of Time, more like. And that ends up being a lot like the Sawmill Thrill part here. I'll say most water levels in Kaze very quickly give you a mask that makes you just swim normal style, like you know, like swimming in this game, basically. They give you a power-up that lets you swim normally, but there's a couple times where they make use of the dipping under the water mechanic, and it's neat every single time, I think. I would very much highly recommend Kaze. If you don't know about Kaze, it's an indie DKC type game. It's like, when I bought it, when it was new, it was 20 bucks. I think it is worth 20 bucks. It is probably not 20 bucks anymore. It is definitely worth whatever they are charging now. If it is still 20 bucks, it is worth that. For what it is worth. Highly, highly recommend Kaze and the Wild Masks. It has Squawks levels. It has several masks. It has like Minecart type levels where you're like auto running and you can sort of do a double jump or a dive situation. Why does it slow down? Why did it slow down right before the jump? I swear it slowed down right before it was time to jump, such that when I jumped I was too early. Damn it. Well, this is where we're holding off for now. We're gonna switch back to Donkey Kong Country Returns. I'm gonna power on my Returns controller. Let me switch my TV over to make sure that the game is still going. Good, game's still going. I still have control. Let me switch over for y'all. Here we are, over on the other side. Let me refresh our lives. The button that I press to switch games also switch the games on the Twitch side, so it's time to continue. 5 lives. We're in the middle of the rocket barrel world. Ooh, I'll say, for what it's worth, I do have a conceit on this side, wherein when I am playing these rocket barrel levels, I get extra heads, just because they are bullshit one-hit death, even though that's not how it works in Return, or in Tropical Freeze, once they realized they could do it better. But I will say, I am starting from the midway in this point, so I am not going to give myself that luxury. That only counts when I'm starting it fresh from the start. That sound fair? That sound fair. Right, I gotta avoid this bullshit. This is bullshit. Fuck you! Total bullshit. Oh god. I died like twice, dude. Fuck off. I hate that fucking pig. I'll say that. I do not like, what's his name? Professor Schroink? I don't like how he, after you die a few times, just a few times, starts offering the help mode incessantly. I just find that to be very, very annoying. Irritating as hell. We got through, though. That's good. Incessant. Did not notice how I paused for like an hour, hour and a half. Maybe like an hour, maybe like an hour. Did you not notice, game, that I paused for an hour? Was that not a break? Silliness. I'm gonna put the Switch controller off to the side so I don't touch it. So it would be bad if the Switch game got unpaused and I lost 1,000,000 lives or something, hypothetically. Rocket barrel, that gives me extra lives. These bonus lives are just because it's one-hit kill, and that is bad design, and I don't like it. And it's one of the worst things about returns. The biggest problem in returns is probably the one-hit minecart levels. In the original Donkey Kong Country, you got 2 hits, right? In this game, they took it to 4 hits. Default. 6 in new mode. But for minecarts, they took it from 2 to 1. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense, like, at all. How's the volume here, by the way? How about I just take it down just a scotch? I took the other game down a scotch. So it seems only fair that I take this one down just a scotch. I'm probably overly cautious about sound levels being too high. I should probably have it set up so it's automatic to a certain degree. Something like a fuck! Ceiling. Something like a rate limiting type thing where if I talk over a certain volume, it gets cranked down a little bit. Naturally, so, you know, it doesn't blow out the thing. And similarly, if a game goes loud, it cranks itself down. And then I wouldn't have to worry about volume type stuff. It could just be automatic. I don't know, though. I kind of feel like it's best to adjust it manually. Especially if, you know, if you ended up with sound levels just going up and down constantly because game audio is going up and down constantly. Like, oh, there's an explosion, and the sound seems to duck a little bit. I feel like that would feel really weird. I feel like that would feel really peculiar. We lost our buffer lives, so now we're just on our own again. I think we can get through this world. I think we could get through this world on the 4 lives that we have left. The boss level will not give us any, you know, bonus hits on account of not involving, it's not a permanent minecart ride type deal in the boss. So it doesn't qualify for that. Wow, we were so close. Jeez, that sounded all sloppy. Did that sound really sloppy and dirty? Whatever. The game's just a little sloppy and dirty sometimes. Audio-wise, I suppose. It's okay to be sloppy and dirty sometimes as a treat. The Mole Train! The Mole Train. It's like the Soul Train, but with moles? Do you think this is a pun? The Mole Train? Or is it just very much simply describing what the level is? It is a... There's some moles that have a train and you're gonna fight them. Let's do it. Let's do it in one. I need to bop them after they come out, making sure not to be present when they're coming up. If I'm not careful, I can get fucked up here. Something went wrong with my, Whoa! Sorry, I got a little distracted there. Fuck you. My on my preview monitor, my YouTube activity monitor thing, seems to have gotten logged out. I don't know what's up with that, but I am not going to worry about it. Now is not the time to worry about YouTube activity monitor. It's not a important thing to look at anyhow. You think we can make this jump with just Donkey Kong? Whoa, hello. How'd you get behind me? Should we jump? Let's jump. Yes, okay. Definitely can do it when we're going downhill. What is with the lights now? Why are they sometimes the ones with guys lighting up? That seems unnecessary. I can see them. I guess this is literally whack-a-mole. That's the gimmick. This is whack-a-mole. We're playing whack-a-mole. Oh! This gotta be the last time. Yes, okay. What? Huh? Oh, Jesus. Fuck! He just came up and, whacked me good, huh? Let me see real fast. What's going on with the... Oh, I accidentally activated, big picture mode. Don't worry about that. I don't think y'all can hear that, can you? How do I unactivate big picture mode? I need to stop. Exit big picture mode, thank you. Do not do that again. Even if I hit the Xbox button. Let me refresh the YouTube activity thing. This YouTube. Perfect, there it is. Okay, I fixed it. Wonderful, wonderful. 3 lives left. Let's do it. I'll do another card. What do y'all make a TikTok? I'll say for my part, I don't use TikTok. Never have, never, don't think I ever will, but I'll say, like, I kind of see TikTok through the lens of, like, I see a lot of, I sometimes watch, like, a YouTube video, someone talking about weird stuff going on in TikTok, and how TikTok works, and like, oh, look at these, like, regular, normal people engaging with the platform in a way that, to outsiders, seems absolutely bizarre. And that's sort of my perspective on it. I just see it as, like, a weird space where weird people are doing... Younger people than me, moreover, specifically, are out there interacting with social media in a way that is foreign to me. Like, I saw a bunch of people talking... I saw a video sort of talking about, like, how live works there, and how it's a lot of, like, drama stuff, and people just talking to other people and being weird about it. Like, apparently it's a thing on TikTok where they put up, before they go live, they put up, like, a TikTok that describes what the stream will be. And they'll say something like, oh, if I do this, it means that. It means that I think the person I'm talking to is hot or some shit. It's like, that's weird. That's weird that you would telegraph that. It seems weird as a reason why you would watch. Like, if I'm trying to be like the video game streamers that I really like, okay, look, we got through with Diddy Kong. I think we're good now. If I'm trying to be like the video game streamers that I like, it almost seems like to me like the people that were showing that video are more like reality TV. More trying to be like reality TV, which is kind of bizarre as an idea for what streaming could be. But, you know, I bet that that's not the only thing that exists, honestly. Oh, that's good. We were just at the end of the track, so it's good we beat his ass right then and there. Huh. That was good timing. I bet also, really, there are people just doing normal Twitch-style streams on TikTok as well. And people who just put up literal shorts like the kind I'm putting up on YouTube now that are just like Twitch stream clips, essentially, and it's fine. And there's all sorts of ways to use the thing, and perhaps it is easy to watch a video and have a side of TikTok described to you and go like, ooh, I've never been there, I don't know. But there's probably also such rabbit holes on YouTube side, like I don't watch that much React content. Well, I'd say that. What is a watch party but React content? Dan Reichert's streamer I really like occasionally watches like he watches like stuff that was recorded not for a stream though. It's different thing. It's one thing, yeah, I feel like if you take like an old VHS that has like Nintendo employee training videos essentially, or like Donkey Kong Country cartoon show. It's another thing if you're watching over like someone else's Let's Play. I feel like that's a whole different kettle of fish. And I hear that scene can be a little weird. I don't know. I feel like there's probably holes everywhere, and that if you dug into them, you would find that they were weird and different and not quite what you expect. I will say, as far as TikTok goes, like I said, I started doing shorts a few weeks ago. I'm gonna have to start saying a few months ago, like in I was about to say like a week. Whenever I'm back from moving, I'm gonna have to say a month or two ago. That's a thought. And I did originally think I would do it on TikTok as well, but it seemed to be like a bit of extra work, and also I am kind of like what's the word? Leery of TikTok. I'm kind of like, whenever I hear about it, whenever I hear people talk about how much they're into it and how much time can slip away, part of me just goes like, man, I don't have the time, man. I don't have the time to get into that. And I feel like my YouTube, my just watching YouTube normal style 10-minute YouTube videos is like a thing that I spend enough time with on its own. This transition is one of the coolest transitions, I think. Going up a hollow tree into the forest. That's I'm just gonna go out on a limb. That's the best transition. Best transition in the game. Prove me wrong. Donkey Kong Country Returns. Prove me wrong. That was needlessly pointless. I could have just waited and not risked death. I keep expecting to be able to double jump, I guess, coming off of returns. Incredible transition. Yes, I thought I could double jump. No double jump, no double jump, just a hub. Get used. Thought I could get under that guy. Maybe I could get under this guy. Yes. You have a little less freedom in this game to like hop and skip and tear ass accordingly. I could have grabbed that. I could have grabbed that. Ah, crap. I thought I was dead, so I just stopped trying. No diddy? No diddy. I think there's the diddy. Yes, okay. I'll say so far, 5 lives feels a little generous until it's not, so I think that it's perfectly well balanced, and so far we have switched a good amount of times. Twice. 2 is a good amount of times to switch, I think. I think we're farther in returns than Tropical Freeze. I don't know what we'll do if we run out of lives in Tropical Freeze after... Let's say we finish one of them. Let's say we finish one of them. I don't know what comes after that. If, maybe I could switch for like a minute and be like, oh, hey, check out, here's Kaze. Or maybe just the whole stakes thing just falls away, and we just don't worry about it, and we just finish it off. I'll say, I remember the final boss of this game and the final world of this game being really hard, so even if it looks like we're making really good progress now, I bet we will hit a point where it starts to even out, or we just have some very short sessions over here. Like that last world. Total motherfucker. I think the last time I did the final boss, which I did Returns on stream, I'll say. I played both Returns and Tropical Freeze on stream once before, actually. Returns was done, like, in my second month of streaming, so that was, like, December of 2022? Yes, Wait, no. Wait, yes? No, 2021. It was 2021. So December 2021, I did Returns, and I had a fun gimmick. I had a fun gimmick for that playthrough, which I'll say again, it lost to time. All the streams from that time were lost to time. But the gimmick was that I was going through Super Paper Mario at the same time. 2 Wii classics where I did a world of each, you know, a world of each and then the world of the other, world of one, world of the other. Super Paper Mario takes a lot more time than Returns, I'll say, world per world, so it did take me a while to, you know, between sessions of Returns, and I guess I'll say it's nice to switch between 2 platformers, both of which are equally breezy, you know, as maybe a better pairing. For Tropical Freeze, I also paired it up with another game. Specifically, the gimmick was every 3 levels, I switched over to Donkey Kong 64 and did 3 golden bananas until such time as I finished Tropical Freeze and then left Donkey Kong 64 where it was at. Didn't finish DK64 off that, which maybe was a shame, but at the time I just wanted to move on, I guess. Again, both of those playthroughs lost to time in the 8 months or so where streams weren't archived, so you couldn't go back and look at them. Though maybe a clip or 2 or 3, maybe some clips survived and were made. I don't know, I was less diligent about clips back then. And, you know, if they were made, it was maybe not me who made them. Which, you know, is a valid way for Twitch clips to work. And that's the way I thought they did mostly work. But then I realized after I became a streamer that, like, oh, when you're a small streamer, if you want Twitch clips to exist, you gotta make them yourself. And I have been doing so for the last, most of my time streaming. So, you know, naturally have not played either of these games on stream in a time where an archive was left, so it's good to do them, I think. And I'm happy to, as well. I guess the thing about Returns when you're playing it on the Wii version, is you do get, like, tired of shaking the Wiimotes. So I guess I'm glad I'm not playing that version. I'll say, part of it is that the Wii U is packed. It's in a box behind me, as are all the games for the Wii U, and my copy of Returns is physical, so there you go. You could get digital versions of Wii games on the Wii U, but, you know, I bought it on the Wii, so that was before that was possible. And also with the way that the Wii U eShop doesn't exist anymore, I wouldn't recommend time travelers pick up Wii versions, Wii games on Wii U. That seems like a bad call. Seems like it's going away. I hope the hell that the Switch eShop never goes away, and they just continue supporting it, and it basically just becomes the new eShop for the new platform. Which, please, dear God, be backwards compatible. Do not break compatibility. Do not change from one eShop to the other. This was a bold move, but it paid off. I guess we'll see what they do. Let's go into Cranky's and buy the key. There's so many levels in each world of returns, I'll say. I think they, like Corn is Good For You was saying in the YouTube chat much earlier, I think they are shorter. I think that's probably true. But there are still a lot of them. And that is, makes this a somewhat difficult challenge, it turns out. We're starting to get some real stakes going now that we're in World 5. Let's go. Tipping totems. How about another card? It's been a minute. Did you hear about Twitch watch parties going away? I wanted to talk about this one last time. Next time I am on the air, Twitch watch parties will be dead. They are, ending as of Tuesday, I think, is the date in which they will be unavailable. Fuck. Which means that Monday will be the last day anyone could do a Twitch watch party. For those who don't know, it was a feature that Twitch had wherein people could... Ah! There goes... There goes the last like. Crap, damn it. That happened really fast. I'll just switch over. Let's just switch over, and then I'll continue talking about Twitch watch parties. It's time to go back to Tropical Freeze. The Switch has not gone to sleep, I'll say, so we can just go back over there. Tropical Freeze. Here we are in Tropical Freeze. Let me change the output on my TV so I can see the game on my TV. I need to pick up the right controller, and here we go. We're going for the secret exit here, and we're going to do it. Let's concentrate. Let's focus. Let's remember what the deal is here. We have 5 lives. I bet we'll make it through this world. That is my honest bet to you. I wouldn't be surprised if we made it through the next world as well. Okay, remember, it slows down. There we go. It slows down right at the end. And now we can go through the portal. Alright, let's go. Let's keep on trucking. What I was saying with, is this the bat level? No, this is Crumble Cavern. Twitch watch parties are a neat thing where basically a streamer can watch a movie with a live chat with a whole chat room, and basically it works with any Amazon Prime supporting movie, and works with any Amazon Prime supporting movie. So, you know, you could, and when you watch it, everyone's video, everyone's thing syncs up automatically if they're watching on the Twitch side, on Twitch. And it's pretty fun, it turns out, to watch a movie, with 200 people. And also a streamer who is reacting visibly. Like, that is just a really cool thing, and I'm very sad that it'll be going away. And, you know, if in the future, if anyone wants to do that sort of thing, it'll have to either be like, oh, everyone syncs a DVD, or it's going to be a Discord type watch party, which, you know, isn't as legal, strictly speaking, but does open up a lot more options, to be fair. Because if you're not limited by what's on Amazon Prime, that's kind of nice. Kinda. You probably will find it hard to get 200 people, though. I say, you know, if you're a streamer who gets like 500 people normally, and 200 for a watch party, then a Discord one will be more limited to whoever, you know, is in the Discord already, which isn't hundreds. Probably, maybe, depending on the streamer. I'll say I love this level. This level I think is really neat. I actually had in DKC Tropical Freeze for the Switch. When that first came out, I grinded the online the time trial mode for a while and got up to first place for a time. I think if we check, I'm probably still in like the top 20 or so. Which, you know, hey, I'll take. I was able to execute and get that top slot, at least briefly, which felt pretty good. I guess that was like one of my only dalliances with speedrunning as a thing. This particular level. Let's see before we move on to the next level what I'm at. Let's look at the time attack leaderboards here. It's been years, so plenty of time for people to beat me. Here's the global rank. I'm at 23. Okay. I am 4 seconds behind the world record. At least as far as the game is concerned. I don't know if anyone tracks between the two versions of the game. If there's like a actual more meaningful leaderboard outside of the game. Probably not, but I'll take it. I'm happy with that, and yeah. Quite pleased that that was a thing. Anyway, watch parties were great. They're going away on Monday after Monday, and you know, despite me only doing a couple of them on my channel, just Pokemon 3 the movie, which maybe wasn't the best pick. Bad Grandpa, which was a pretty good pick, and Jackass Forever, which I thought was very fun. Turns out, Jackass Forever, ridiculous movie to watch with people, especially because, like, you know, people are getting constantly hit in the nuts and other things that are really good to react to. Also, that game is so weirdly similar. It has, like, a bunch of odd connections to Tears of the Kingdom if you're looking for them. Like, as I was watching that, and you can go look at the VOD and sync it up yourself if you really want to. I have a timestamp on stream during that VOD so that people watching the VOD can sync up and do a watch-along, whatever. I say during that watch party a punch that, like, oh wow, this part is a lot like Tears of the Kingdom. They're building stuff and catapulting them around like ding-dongs. That's Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, there's a dark area. Or there's a part where the lights are out and it's all dark. That's Tears of the Kingdom. The depths are in this movie. What the fuck? Also, it's worth noting that watch party that I did was like right around the time Tears of the Kingdom was new, so I had been playing Tears of the Kingdom before watching Jackass Forever, which turned out to be a pretty good combo. I like that mountain a lot. That mountain looks really cool. We got through clean. How about that? Yes, there's the cheese wheel. Really good cheese wheel. Despite only doing 3 myself on this channel, I have made a regular habit of watching a bigger streamer than I, much bigger streamer than I, Dan Reichert, do a bunch of watch parties over the years, often doing 1 or 2 on most Fridays, I would say, or frequently on Fridays. As a result, I've watched like probably dozens of watch parties, easily dozens of watch parties over the last couple of years, and kind of sad they're going away. Kind of sad about that. Big bummer. I wish that it could continue, but hey, maybe Dan will have something cooler where it's like, oh, it's Discord now, and don't worry about it, it'll all work out. Maybe there'll be fewer people, but, you know, we'll still be able to watch movies. There's still options for watching movies together as a group, you know, and even, like, for non-streamers, there is even, like, you know, there's applications, there's all sorts of shit out there. It's not like the doors are all closed everywhere, it's just the Twitch version of it, which honestly, people weren't using anyway. This level has one of your favorite songs? Oh yeah, same. Look at that background. Look at all those trees going up the mountain. Oh my god, what a gorgeous mountain. What a gorgeous game. Yeah, this song has a lot of, like, DNA of Bramble Scramble in it, I think, as far as, like, the instrumentation goes, and, like, similar synth progressions, I guess, if I were to say words that I don't know how to use correctly. Like, I'm not really a music person, I don't know if I'm saying that. This game, I feel like, in the soundtrack, they mixed in a bunch of the Sticker Brush Symphony, like, instrumentations just to give it a little bit of flavor. Just to get that flavor, like, you know, distributed throughout the entire game, and I think that, I love it. I crave that flavor. Ooh. Clean. Clean. We're gonna get through this world. I will say, regarding watch parties, I did watch 2 last watch parties on Friday after my stream. You know, Dan Reichert did 2 of them, and I was in chat chatting along and watching along. And I have cards on them, so I will, you know, pop those cards and talk about those movies. In a minute. Wingding is a really good stage. Let's just pay attention to Wingding. Pay attention to Wingding, everyone. Speaking of good songs, this one has a good song. I love this. This song right here. Woo! It's just the perfect song for, like, crossing super large abysses on vines. It's just ideal. We're soaring over the void. It's majestic. It's majestic. It's awe-inspiring. And this music just underlies it perfectly. Look at all this fucking mist. Dear Lord, what a gorgeous game. On a huge mountain, yeah. You got these weird monasteries. I don't know what their deal is. Oop, up, up. Bye, Funky. Bye, Funky Head. I don't know what the deal is with all these monasteries. I guess they're birdhouses. I guess they're literally birdhouses. I guess the owls live here is the idea, right? Or maybe the penguins as well. It's funny how the penguins can fly. That's fun. I'll say the Snowmads are nearly as good as the Kremlings. But, you know, there's no replacing the Kremlings in everyone's hearts. They should do a game that has both the Kremlings and the Snowmads, and they sure should be fighting against each other. I would like it if the Snowmads were not a one-hit wonder, and did make a return someday. Yeah, this is clearly like an owl house. The bell had an owl on it, the pillars have owls on them. I never saw that show, Owl House. It was after my time. I was too old for it. You'd love to see a 3D Donkey Kong Country? That's Donkey Kong 64. You mean like one that's like a 3D World style, where it's a linear progression, and you know, platforming of a similar make rather than what is in DK64. Less of a collectathon, perhaps. That'd be good. That'd be good. I think you're right. That would be good. I wonder what they're gonna do. I feel like the time has come for another DKC, another Donkey Kong Country. I mean, fuck, it's been 10 years since the original one of these. I know that this owl is cool. This boss fight is very good. I know that I love the speedrun strats for this because you can do it all in one cycle if you do it all right and good. We fucked up. We lost one, but it's very plausible to do it all in one go. This is like a better version of the bird boss from the first game, from Returns. In that, like, oh, the projectiles aren't exploding this time. They're just, like, expiring. And also, you can reasonably, reliably, repeatedly get, like, multiple of them in one cycle. Like here, we want to wait until the second one appears, and then pop the guy. Hit the guy a second time. Here comes the third cycle. Cool how the barrel cannon gets destroyed. I could have used the barrel cannon there, but I didn't, so whatever. I like how the ones that you can... throw have egg hats. That's really cool. That's just smart. This game is very well designed, don't you know? I think this is one of the best bosses in the game. I think this might be my favorite boss. I'll say that. I'm thinking. Yeah, I like it better than World 3. I like it better than World 4, Fugu. I like it better than... Yeah, this is my favorite boss. What would come close? The panda, the polar bear panda. There we go, there's one hit here. You agree? I'm happy you feel that way. Corn is good for you. I also feel that way. Fuck! I wasted that. I could have used it to get the final hit freestyle. Aw, oh, damn it. I can jump off of these with my surfboard, right? That was nearly perfect. Well, actually, I did miss one in the first round, too. Which final boss do you think is your better, Returns or Tropical Freeze? Oh, Tropical Freeze for sure. It's more of a K. Rool style boss and less of an Andross style boss. Also, oh jeez, I'm remembering something right now. I forgot that in Returns, the final boss, you don't get Diddy Kong. You don't get Diddy Kong. That's bullshit. That's horrible. Right, you don't get Diddy Kong for the final boss in this one. You have to bring him in. Oh my god. I wonder if they changed that in 3D. That's the worst decision I've ever heard. And it startled me the last time I played Returns. Like, you don't get to have Diddy for the final boss? You only get him at the beginning, that's right. Yeah, you have to do like a rocket barrel section. And then there's a checkpoint, and then the final boss happens. You don't want to do the rocket barrel sequence again. It's really long and tedious. But, you know, what choice do you have? New world, refresh lives, let's do. Oh, this is a famous level. I always say when I say something is a famous thing, I always say that's something my dad says. My dad says, like, oh, this is a famous scene. And I just gotta think, like, the whole movie is famous. How can one scene be more famous than any other scene? But I think it is true that this level is more well-known than perhaps any other level. perhaps the most popular level. It's also a beautiful level. The music is like the main event, but everyone's fucking dancing. Let's go. Why am I collecting shit? Let's just boogie. Let's just speed through this. In Return to Tropical Freeze, I think at least it's the same in Returns. You can maintain your momentum so long as you're like from a roll or from like moving objects. So long as you're continuing to jump, continuing to not land, continuing to like double jump, and that means you can go pretty damn fast. Speed runs of Tropical Freeze are fantastic. God. I feel like maybe they've fallen out of favor a little bit. I feel like I haven't seen them much at recent GDQs or nothing. But it's just a beautiful game. Last I saw, at least last I remember, it's pretty much glitch-free. It's pretty much just mechanics and just playing the game, you know, really expertly what they do. You know, they take shortcuts just based on, you know, they can use the physics, or they can make a jump by rolling over and roll jumping, which is 100,000% intentional, you know, not verboten in any way. I guess if there were glitches that caused levels to be really, really breakable, the online leaderboards would be all messed up by this point. And they're not. That's good. That's a good bit. Oh! Ooh. Speaking of parts that are worth noting upon, the next level is Baobab Bonanza, which eagle-eyed viewers, or people who have watched a lot of my Mario making, and have remembered me talking about the levels... Wait, no. I suppose this isn't like... This wouldn't have come up... This hadn't come up very often, because actually, it was more of a Mario Maker 1 thing, but I did do a Mario Maker 1 stream, like, 2 weeks ago, so... Or a week and a half ago, I guess, at this point now. During that stream, I mentioned how I remade 4 levels from Donkey Kong Country 1, 2, and Tropical Freeze. 1, 2, 3, and Tropical Freeze. And this level was the one I remade for Tropical Freeze. So you must understand, I hold it in somewhat high esteem. I guess in retrospect, like, why didn't I do the Minecart level? Oh, that's easy. Minecart level you can't do. There's no minecart type thing in Mario Maker, not quite as clean. For the... What's the other level that I like? Grassland Groove is a significant level, but it's not... It's so much based around moving vines and other stuff that you wouldn't be able to do Mario Maker. This one just seemed to make sense, and I think I remade the Baobabs as saws. At a sequence where you were being chased by a Baobab. I don't think it was quite accurate with how it is in the game here, but it was close enough. I had to cut a sequence or two because of length, because of how much can fit into a Mario Maker level. Not as much, it turns out. Let's go. Frantic Fields, there's not as much to note. It's got the lightning bolt. It's a wind level kinda, and it also has the lightning lookout mechanic. When I got to this level, originally playing it, I just laughed and was like, they're doing lightning lookout? I was so pleased the first time lightning struck down. I was like, it's lightning lookout. Yeah, you know, I do have a lightning gimmick for my Mario Maker streams, it's true, but Lightning Lookout is a good level of DKC3 that I love. Well, love is a strong word. It's a very hard level, and one that I definitely was probably the level I had the most trouble with growing up. Truth be told. But still, when I saw it in this game, I was like, just seized by nostalgia and happiness and joy at like, oh my god, they're doing this again. Wow, I never expected it. I never expected to see Lightning Lookout gimmick again. I made a level in Mario Maker 1 that was a Lightning Lookout type level that I suppose has never been on stream. Well, it was on stream once, and I think that was the time where I wasn't archiving that I talked about earlier. That was like maybe the first time... I forget when it was, but I'm not sure if it was archived. Like in early days, I did every Mario Maker 1 level I ever did. I should do that again at some point. Play through all my levels in Mario Maker 1 and 2. I should probably do that after I finish my Super World. After I finish my new Super World. And, you know, that'll be a pretty comprehensive look at all my stuff. Pretty sure you don't see Rambi again until the final level. That true? The Water World is next, and yeah, the Water World doesn't make sense to have Rambi in. I don't remember Rambi being in the Factory Jungle. In Factory Jungle, I think you might be right. I think... Not the final level, but one of the final levels. Actually, you're right, it might be the final level. The one where it's the lava level of, that. Jeez. He should have been in one of the bonus levels. I guess, you know, if they wanted Rambi, they could always find a place for him. Like, there could have been one of the lava levels, or one of the water levels could have had a Rambi. You could figure out a way to do Rambi in a factory. It's just that didn't work out. Let's see. We'll make note if we see Rambi again. This level is so fun to tear through. Like, Jesus Christ, there's a bunch of times where you're supposed to wait. I say supposed to wait. Where you can wait if you want to, and that is clearly the intended the intended route. But you can also just totally just bust ass, and it's amazing. I love the momentum this game has. It's incredible. When I was doing the time trial for this level, I remember this part just stymieing me every time. I just did not want to wait for it, and was constantly like going into the pit as a result of that. Until I guess I did it. You know, hey. Yeah, Sticker Brush Symphony Remix is next level. Also, next level is like 3 alternate exits, so we gotta get them all in order to see every level in this game. So we'll be going through this whole auto-scroller situation twice? 3 times? I think they're all mid level. There's one at the end, there's one midway. That's a bonus. That's not the secret. Yeah, when I first got to this level playing the game casually, I say playing the game casually, playing the game the first time, I definitely hung out here for a minute. I put the controller down, the gamepad down. It was a gamepad at the time, not a controller. Gamepad's like a controller. I put it down and just listened to the music for a while. Not gonna do that. We got places to be. I got more cards. Let me do cards. This is a perfect time to do a bunch of cards while we're just doing an auto-scroller level. I saw Batman Returns. That was one of the aforementioned watch parties that Dan Reichert did, big streamer Dan Reichert, and I watched along, you know, in chat and shit, hanging out with like hundreds of other people. Never seen Batman Returns before. That's the one where the Penguin is there is Danny DeVito. He's a little gremlin man, and he's trying to be mayor. Kind of a fun idea, kind of dumb in a way that, like, you know, Batman later on would not be. It is surprising, I guess, to go back to the, like, Batman Returns and see how campy it is. I think it is generally thought that, like, oh, Forever and Batman and Robin, those are the campy ones. Those are the silly ones. You got the Bat credit card, you got all that shit in that one. They're making jokes, they're cracking wise. But let's face it, Batman Returns is one where there's penguins with rockets, with rocket launchers, and they are, like, you know, following their leader, the Penguin. Somehow, like, he has magic mind. He is one with the penguins. It's fun. It's goofy. It's dumb. He has, like, a bunch of goofy ass umbrellas that he uses to attack people. It is not at all serious. It is the definition of camp, and maybe just at the time Robin and Forever felt campier, but Returns was definitely campy as hell, goofy as hell. And I thought, fun. Kind of fun. Lots of good bits, and certainly fun to watch with people. Certainly quite fun to watch with people, specifically, as a movie with a lot of weird shit going on. Batman kind of doesn't do anything for, like, half the movie. He just sort of lets the Penguin do stuff for a while, and I'll say also, I don't think it's quite believable what happens that shuts down the Penguin. Where, I guess it's an old movie, I can say, where, like, Batman pulls an audio recording and leaks it to the press. And I feel like, even then, you could say something to the effect of, like, ah, that's a fabrication. That's a deep fake. You wouldn't say deep fake because that wasn't a thing, but you could just say, I didn't say that. That's not me. And that defense is good enough. Say I didn't do it, walk away. That's not what Penguin Man does. That's not what the Penguin does. I'll say those Batman movies, they don't exactly have great action, but, you know, it's funny to look at those and then look at the modern choreographed action movies where it's like, oh yeah, it's like, we got choreography for these fights. We actually are trying with them. Purple goes high, blue goes low. Nice. We're actually trying to put together some good-ass fight choreography now and some really good special effects, but then, back then, it was like, nah, just do some bullshit. Just have them be there and do some campy, dumb shit. Have Frank from Always Sunny just chew the scenery and say some fucked up stuff, and I can't do a voice. And really just go ham with it. And that was enough. That's what people wanted. Iron Man was really successful, and it had a tone that was a lot more serious, but also in like a Whedon, like a Joss Whedon style, was very quippy. And now that style is what the comic book movies are now, rather than goofy in an entirely different way, a little bit absurd, a little bit dumb way. And actually with good fight choreography. That's... And the other thing, of course, about Iron Man that made it like the new model going forward is that Marvel had such big success with like franchising and expanding to multiple other characters that they were able to, you know, make it into a big market, and now everyone wants to have their own universe, because everyone wants to have their own universe, and also the tone must be the same as the Marvel films, which are very, like, samey. I watched one more movie. Let me, do the card for it right now. I saw Slam Dunk Ernest. I've never seen an Ernest movie in my life before Slam Dunk Ernest. That is a hell of a thing. If you don't know who Ernest is, he was a guy from like the 90s, kinda. I say the 90s, like the late 80s, early 90s, something like that. First half, maybe. He died. He died young, sadly, around 50. So he only made so many movies, but he made a lot of movies, mostly for kids, I guess. But basically, it's him running around doing stuff, and his big shtick is that he mugs to the camera a lot, and you know, the camera gets very close in, and he goes like, you know, he does a bunch of big reactions all the time to what's going on, in a way that really makes me think like, god damn, like, he was ahead of his time, right? Like, YouTube is full of people mugging for cameras, right? Like, that's a big facet of streamer culture now, is mugging and otherwise, like, playing it up. And Ernest definitely plays it up. The plot of Slam Dunk Ernest is that the guy from Airplane, the basketball guy from Airplane, you know, what's his name? Abdul Jabbar or something. Kareem Abdul Jabbar, the guy from Airplane, who is the in the cockpit. You remember that scene from Airplane? He is apparently a big sportsman, big basketball man, and he, as an angel, comes and gives Ernest a pair of magic basketball shoes that allow him to win every game that he plays. And sure enough, Ernest, you know, he lets it get to his head a little bit. He's just like constantly running around full speed. He's like sort of doing superhuman things in a way that is edited in a way that would only work in the 90s. You know, like, oh, this looks like you sped up the video. Or like, oh, he's just lifted off the ground by a wire or something. Like, it's not even that good. It's more like these type of special effects you'd see on, like, Wishbone or something. You know, on, like, a... Bill Nye is above Ernest as far as production values, but it is also, literally, very earnest. He's a nice guy. He has, like, a quirky personality. It's just kind of fun to, watch, and as a goofy, weird thing that involved God and the devil and slam dunks and, like, famous sportsmen and, like, a weird moral parable, it was kind of the perfect thing to go out on as far as watch parties go, you know. The perfect watch party movie, I think, is somewhere between bad and good, and this was just right between bad and good. Like, it's goofy, it's dumb, it's fun to watch, but clearly it's weird as fuck, and, you know, the type of thing that you wouldn't watch just unless you're watching it with a big group of people and you're all having fun. I like in this level that there are projectiles that you pick up. I guess that was also the case in the putting out fires level. It's a neat way to do to have barrel throwing be part of the level design. Also, what am I doing? I can just roll jump. I thought it would be fun to show y'all about how... Fuck! I could have pulled that off. I guess in the original DKCs, you had DKC3 had mechanics that were very much like that, where you would, can I just jump this? Yes, I can. Can I just jump this? Yes, I can. Where you would have respawning barrels that would come out of a barrel spawner. This is a little more natural. Just a pile of berries. A little bit more naturalistic, and I think that makes sense with the naturalistic style of the retro games. Really deeply do wonder what is next for Donkey Kong Country. When we'll see the next one of those. Yeah, that ending bit is nice. It's true. I wonder when we'll see the next Donkey Kong Country. I think I might have made a prediction at the start of the year. I can't remember now, but I think I made a prediction that the next Switch would launch with Donkey Kong Country. I think I made that prediction. But obviously I'm not going to commit to it if I didn't already do. But if I did commit to it, well, it's set in stone, isn't it? I think we might be coming up on one. It's time, and I am definitely curious whether we'll be going with a full 3D or full 2D. You know what I think would be cool, actually? They should try to do like a hybrid. A game that has 3D parts and 2D parts. I guess that's not unlike Mario Odyssey, but tilted more towards the 2D, I think. In Mario Odyssey, the 2D is very much an unequal partner. It's very much like 10%, 2D tops, which is a good amount of 2D, but also is clearly like more of a mini activity than like the main thing. I think it would be cool if there was like let's say 60% 2D, 65% 2D. Let's say 66, two-thirds 2D. That's what I'd be looking for from a hybrid Donkey Kong Country. Some of the Rocket Barrel levels and Minecart levels in this game are that. Oh, that's true, yes. You're right, absolutely. You do get a little faux 3D. I say faux 3D. A little actual 3D in this game where you have like multiple rails and you're hopping back and forth. It almost feels like more like Donkey Kong 64's implementation of minecarts, except good. Except really good. A really good version of that. Ugh. Speaking of levels that are probably well known, this level maybe is more infamous. Maybe infamous is the wrong word, but it's named Bramble Scramble. It's not as good as the original Bramble Scramble, and that's a little bit of a bummer. What are you gonna do though? I realize, by the way, I'm covering the name of the level when it's loading. I'm okay with that. This doesn't have the same appeal as original Brambles. You know what? I have mentioned Kaze and the Wild Mask a lot this stream. I'll say one thing that's nice that Kaze does. There's brambles like everywhere in that game. Like a lot of the levels have like brambles surrounding them or like fencing them in. It's a nice thing to see like put throughout an entire game as like a major recurring archetype. Also, that game has major archetypes that recur, much in the same way the original DKCs did. It is very much an indie DKC. I recommend picking it up. I did a full playthrough of it once on the channel, because you can totally, if you're like, you know, just going for level completion and not all the collectibles and stuff, you can totally do it in like a couple hours or an hour or two or three. I think I once did a full playthrough of that, like in the car, while waiting for my iPhone to be repaired. Or most of one. I forget. Maybe I didn't finish it quite. I've ended up talking about Kaze and the Wild Mask a lot more than I expected this stream, I'll say. It's just very relevant as the most recent Donkey Kong Country-like game that's existed. That's good. That's really good. I would put Kaze above Ukulele and the Impossible Blair. For sure, like 100%. I would say it's a good deal better. Good deal better. At least the star rating. I probably have explicitly said how much better I think it is. Well, actually, no, I haven't gotten that far in my backlog. But I probably do have a review out there kicking around where I put a number on it. 5 out of 5. And if it's not one of my all-time favorites, it should be. Kaze should be. As good as any other indie platformer. Could be longer, but hey, you know, indie platformer. They're indie. With Kaze, I'll say one more thing of Kaze. This is an alright boss. Can I land on their spikes? No, I think I want to land on their butts specifically. One more thing about Kaze, I will say all the level design in that is really good and inspired, and definitely is just some of the best platformer level design in a... Definitely an example of damn good level design that is on par with the DKC levels. I would say on par with DKC and probably better than, like, Returns in particular. As good as DKC 2, probably not, but like on par with DKC 1-3, I would not hesitate to say, as I hesitate to say that. Let's kill these guys. I like how this boss fight you go through like each of them, right? You defeat one, and then it so slowly whittles down to one, and each phase is very different. Returns has much worse boss fights than this. The boss fights in this game are just honestly as good as boss fights has ever been in Donkey Kong Country. I think that ranking the games would be 3 Returns, 1 Tropical Freeze, then 2 from worst to best, right? I would put 3 above 3. My order would be 2 first, Tropical Freeze, 3, 1 Returns. That would be my order. I do think 1 is the most basic of the games, but it was also my first game of all time that I love, so, you know, there's no replacing that. Got him! Good shit. Nice. Good shit. We beat another world. That means our tries refresh. Looking at my text messages real fast. Apparently, my dad's dog, Dixie, she got out for a bit, had a little adventure. That is the word from the family group chat. Dog got outside. Hopefully in the backyard. Hopefully just the backyard. Front yard, ooh, you know, you could just walk away. Could be lost. Probably just backyard. Probably just backyard. Backyard at my parents' place is big enough where a dog could wander around for a while. And have a good time, you know. They very much enjoy a huge, large forest to wander around in. These dogs, I say these dogs, this dog has never known the limitations of a small backyard, you know, just with enough room to poop and pee in. No, they've had a big forest to explore and wander around and sniff about in. Life has been good for my dad's dog, Dixie. I named her after Dixie Kong. That makes sense. Probably not a surprise, you know. I should have pulled another name from Donkey Kong Country for my dad's second dog that he got, or the other dog that he got. But you know what? I guess Dixie was the second one. This the most recent dog, so the one was right before that. I was trying to think of weird names for the last dog that he had. You know, he picked up this dog. I'm talking about Rex, who died like last year. This was like 15 years ago. This was like last year of high school for me. We were driving to Austin, drove to Austin all the way, and during that drive to pick up, you know, Rex, he was like a pure breed, which didn't end up being a good thing. He was a sickly boy. He definitely had his fair share of medical issues despite the pedigree. He was a Wheaton Terrier. But we were trying to pick up names, and my goofball dumbass name that I came up with was Gorbachev, like the guy with the wall. Call him Gorby. Was my logic. Oh, we have to like hit a switch or something to open up the way, don't we? That did not pass approval. That was very much a no, that's not a good name. No. Too weird. And ended up being Rex, the most basic name there is for a dog. Guess it works though. Hey. My previous dogs growing up, you know, back when I lived with my folks, and when I would call them my dogs rather than my parents' dogs, were mostly huskies. There was, when I was a kid, when I was like a small baby, there was a gray husky called Zeke. When I was like 10-ish, 10 to like 14 or so, not, well, probably like 4 to 14, something like that. More, the old dog for most of my time was a Bandit, who was a great big, was a husky as well. Black though, normal color. After that was Reba. Reba was a husky, beautiful orange husky, and finally was Elkie, who was a another black husky. In my mind, Elkie is always the baby because she was the youngest of the huskies to get taken in. But you know, hey, we had her until she died. So by the end there, she was a full-sized adult. You know, when Rex and Dixie were puppies, she was at the end of her life. Kind of sad. My parents aren't like looking to get more dogs because they're getting on in years, and you know, taking care of dogs is a big hassle. So they're looking to just call it with Dixie the last one. Kind of sad that there won't be another generation of dogs after this. I guess if I want to have dogs in my life, at a certain point I have to own them. They have to be my dogs. And I won't do that until I get a house. That is my my litmus test, my thing. You know, I want a backyard where I could just say, okay, dog, go outside, go take your crap or whatever. You don't need me to be there to tell you what to do. You know, if you get a dog in an apartment, you have to like escort them to the shitting area, which every time, not just when you want to, not just when it's you're doing it as a treat to the dog. Thank you for the YouTube subscription, Gupta. Let me do a refresh on the YouTube activity tracker so I can read the full name off that. Oopsie daisy. I appreciate that a bunch. The fuck is my mouse? There it is. What is that, Aditya? I'm sorry, the font is very small on my preview monitor. It's 6 feet away. I don't think I can read the full name there, but thank you. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the proceedings, the stream. That was a weird... Those are some weird noise sounds. Getting hurt sounds, I guess. I'm just gonna damage boost through. It's fine. One thing about new funky mode is that you do get more hearts, which probably makes it a bit too easy to just damage boost through everything, but new funky mode is just so fun. I think it is always worth doing it, regardless of if you want to be a tough boy, you know, you want to be like a skilled person. I say that as I'm at 2 health, but also we're at the ending. Perfect. I have a feeling we might be able to get through this world. without taking any deaths at all. Wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be something? Times like this, the 5 lives feel like too many. But there's been other times where they've been feel like too few, so no. Let's do Rockin' Relics. Rockin' Relics is a goddamn good level. I guess I'll say this world doesn't have a lot of pits. It has a lot of, like, water at the bottom of the level, which means that falling is harder, and the amount of hearts means that dying is harder. It is what it is. Let's just carry the fuck on. We gotta get the alternate exit for this one, right? But it is worth noting we don't need to get the non-alternate exit for this one. The non-alternate exit is not required. I am now realizing also that the but I have Funky. I have Funky. Funky is good enough for getting the alternate exit. You are right. Typically it would require Cranky Kong, but Funky Kong does the job just as good. Ugh. I'm at 1 heart. I need to start being careful here. And don't just jump right into that spike. See? Funky Kong gets the job done. Ooh. Good shit. Good shit. Shoal Atoll. This level is a bit tedious. A bit tedious going through all the things. I'll say playing as Funky means at the very least we don't have to worry about suffocating. We do have to worry about sharks though, so let's go down and deal with that shit. A lot of little rooms here, basically. If there was one level that I wish I could skip, if I could skip one level in this both games, I would skip this one. It's just really long and also kind of a maze. If we had Cranky Kong, we could beat up that shark, but since we're Funky, we don't have that option. That's the one place where Funky Kong isn't as good as just like all the other Kongs put together. This one case. How about a card? Haven't done a card in a minute. Y'all place outsized import on last. Oh, also I just noticed my key is where my extra lives, my tries left are. That's fine. You can see what it is under the tries left. Just fine, I reckon. This would be a bad one to die on. How long it is. I place a lot of undue import on last times, I'll say. And since I'm moving, there's a lot of lasts that are happening right now. You know, like, okay, I made spaghetti, like the other day, right? Last week. And clearly, I've already packed away my pots and pans, so that's gonna be the last time I make spaghetti at this apartment. You know, I recently, a couple weeks ago, went for a walk down that path that is the walking path for this location. That might be the last time I ever walk that path because I'm going to be moved and be somewhere else where I'm gonna have to find a different walking path. I think about that shit a good deal when it is time for, like, oh, you know, end of a year, end of a this, end of a that, big move. I think that things and go like, wow, you know, like, okay. You know, I want the last thing I do to be a good one. Watch parties, that's I'm sure one that Dan was thinking about a lot as far as, like, one to go out on. It's good to find something of the right thing to go out on, right? Like, okay. Right now, honestly, like, it's looking like the last game that I finish here in in this apartment will either be this, Returns or Tropical Freeze. Maybe not, honestly. But either that or Persona 3 Reload, which I am pretty damn near finishing. I'll probably do that during this whole move. I kind of want to do that before I pack up my Xbox. Finish the old Persona. Since I am at like the final boss right now, the final segment of like a 100-hour game. I put in like 120 odd hours, and it's finally time to do the final. I know it's not really a big deal. It's not really a big deal to think about like, oh, this will be the last thing. It's sentimental, and I'm a sentimental person. You know, I wanted the last stream here to be something big, something meaningful. And that's what I think this DKC is. One. Well, maybe it's not big or meaningful, but it is special. It is one-off, and I think it is very, very cool, and one I'll definitely be proud of. It's kind of weird to say I'll be proud of a live stream. It's a concept that I am happy to have come up with, and I'll be happy with it being the latest non-short video for the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks maybe, maximum. The next time it takes to move and unpack and set everything up. This is a great level. Speaking of like minecart levels that kick ass, holy hell. This level's good. I like this part with the clouds. Like, look at this shit. Those are beautiful ass clouds. A beautiful ass skyscape. And that's not even the real level. The real level is down there. We're plunging down through the clouds into the depths of hell, into the depths, Zelda style. Actually, these are the depths, hey. I guess they're more like Atlantis depths than Zelda depths. Now that I'm looking at them. But you get this cool, like, jumping from track to track gimmick, which is so well done, and results in some very fun little bits here that can't be done in any other level. I feel like if the game had, like, 3 more, like a couple more big swings like this, or hell, like a half dozen big swings like this, and it marketed it as well as, like, Wonder did with its Wonder effects, you could... Right, that was not the one that you jump over. There's one of these that you jump over. It's not that one. A dingus way to lose a life. At this pace, though, I think we're good. Fugu, I remember being a little hard, but not that hard. I think I can do it in, like, 1 or 2 tries. This was the one you jump over. And it's clearly, like, you can see where you would land. You can see the puzzle piece ahead of time. It's not like a... It's set up. It's fair. And here's the big bits. This part is so DK64. But better than DK64's version of this. Yeah, something like this for the next Donkey Kong Country, I think people would be really impressed. I think people would be really into, like, the occasional 3D bits. Either entire levels that are 3D or somewhat of a mix. Maybe it's like an overworld is 3D, levels are 2D, maybe levels just switch back and forth between 3D and 2D. I guess that's very much like Sonic. The Sonic games for a while have done that sort of thing, right? Like, all of them pretty much since Sonic 06, basically. Like, after that, they were like, okay, we need to go back to the drawing board. They did the werewolf thing and the sword thing. I'm not sure the order of those. I didn't play those, nor 06, nor pretty much any recent 3D Sonic. And then they said, okay, we're doing Generations, and it'll be like half 3D and half 2D, and people were really happy to see the 2D back in a game that wasn't Sonic Adventure or Sonic the Hedgehog 4. I love this level. Dark level underwater. It's works really well, and it's just fucking beautiful. I like how it has sort of a floodlit fish situation, except it's, you know, kind of just only for aesthetics, but it's still cool to see. Ooh! Damn good level. How about another card? Go over things that I'll finish by next stream, such as Revolutions Pod, Persona 3 Reload, headphones situation, the move, furniture maybe, hopefully more. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that is going to be finished by the next stream, I will say. To the point where, like, yeah, when I come back, I'll have a lot to talk about. I'll have finished Persona 3. I'll have, you know, moved, maybe gotten new furniture. I'll have finished re-listening to Revolutions podcast. I'm like, I got to the final appendices, which is the final 13, 12 episodes of that podcast. I finished the Russian Revolution. Good quality Revolution. Quite enjoyed it. Looking forward to finishing that up and getting back to my regular podcast feed. Just a lot of stuff is gonna happen in the next week and a half, and I am aware that it's gonna be kind of a logjam, right? When I come back, I'm gonna want to be talking about, like, okay, all the anime have come out, all the seasonal anime have started probably within the next 2 weeks, maybe 3. But most of them will be, and I'll probably have like 24 shows to talk about. Not just the shows that I saw and I liked, but also the ones that I saw and said, oh, that's kind of crap. Aha. I'll have to try to make sure I remember all those also by the time that that's happening. You know, you might get me saying like, oh yeah, I watched that episode. Right, it was the one with the really bad 3D, and it looked like shit, and ooh, I just closed that window immediately. Moving on. You might get a bunch of that. A bunch of me remembering what the fuck I watched over a 2-week period. With the way I like to talk about everything what's in my life, longer breaks are kind of hard. Insofar as, like, yeah, the more I take time off, the more topics pile up. You know? I guess maybe I just need to be more judicious, and also maybe not have a card that says something like, you know, what do you think of some bullshit that's not really relevant, but I'd like to talk about anyway. Save that for the second stream that I'm back. Ooh! Irate 8, quality ass level. This is the one with the big octopus. I think I'm gonna go to the bathroom. You know what? Let me go to the bathroom right now. No point in delaying it. I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna go to break. The VOD, by the way, if you're watching the VOD, don't worry, it'll be an instant cut. But be back in a minute for those watching live. Enjoy the break screen. And we're back. Ooh. Let's keep on rolling. Oh, you know what? Did I forget to do the thermostat? I was also gonna give myself a little bit of cold. One more second. I totally did do the thermostat. My memory is bad. Let's get back to it. For the people watching the VOD later on, that seemed like an instantaneous thing, but I was gone for a minute or two. Don't worry about it. What is the octopus's name again? Is it not Croctopus? I would encourage you to Google it. I love, speaking of like things about this game that I saw and went, ooh, I love these guys, these landmines. They're just like the, you know the guys in DKC2, the pufferfish that puff up and explode? These guys are just like those. Very similar, gimmick, very similar mechanic, where they shoot out little things in diagonal directions. Exact same even. when it comes right down to it. Also, the same music is playing, so it's not exactly the hardest connection to make. Honestly. I need to be a little bit careful now. It's a really cool thing to see, like, harken back to. I sometimes do wonder. Have wondered if it was intentional or not. If it was intentionally meant to be exactly the same gimmick as the pufferfish in DKC2, and I feel like it must be intentional. I feel like this game has a lot of touches where you just have to shake your head and go like, they knew what they were doing. They knew what this would make people think about. That's probably how you want to do a game like this that has a pedigree like DKC does. You know, you want to have levels that sort of harken back to how it was in the original. You know, an even better example of that, a game that's even better at that than this one, honestly, is Pikmin 4, which at times just has parts that are so directly, literally just things you saw before in Pikmin 2, but like better executed and like more solidly done. Croctopus is the one from DKC1. It's not Croctopus. Oh, it's in the level name of something or other. This is Irate 8 though, so it's not. That doesn't have anything to do with it. I would suggest you Google corn is good for you. If you could Google and tell me, I think that would be quite interesting. He must have a name. I mean, I guess not every octopus has a name in real life, but this is fiction. He has a name. I assure you. I'm gonna dodge that. There's a certain point where it's better to just keep moving rather than worry about taking hits. I say, and then I run into several close calls. No, I definitely need now to not take any hits whatsoever. Yikes. We did it, okay. I like that little finale. That's just so fun that's cinematic in a fun way. That bit there. What is the octopus name? Octopus. DKC. Squidicus. Squidicus is its name. Squidicus. Huh. Squidicus. Go figure. C-stack attack. This level is like a breath of fresh air. Literally, we are not swimming in this level. There's no swimming to be done in this level. I guess it is literally. You get what I was saying about literally? Fresh air, as in I'm not underwater. Haha. Get it? It was a good choice of words. I didn't think about that before I said it. Just came out that way. We get to do some regular-ass platforming again for a change, which is really nice. I do think this world and the Minecart world in Returns are definitely the two worst worlds in either of them. Insofar as, like, yeah, you kind of just have the one gimmick here, which is water or minecarts, and not a lot of variety as a result in the level designs. I mean, they're good water levels, but one after another, come on. You gotta space those out a little bit. I guess one thing that's really smart about Mario Wonder, conversely, as an example of that, is that all the water worlds are in the hub. All the water levels are in the hub, and you can't just do the hub all at once. You have to do worlds between them, you know, between bouts of hub. As a result, I'm low on health. Ah, good. Ah, bad. Shit! As a result, really bad. As a result of that, the water levels are sort of spaced out naturally in a way that I think is very smart. A new Donkey Kong Country game could learn from that if it was like an overworld setup where, let's say it's like the northern... Let's say it's like the Northern Hemisphere from Donkey Kong Country 3. Let's say it's a big open area where there's just like bodies of water between all the worlds. You could totally put levels in the bodies of waters between worlds and have it be a map that you explored by completing levels and doing things. Maybe even there could be some amount of like, ah, you got this item. This item goes with this level. You know, you'll go in this level and you'll be like, oh, there's a door and you need a key. Or maybe something more interesting like, you need a gun to shoot through this. You need like a cannon or something. I don't know what'd be a good example of that. Donkey Kong Country has never really played with equipment or upgrades in that way, but if they did, that'd be an interesting way to like break up a world and make it feel a little bit more exploratory. Hell, maybe you could even make it so that there were multiple ways to get to every world. Like, you don't need necessarily the same items. Maybe you could find like a back door that needs a different set of items. Or no items even. It's worth the damage boost. It's worth the damage boost. This is slow. This sucks. We should be a little bit careful here. We should be very careful here. We have 1 heart. That's not very many. Eh? Oh, it opened a door. It opened a door. I thought it was going to lower the floor. Thought that's where we were at. Fuck. We gotta not run into things. We're getting a little foolhardy here, but it's fine. We have 1 life left all of a sudden. You wouldn't think. Honestly, at the start of this world, I thought we would be golden by this point, but yeah. I'm gonna take the damage boost again. It's worth it. It's worth it. Fuck waiting for those dudes. Yikes. Ow. Fuck. Thread the needle here. Beautiful. I think Fugu is going to be our major, is going to be the real threat. I say the real threat. I'm at 2 hearts. Okay, give me a barrel. Give me a barrel. Thank you. Okay. Fugu's going to be the real threat here. I don't think we got nothing to worry about until we see Fugu. Unless I do something stupid like try to take shortcuts and you know, that require damage boosties. On you know, I mentioned before that I like the Giant Bomb site, and the feature of theirs that I like to watch these days is the Blight Club, in which Dan Reichert and his co-workers, they play bad games. Dan Reichert works for Giant Bomb. It's you know, he also does streams on his own, for what it's worth, if you're wondering. Hey, seems like you talk about Giant Bomb a lot. Big part of my fandom, my of like my adult stream watching life. It was GB and all that. They do the Blight Club where they play bad games, and recently they've been they had a couple of episodes, bunch of streams in there where they didn't make any progress, right? And as a result, it's episodes where they do make progress are cherished. You know, like, oh yeah, you cleared a level of Superman 64, so you never have to do that level again. Oh, thank God. That sort of deal, basically. and they have taken to calling progress proggies. They say, oh yes, you made proggies, that sort of thing, and just say that a lot. And I think it is kind of a funny thing to say, proggies. I was saying something earlier, and I said something ease, very much like proggies, and then I start to explain why it amused me, and what association was going on in my brain, and now I have completely forgotten what that word was that I was saying. It wasn't proggies, it was like, who cares? It's fine. Proggies. They sometimes say a lot of stupid shit. Big hitch there, that's fine. Dan in particular, he likes to use a lot of wrestling jargon. And the biggest example of that is that he likes to say now, he says, for shoot, to mean, for real, basically. Shoot being like a wrestling term for real, for like not staged. And a work is the opposite, is something that is a work is something that is staged, set up, in other words. And he has been having fun making that mean something that it probably doesn't really. I'm gonna try the speedrun strat. Should I try the speedrun strat? I think now I have to abandon this corner. Basically, the speedrun strat is you get into a corner and you just like bop him like several times. And you take a little bit of a damage boost in order to get down there. Shit! And it's worth it because if you it's worth it because you can you know, you get a couple hits fast without bothering with any of his difficult cycles. Damn it. There we go. Okay, we've gotten through 2 phases. We just have to do the final phase, and we've done it. He's giving us a lot of hearts. I think to get, like, the time trial here, you have to use that speedrun strat. You have to wedge yourself against the wall and just hit them, hit Fugu over and over again. Oh. This is a long phase, but I think we're basically in the clear here. Fuck! I took a hit. Okay, hang on. No! I meant to do a spin attack there. Well, that's another round of Tropical Freeze in the books. I think we've made great proggies. I'm going to say that again. I'm not going to explain again where that came from because I just explained it 2 seconds ago. Let me make sure that the returns is good. Yep, looks good. It's like still on where I left it. Perfect, powering on my thing. And let's switch over to returns. It's time for more returns now. We're back to returns. Where were we? We were in Tippin' Totems pretty early on, honestly. This level is low-key. You know what? It's like low-key hard. Especially if you don't have Diddy Kong. Which you don't out the gate, do you? You just have to deal with Donkey Kong's physics. Dear Lord, this is a long way to go without a Diddy Kong. Let's do it. Let's get it done. when we do Diddy Kong, our health adds up to a whole bunch, which is nice. Adds up to a larger number than it would otherwise. Jesus, still no Diddy Kong? 2 whole sections, no Diddy Kong? But while we don't have Diddy Kong, we're kind of shit out of luck. That feel when no Diddy Kong. Whew. Blow in ear. Go through here. Yee. Didn't like the look at that. This whole level, no Diddy Kong? I am starting to see why we died last time right here. It didn't feel good, but it kind of makes sense now, low-key. A whole level, no Diddy Kong. And this is like World 5. It's not that, there's Diddy Kong. Jesus. Fuck! Cock! I get Diddy Kong, I die. What the hell? We gotta get good. We gotta focus. I'll say again, and I'm sure I'll say many times, I do think it fundamental to good design in a Donkey Kong Country game that every segment have a DK barrel so that you start at maximum thing. I think that's kind of true of Mario as well. Put a power-up in each segment. And then if you survive an extra segment, yeah, you get a second power-up, you get an upgrade. It's, you know, it's very clear how it works as far as you getting good and, getting far in. You get your reward by, having an extra dude and having extra abilities. I just started again. It considers pausing to be... I guess if I put my fake 3DS to sleep, maybe it would realize that I haven't been playing for the last while now. Ooh, long shot launch. I think this is one of the best levels in Returns. Actually, I guess I kind of low-key think every barrel cannon level's the best level. I think this is one of the better ones, though. I will say a neat convention out of Returns and Tropical Freeze is that there's now a difference between barrel cannons that destroy themselves or can't be used more than one time, and ones that are, well, I guess actually barrel cannons, did they ever destroy themselves last time, originally in the original Donkey Kong Country? Wasn't the difference between them like there were ones that were automatic and there was ones that were not automatic? Were there also ones that there might have been ones that destroyed themselves as well? Anyway, you got this nice new convention where the ones that destroy themselves have a skull and crossbones on them. It's pretty intuitive. Ooh. Ah. Fuck. I just snorted and now my teeth hurt. Sniffed up real big. Hello, LaRoche. LaRoche Ebrock? LaRoche Ebrock? It's sort of hard to parse on 2 lines there. The way it is on my preview monitor. How you doing? Doing Returns right now. I like how there's grooves. LaRoche. LaRoche? I think I've heard the name LaRoche pronounced before. I have heard the name LaRoche. It's like a French name, right? La Rush. La Rush. You say it like the La Rush. Doing okay? How you doing? I'm doing good. I'm about to move next, next weekend, which is why I'm doing a big old stream to, you know, cap things off before I am you know, not streaming for a while. Usually, if you're new, I should maybe say if anyone's new, my usual thing is I do viewer levels, Mario Maker viewer levels, Mario Maker 2 viewer levels on Fridays, and also some sort of playthrough thing on Tuesdays. Maybe I'll try to sort in some extra streams here and there, as it's been a while since we did like other stuff as well. I like to do other stuff as well. This is another stuff. This is me playing through all of DKC, Returns, and Tropical Freeze. And also, if I die 5 times in a single world, I switch back and forth between the games. Done it several times already. You're streaming my favorite games? I love them too. Donkey Kong Country was my... I said it before earlier this stream, I will say. But Donkey Kong Country was my first video game. It was my first game that I loved. I'll tell the full story. You know what? I didn't tell the full story last time. I just sort of said it was my first. Technically, it was the first game I loved. When I was a kid, I had like hand-eye coordination type things going on, where like, you know, the doctor was like, I don't know, get some hand-eye coordination going. I would recommend video games, maybe. And I was 6, right? You know, I was a young kid. And we went to the store, got a Nintendo 64 and Mario 64, which was out at the time. It was like 97 or so. And I couldn't quite figure out what the fuck to do, where the fuck to go, how exactly to get even the first star. So they ended up returning that and getting a SNES with DKC, and the rest is history. Eventually I did get an N64 when Banjo-Kazooie came out, and I wanted that. Well, more accurately, I saw Donkey Kong 64, and was like, oh shit, I have Donkey Kong Country, I have Donkey Kong Country 2, I have Donkey Kong Country 3, I want Donkey Kong 64 now. Those are like the 3 games that I had on the SNES. That and Yoshi's Island and Mario Kart. And All-Stars. I had 6 games back in the SNES era. Back then, you know, a single game would go for years, you know, months. Not the case anymore, but what are you gonna do? That's getting older. I wonder if that's still the same with kids. Do they just get one game now, and they just stick with it for like years and years on end? The answer is yes, it's Fortnite. Fortnite is the game that they get. People get me vexed when streaming Pokemon games because everyone wants Shiny Hut, all the Pokemon index. Really? I'll say I really enjoy Pokemon, but whenever I do Pokemon, I just I say do Pokemon, let me be clear. I don't usually stream Pokemon. But whenever I get a Pokemon game, I play it through casually, I finish the campaign, and then basically I'm done. I don't know that I've gotten any shinies ever. I don't know that I have. I'd have to think if I've ever run into a shiny and or caught a shiny. I mean, hell, maybe I just don't know the Pokemon well enough, all the Pokemon well enough, where maybe I've gotten a shiny and just didn't notice. You see Pokemon other than the ones that you catch all the time in those games. I'm sure if I had seen one that was a different color, I would have gone at least Googled it and just checked to see like, oh no, it's like a seasonal thing. It's like a, you know, it's like, oh, this one looks this way in fall, this way in spring, it's fine. Or no, this one just has 2 color variants normally. It's not rare, it's not a shiny. Like the slugs. The slugs have that thing going on where they have a color variation, but it's not due to rarity or nothing. You know the slugs? Little slug guys. They have ears. Does that ring a bell? Does that work? What are they called? They evolve, I think. I think they have an evolution. And they have like 2 color variants. One is blue, the other is pink, I want to say. Goomy. Goomy? I thought Goomy was like a worm that evolved into a cocoon form. I'm talking about more like a slug, like a snail. Shellos, I think that's it. That sounds right. Yeah, they kind of don't have a shell, so I don't really know. Maybe they do. Maybe it's like a Yoshi situation where it's just like flat against their back. Did that guy hurt me? I didn't know those guys could hurt you. These, propeller guys. I guess they are enemies. It's from Sinnoh, both east and west. Gotcha, yeah. Does it evolve? What's its evolution named if it has one? I think it evolves. I can't remember. I don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of Pokemon, but I do enjoy playing a game. Gastrodon. Right. I do enjoy playing a Pokemon now and again. Usually just the mainline ones, you know, like when they put out, the last one that they did, Scarlet, Violet. I got Violet, I played through it. I got credits, you know, I did the whole thing in the middle. I didn't do all the gyms a second time. Didn't finish that whole thing, but really enjoyed my time with it nonetheless, and, you know, wouldn't mind eventually finding time to go back and do more, I guess, but, you know, typically I'm just always on to the next thing. Personally, as a gamer. This is the spider level. There's spiders. Okay, good. That only takes 1 heart. I was worried for a second it might be instant death or something. We have 3 lives, which is a lot, I think, to do it's a lot to do this level and also 1 boss fight. So I think we'll be able to get through and go to the next world. Get some good progress going. I am just remembering that we got Fugu on the other side. We gotta go get Fugu on the other side now. In returns, we got to Fugu and then lost our final life on that. Unlike one of the final hits, too. Maybe I shouldn't have done the speedrun strats to, you know, get a quick kill. Maybe that was a bad risk to take with 1 life. This level go have you running from collecting collectibles. Fortunately for this playthrough... Jeez, those guys are loud, aren't they? Fortunately for this playthrough, I'm not holding myself to doing every, getting all collectibles or every level per se. I'm just doing every level that's not a K level. Not one that requires any sort of fancy unlocking. Which does mean a lot of levels nonetheless, I'll say. Mango Ruby Run. I don't remember this one. It's like, isn't it like a caterpillar or something? I think it's like a caterpillar that's like squiggles around. It's been a minute since I played this game. Couple years, I'd say. This is the DKC game I've replayed the least, so I have the least experience with it. Yeah, that's right. Hey, Velocity. Donkey Kong Country and Frozen Island. Tropical Freeze, yes. World 6 is gonna be terrible for a challenge since there's so many Minecart levels. You're thinking of 4. from Returns, and we've gotten past that. We're past that. I'll say we've switched back and forth quite a few times, but I think mostly we've been doing pretty well. We've gotten through whole worlds without switching previously, and we'll see if we can do it right here. Now, actually, technically, I did die in this world. I did switch from this world to Tropical Freeze and then back to this world, so this would be in 2 goes if I do this in 2 tries here. And I'm hoping I do, because this looks like a long boss fight. Any of these boss fights are a bit long, I feel like. I want to jump on this guy. How many times do we have to do that exact thing? Ground pound around. Like, is it just gonna be like 4 times, or is it gonna be like 4 times and that's a phase, and then another 4 times? I wonder. The boss in World 7 is concluding. Sorry about the slowdown, I don't know what happened there. Don't worry about it. This is my first playthrough? No, I just haven't played in a couple years. I haven't played in a couple years. I have played through this game. Like I said, Donkey Kong Country was very important to me. You better believe when Returns came out, I played the hell out of it. It's just been since 2021, I think, since I played this game last. And before that, it was probably a while before. So my memory isn't like the most firm. Also, I'll say, like, if I ever go back and, like, play individual levels from this game, there's no way in hell I'd play a boss fight. I really, generally, don't care for boss fights. Just as a rule, like, boss fights are probably my least favorite part of a 2D platformer. Like, just as a goddamn rule. So, fuck you. Fuck you. I just passed right through his little diddly-doos. Is he going to fuck me? No good. This is no good at all. You have returns for the 3DS. I have both versions. This is the 3DS right here. This is the... Fuck! I have both versions. This is the 3DS version, which has the new mode and also, you know, like controller controls, or button controls, I should say. Not that you can't use Dolphin to do button controls for the Wii version. Just, if I'm gonna mod, if I'm gonna like upscale a version, maybe the later version, where they rein in a few things. Certainly a few extra health points maybe will help with some of the more annoying bosses and stuff, I'll say. That's why I thought Returns was a confusing name, like, Returns of what? The first Donkey Kong Country? Yeah, it is Return. I'll say, I will 100% defend the name Returns. I think it absolutely made sense at the time. At the time it came after Donkey Kong Country was sort of in a holding pattern, was sort of, like, lost. You know, it had been... Rare had been purchased by Microsoft, and it really was unclear what was going to happen to the franchise. Nintendo had done a couple games like Jungle Beat and whatever that were Donkey Kong, but weren't really the same thing as a Donkey Kong Country. They didn't have the same feel, the same vibe. And it was unclear, like, oh, is it always going to be some new experimental thing? Like, you know how Kirby sometimes doesn't have DDD and doesn't have all the thing? Is it going to be like that, where it's just a bunch of weird spin-offs for Donkey Kong Country from here on out, and Returns is very much like, no, we're gonna do a proper fucking ass Donkey Kong game, and it's gonna be good. Cause the Wii will have no World 9. That is true, but, LaRoche, but, we're not doing the K levels, so we're not going to be unlocking World 9, I don't think, right? I think you have to do the K levels to unlock World 9. At any rate, I aim to do both games all tonight, and we're like 5 hours in, so I'm not including the bonus worlds as part of that. I just want to get to the big guy at the end. I just want to get to the ending. Credits. We want to see credits. Back in the day, you didn't know the other country games existed? Oh! Wow, okay. So... yeah, okay, I guess that's a perspective, right? That was before the days... I guess around the same time as Virtual Console becoming a thing, and the older games becoming a little more accessible. I can understand why people wouldn't know. What was up? We finished a world that refreshes our lives. Look at that, we're back up to 5. The temple levels, that's right. The temple levels, we're not doing those tonight. I'm doing every other level except for the temple levels and other things that get unlocked as such. I just don't want to go after KONG. That's just too much for a stream where I'm finishing 2 DKCs. That would also, like, mean that I would have to do all of the KONG in every level in both games, and that is just too much of an ask. Especially with the lives gimmick. Jesus! White! Okay. You know what? Fuck that side. I'll do it on this side. We survived. Because of the lives gimmick, every life is precious, which I think is very fun, I'll say. If you're... if you think that's fun, if you think this is fun, I will say, by the way, for the new viewers or whatever, when I do Mario Maker viewer levels, a lot of each stream is done in the lightning round, in which I only have 5 tries to beat each level that comes my way, so I do this gimmick a lot. Fuck! This is kind of my main gimmick. Well, I say my main gimmick. One of my favorite things to do in the channel. God damn it, 2 lives on 1 level? This is a hard world too. Oh my god. 3! I need to be more careful. No fucking around here. Let's just be very careful from here on out. I told you this level was tough. You remember this world was tough, yeah. These platforms, man, I could really go for a double jump right now. You know, like how Funky has? Oh man, like a double jump would make this a lot easier and a lot more doable. I love new Funky mode. I love Dixie Kong. Cranky Kong's not bad either. Diddy Kong in this game, and Tropical Freeze, look, he's alright, but, and his underwater ability is pretty damn good. But, he's clearly the worst of the... Fucking... He's clearly the worst. He's the one who can save you the least. You really need to be on top of a platform for him to do anything good for you. It's hard for him to save you. I got a bad feeling about this world, folks. I got a bad feeling about our prospects here. Oh boy. Whew. Cranky Kong was finally playable in Tropical Freeze. Yeah, totally. Funky Kong too. I mean, I think Funky Kong might have been playable in the multiplayer mode in King of Swing or Jungle Climbers, but and also Barrel Blast. They all might have been playable in Barrel Blast, actually. But yeah, big thing for both of those characters, getting the time to be playable. And I hope that, I think it'd be cool if they continued having a whole bunch of Kongs be playable come, whatever the next game is. Don't do it like DK64, where it's all, you know, they all can't do what each other can do. And you have to switch constantly. Make it more like an optional thing, like, oh, you want to play as Diddy Kong and get this optional ability? Shoot, go for it. That's cool. Candy Kong was never playable? No, she wasn't. Do you think people want Candy Kong playable? I feel like Candy Kong... Look, I love DKC, but I would probably admit that Candy Kong doesn't really hold up. I saw that you were here, Corn, by the way. I read that message as well. Don't worry about it. I understand that everyone can't chat all the time. I do like to see the messages to know that you're still here, though. 100%. I appreciate it. Appreciate all y'all. Prehistoric Path. I'll say I remember one of these levels being fucking hard as shit. A sequence where you only got Donkey Kong, and it was really hard to avoid taking 2 hits. That said, we are in new mode, so I will have 3 hits. Let's see if that helps. Is this a ride in the cart level? I'll say, one of my gimmicks with this thing is because ride in the cart levels give you only 1 hit, I get myself 2 bonus heads. 2 bonus lives, 2 bonus tries for each of these that we come across. And they get expended first. Roller Boulder? Yes, I think you're right. Yes, exactly. God, that level was a nightmare. That level is a nightmare. We have a bona fide nightmare coming up, and we have 1 try. We have a buffer, Don't do the jump, don't do the jump. Don't bother. There's no point. It's just optional collectibles. Relax. I think you're right. That was 100% Roller Boulder. A nightmare of a level. I like the dinosaur eggs in this world. The dinosaur themes. It's pretty cool. I like that it's dinosaurs, but specifically fossil dinosaurs, not like living dinosaurs. I think that makes it very cool and a little bit flavorful, you know, compared to other dinosaur lands that you see out there that are more like Jurassic Park style, where it's like, oh, there's dinosaurs about. Isn't that cool? This is just like, yo, there's fossils. And some of them are coming at you. I knew that jump was bad. I knew that jump was bad when I made it. I feel like I gotta start just like talking about the tropical freeze size now, because we're gonna be going over there any fucking minute. We have 1 life, we have no buffer. This is a cool bit. I love this egg. Rolling on this egg is very cool. Then you roll on the inside of the egg. What a cool cinematic set piece moment. I think returns and tropical freeze. Ah! Why did you get an extra life back? One rule that I make for myself, Velocity Gamer, is that I give myself 2 extra lives, bonus heads, for these minecart levels because it's 1-hit death. And I think that's kind of bullshit, especially compared to Tropical Freeze, where it's not. Where they figured out that was a bad idea, and they gave you hearts. That said, that was the final life. I was gonna say that cinematic level design, I think, is like the major innovation that Returns had over the original games, where that sort of like set piece cinematic type bullshit really hadn't developed. You didn't have anything like Call of Duty out in existence as a reference point for like, oh, we got a cinematic sequence here that's all very scripted, all very tight and exciting in a way. Like they just put the platforms in the places that they went, and that was enough. Of course, you can do that with just platforms and normal items and stuff. People do it in Mario Maker a good amount of time. And, yeah. It's now time to switch over to Tropical Freeze. Let me switch over my TV first. Make sure that the game is still going and still going good. I am pausing the other one. Perfect, we are good. Tropical Freeze. Tropical Freeze. We're back in Tropical Freeze. We have our lives refreshed. We're fighting Fugu. Fugu face-off is the level. Because the lives refresh when we finish a world, it doesn't really matter how many tries we do on Fugu now. So I'm gonna take at least one to do the bullshit strategy. I'm gonna get behind Fugu and, oh crap. And do this shit, you know. And try to do it. Come on, come on. Damn it. That was close, that was close. Let's just go for the... Perfect, okay. You've never seen this, actually? You've never seen Fugu? Oh. Fugu is the World 4 boss. The crabs are the best boss in Return, says Velocity. I'm sorry, I'm kind of preoccupied. I can't read chat as good right now. Hard to read chat just right now. Yeah, from World 2. Yeah, I didn't miss much. Okay. Boom. Let me think. What's the best boss in Returns? I don't know. I'll say I'm not the biggest fan of Returns bosses myself. We said earlier that the owl was the best boss in, I said earlier, and also Korn in the YouTube chat agreed with me. I said that the owl is the best boss of Tropical Freeze. Scowl. The owl. Let's kill this. That's not a vulnerable spot right there, right? Where his fin is. There's still spikes protecting it, right? This part here. Well, I missed, so I guess we'll never know. And then I hit the spike. This same spike I hit the same way last time. And again. Woo! One more hit. K-Rool and the Kremlings took retirements. Something like that. I think the idea was that Nintendo told Retro they should probably be original. They could come up with something new. I would rather that they didn't. I'd rather see the Kremlings again after so many years, but I bet the next time Donkey Kong comes out, we will see the Kremlings back again, back in the saddle. You've never known the strat about getting behind them? Yeah, if you watch any of the time travel things, the time trial things, you'll see a strategy like that where they just do that for all 3 phases, I think. Like, let me see, what's the world record here? The strategy to hit him, I see. Well, we already jetted out. 1 second, let's double back. Let me see, what's the... extras? Oh, you have to hit... Not start, you have to hit A, and then time attack, and then leaderboards. Yeah, you could do it in like 36 seconds, that whole boss fight, just by doing that strategy all 3 rounds, basically. It's pretty good. Or maybe, is Cranky Kong just able to hit him on his spikes with his cane? I don't think he can. It was so sad we got one playable animal in Return to Tropical Freeze. Totally, yes. That's the playable animal that LaRoche is talking about, Velocity. The rhino, Rambi. In the previous games, there were like a bunch of them. There were like 5 per game. And I'll say, if you're looking for that, let me shout it out one more time. Kaze and the Wild Masks sort of has that. It has Squawks levels. It's an indie Donkey Kong Country-like. It's really good. It's really very good. It has DKC 2 style minigames even. Bonus games. Except you can just hit retry to retry them, which it turns out is a pretty good little quality of life addition to it. Squawks got reduced to a puzzle fight. Oh yeah, I forgot. I kind of forgot about the item thing with Squawks. Yeah, that's sad. I mean, in the first game, Squawks wasn't that big of a deal either way, you know? He was just sort of a, he just sort of lit the way, right? So I guess I could see coming from that going like, okay, well, let's give Squawks a minor role, but Squawks really had, was really beyond just being a side minor thing as of like 2 and 3. Returns was a little bit of a digression, or a regression. A little bit of a regression from the heights of the original 3. From 2 especially. But also, it's with Tropical Freeze, I'll say, they got back to nearly as good as it has been. What about Ostrich? Yeah, she was there. I'm okay not having the Ostrich from the original DKC, you know. I'll say like she was not the best. Rattly, I think the partners were the best in 2 and 3. With Squitter, with Rattly was the best version of a jumper. You got Ellie, and I do think Parry the Parallel Bird was just a very fun idea. Underrated idea. People should bring back a Parry the Parallel Bird type conceit. More Parry the Parallel Bird is what I want in life. Espresso is the name of the ostrich. Ramby, Unguard, Squawks, Winky, Espresso, Squitter, Clapper. I'm naming all the animal buddies. Apropos of nothing, by the way. Harry the Parallel Bird, Ellie, am I forgetting anyone? There's technically different colors of Squawks, who you might consider to be different characters, named things such as Quawks or Flapper. If you use the fanon thing is to use the names from the quiz that Swanky Kong gives. Oh, actually, I think they eventually did officially name those birds. It's Squawks and Quawks, isn't it? Yeah, I think that's canon now. Squitter is the spider. Squitter is the spider. Clapper is the seal. I said the seal. Goddamn, I hope when they do a game again, put animal buddies in it. Again, I'll say Kaze. I'll shout out to Kaze. Kaze and the Wild Mask has the whole conceit of the game. The reason why it's called Wild Mask is because you get masks that transform you much in an Animal Buddies type way. If anyone buys Kaze and the Wild Mask because of this stream, let me know. I'll be very curious. I mean, I am very curious. And I will continue to be very curious. It was like 20 bucks when I got it. Might be lower now. It's a very good Switch game to play. You know? I wish Mario Wonder had a time attack mode. Apropos of nothing, I know. They should put a time trial mode in Mario Wonder. I don't know if it's too late to do that, but a little bit of DLC, a little bit of a free update, I think that'd be cool. Majora's Mask and Link Between Worlds, have I played them? Majora's Mask is one of my top 5 favorite games. I love it. I have played Link Between Worlds as well, it's very good. I played Link Between Worlds on stream. I think most of that is preserved. That was, I played that, like, right before I started saving VODs to YouTube. So, most of that playthrough is still on YouTube, other than, like, the first 3 dungeons. The first set of dungeons, like, before you go to the Dark World. And, like, one of the Dark World dungeons, I think. I really wish I had saved that whole thing. If nothing else, just having the archived, like, saved VOD start with just part 4 of Link Between Worlds, kind of a bummer. You never played a single Zelda game? I would recommend them. Try, what's the best Zelda to start with? I guess just start with the most recent 2. Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. But I'll say, like, the other ones are very different, so, you know, if you want to try a 2D one, I would recommend Minish Cap. It's on GBA Online if you have that. For the N64 ones, I started with Majora's Mask and I liked it, but I understand it might be an acquired taste and something that is hard to get into first time. So maybe Ocarina, maybe Wind Waker. Those would be the 2 3D ones I could maybe recommend people just go into sight unseen. I wonder what people make of Ocarina now going into it. As, like, you know, adults or, you know, 20 years later. I think one of the best bosses is the Double Team Monkeys. That is a very good boss. This game has quality bosses. Tropical Freeze does. They did a goddamn good job. I do this thing called cards, and I occasionally will pull a card and talk about what's on it. I still have a couple of them, so I'm going to pull one real fast and read what it says. I'm kind of in the mood for some randomizer stuff when I'm back from moving. By the way, that's a whole thing. That's reason why I'm doing this stream. I'm moving next weekend, so this will be the last stream in a while, in like a week or 2 or 3. We'll see. But I'll say it's been a while since I did a randomizer, and I could really go for one right now. I'll say in the past, the randomizers I've really gotten into have been like Paper Mario Randomizer. I like Minish Cap Randomizer a lot. I like DKCTF Randomizer. And what's the last one? Metroid Fusion. I got into Metroid Fusion Randomizer. Those are the 4 that I played the most. I've also played Metroid Prime 2 Randomizer. I tried a Pokemon Randomizer once. Didn't quite do enough to make me like want to go through a whole Pokemon campaign. You know, Pokemon campaign. That's kind of like a whole big long thing, right? So to go through that, it's a bit much. I prefer a randomizer that you can do in around 5 hours, maybe. I've done the Majora's Mask and Wind Waker. Never played Hogwarts Legacy, LaRoche. No. I've done Ocarina of Time Randomizer, speaking of Ocarina, and Majora's Mask once. I have been thinking about trying Wind Waker Randomizer, maybe. I think that'd be a fun one. Another one that I'd like to do is, I've said that I'd like to do Metroid Dread. And now that I have a, you know, especially since now, for the last, I got a new computer, like, at the start of the year. So now I have, like, a strong enough computer to do Metroid Dread, I think, and stream at the same time. So, I am thinking Metroid Dread. I did watch a video right before I started streaming today. I watched Linkus. He's like a Wind Waker streamer who sometimes does other Zelda-type content. Zelda speedrun type content. He did a randomizer for Link's Awakening. Link's Awakening for the Switch. There's a randomizer of that now, and it does look pretty good. I found that game to be kind of confusing to navigate. That was kind of my main problem with Link's Awakening, and how much stuff was like, oh, you need to get like this bullshit and take it here. But I think with a tracker and like a more open world style of proceeding, it's a thing. You have Mario Kart 7 and Mario Maker 2? Oh, well, LaRoche, let me tell you. Mario Maker is kind of my main thing. I do that on Fridays when I'm not moving. When I'm not currently moving, so don't expect it this Friday, next Friday, and maybe not even the Friday after, we'll see. But at the very least, the Friday after that, I should be back. I should be all set up. I should be all unpacked and stuff. Give me a platform. And you'll see some viewer levels. If you have viewer levels, I'm your, you know, I don't want to say I'm your streamer because there are a lot of people who stream Mario Maker viewer levels, I'm pretty sure. But you like Mario Maker, like, yeah, come on Fridays, give me your levels. That's not right, you know? Okay, I did a hotkey real fast. Let me redo that. They missed. You missed. Okay, hang on. Here you go. Let me okay, 41 seconds and I'll just do one for free for you because I guess I moved my camera before TITS was open and as a result it didn't know where I was. My bad. I didn't think about that when I moved my camera before the stream. Always need to make sure TITS is open. That's the thing that lets you throw Pikmin at me. You were thinking Minish Cap or Majora's Mask? Yeah, those are both ones I would recommend, Velocity Gamer. Ocarina of Time is probably more approachable than Majora's Mask, honestly. But you can't go wrong with either game, I think. I mean, some people have trouble with Majora's Mask insofar as... Ah, that's me, I did this! Ah, oh, no! There it goes, there, now we hit. People have trouble with Majora's Mask insofar as... We have to go through that again and get the hidden ending. And get the alternate path to open up the level. I should have got the alternate path because... Whatever. Would have saved a little bit of time. No matter. Don't mind. What was I saying? They get hung up with the time aspect of it. You have a time limit in Majora's Mask, so you have to do dungeons on a clock. I will say, pro tip, you can slow down time, play the Song of Time backwards, and you'll get double the time, or triple time, or something of that order of magnitude. I forget how much, but it helps a lot to making it more doable, I'll say. This world is really cool. I love how all the, like, it's like a factory world, but it's not just a factory world. It's different from a normal factory because they're, like, pulverizing fruits. It's almost a more naturalistic take on a factory, which I think is just really damn cool. Breath of the Wild was such a huge success at the beginning of Switch. Yes, it absolutely was. I'll say Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, those are two of the best games out there. And if I'm being honest, I do think that Tears of the Kingdom has a chance of like, topping Majora's Mask for me, personally. In the long term, once I have time to think like, oh, is that really what I want to do with my list? Ah. Imagine the GS Ball was dropped from Pokemon Season 3. It's been a while, I can't remember. Season 3, was that still Johto? I'll say, as far as the Pokemon anime goes, I had stopped watching after Johto. I was just of that age where it was, where I felt self-conscious, and also, part of me does think that, hey, Corn, on the Twitch side now. Oh, I see what you said over there, yeah, all the polar bear guys' popsicles. You're here to, give your recommendations? Yeah, Johto, okay. The GS Ball, was that related to, like, the legendary Pokemons in that one? It's been, like, 20 years since I saw Johto. I think at some point I tried to rewatch or watch some of Kanto. I'll say of Kanto, of the first season. I got to a certain point, right? And then there was the episode where you had to read all the subtitles, and I just realized, like, oh, I actually don't want to do this one because I just want to have this on in the background. I don't want to actually, like, have to actively watch, which, sort of put the brakes to my whole plan on watching it. Probably shouldn't have done. Probably should come back. Please come back. Hey, came back. No death tonight, today, whatever. Cerebi. I don't remember what the deal with Cerebi was. I did mention watch parties earlier, and I did mention that I did a watch party of Pokemon 3, the movie. Remember Pokemon 3, the movie? The third Pokemon movie? What a weird name, Pokemon 3, the movie. I watched that as a Twitch watch party a few years ago, and that's the last, I think, the last time I watched a Pokemon thing. So excuse me if I'm not, like, super fresh on it or anything. I barely remembered that's what happened in that. Okay. I survived. Foolish thing to do, I know. I barely remembered anything about that movie before I rewatched it. I forgot that Entei became dad. Entei was dad, and the unknown were... I barely remember now, honestly. I just remember Entei was dad. The daughter had something weird going on. And we're about to be flung on this, this hive. This is a really cool level. I took this as a reference to the beehive levels in DKC 2. Did y'all also do that? Probably an easy connection to make. Would have been even easier if it had the music. They should have had the music. That's what they should have done. Just realizing that it's applauding me every time I finish a level. That's fun. Entei and the Unknowns. Yeah, that was the one. That's the last one I watched. It was like 3 years. It was like a couple years ago. Year and a half ago, maybe. I forget. First watch party I did. I also did Bad Grandpa and fucking, what was the third one? Oh, Jackass Forever. Very different movies from Pokemon 3. This is another one we'll have to do twice on account of the hidden exits. In this case, there's no getting out of it on account of the fact that the two exits lead to different places. There's a lot of randomizers. Going back to the randomizer thing real fast. There's a lot of randomizers that I could play. I am definitely curious in finding a nice one. Or I could just do some Paper Mario randomizer. That is always fun. It's been a while since the last time I did, and they probably have a bunch of new features now that I would like to check out. Oh, right, I'm immune to spikes. Good. You hate the secret exits? I can understand that. They're not really very DKC style, are they? But I think they're fun enough. They're interesting to find. I think just a branching path would be a little cleaner for my taste as well. Then I could just, especially for this like playthrough, right? I could just do each level once and it would make sense. Rather than having to go back through multiple levels, the same level multiple times. A very Mario thing, and I do think part of what makes Donkey Kong Country is that it does do things differently. Differently from Mario in a lot of cases. And that's fun. I am really low health. I'm pretty sure you don't get a Kong barrel here. This, I think, was one of the big parts where... This was one of the parts of the game where you just had to survive on 2 hearts, or how many hearts Donkey Kong had. Also, if you were going for KO and G, you had to go past that shaft and do this part twice. Ugh. Hellish. We have one health. We might... Speak of the devil, we lost that life. We might lose a life, is what I was gonna say. I I'm now feeling a little more willing to damage boost now that we have 5 health. But, maybe that's foolhardy. Maybe that's foolish. I do wonder, you know, I've said a lot this stream, I do wonder what happens next for DKC. If it's gonna be like for Switch 2, if they have one waiting in the wings. I have to hope that sometime this year we'll see another DKC. But also I feel like people have been saying that, people have been hoping that for the last 3 years, so, you know, let's not count our chickens. I imagine it had a much marathon level in Tropical Freeze and you had to redo the level after doing the secret exit. I think the most frustrating one is the auto-scroller that you have to do 3 times, which fortunately we are already done with. It's gonna be hard to top Tropical Freeze, I agree, but at the same time, I don't think Tropical Freeze did the numbers they were looking for, so whatever they do next, they gotta impress more than Tropical Freeze did, which Tropical Freeze is an impressive game, so what the fuck? Was that not good enough for sales? Is probably what they're thinking. That's why if I have my money, it'd be on something that's more 3D. Maybe not entirely 3D, but at the very least partially 3D. It's because it was on the Wii U. Which version came out? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe because it was a port, it didn't quite get the, you know... I mean, some of the ports that came from the Wii U are some of the Switch's most successful games. Like, you talk about stuff like... the new Super Mario Brothers must have done okay, right? 3D World must have done pretty good. I guess a lot of them, they did, like, more substantial upgrades than just Funky Kong, though I'll say new funky mode. Damn it! I'm being too gung-ho. You think that new Super Mario Wii U wasn't the best console because of the launch games? Was New U? I don't know. I think New U is a pretty solid game. I really... Was that launch? I don't remember that being launched, but I guess if you're saying it's launched, it must have been launched. I like New U. I think it's probably the best of the new series. Though, obviously, like, now that we have Wonder, that's a Mario game. That's a Mario game with ambition. You know, really makes New U look like a unambitious, very boring game, which it kind of is, but also it's fine, it's fun, it has good level design. It's just, they had just launched Super Mario Brothers New Super 2. Oh, I feel like New Super 2 was just like... If we're talking like bad, like new Mario games that didn't quite work, that's probably the one that did the worst, right? The 2? That one just had the coin gimmick, and it wasn't really a great gimmick. People were not that hot on 2, I don't think. Okay, we're gonna remember to go for a swim now and get to the secret exit. Fantastic. Happy Easter, by the way, everyone. I did... I'll say, when I scheduled the stream, it was specifically because of my upcoming move that I scheduled it on Sunday. You know, both to give myself plenty of time to get through these 2 games, and also to ensure that I had enough time to pack up everything. More than enough time, really. You don't need that much time to pack up just a couple of microphones and TV and all that shit. I guess I'll pack up the preview monitor as well, because without streams, I don't really need a second monitor right next to my television screen that I can read chat off. That's part of a... It's not really as needed without streaming. Where are you in returns again? Cliff. Cliff. We are in Cliff and Returns. You could call it... This is gonna be terrible. This is gonna be terrible, y'all. Wait for it. You could call it a cliffhanger. That's probably a really good name for a clip of that world somewhere wherein I died. Was that terrible? You're getting pretty close. Only 5 worlds to go. Yeah, I think I've gotten... How many worlds are there total across the 2 games? We got 1.5 here. There's the cliff, there's the factory, there's the volcano. Is that right? Am I missing one? Am I missing one in Returns? Cliff, factory, volcano? Bonus world's not counted. Bonus world's not part of this. We're just doing the main any percent, though I am getting every level along the way. I haven't gotten every Kong letter, so it'd be impossible to switch that up now. It basically involved replaying most levels, which, look, that's not gonna happen. I'll say the bonus levels, they can be really good. I bet they would be really hard with this 5 lives gimmick. I'll say, if any level is going to be a challenge with 5 lives, and that's it. It's gonna be those levels. 8 worlds and 6 in Tropical Freeze. Yeah, we're getting down to it. I feel like all my favorite levels in this game are a lot of my favorite levels are the barrel blast levels, but we're about to go to one such barrel blast level, and I gotta say, I really like this level. I really like Jammin' Jams. Probably one of my favorite factory levels overall, even across the series. I love the factory beset by a storm, and also you're doing barrel cannon stuff. And yeah, the music is good too. It is indeed jammin'. There's like a storm in the background, there's lightning flashes. And not like the flashy lightning that's like right in front of you, like realistic lightning, where it's just lighting up the cloud bank. Ugh. They do some good stuff in this game. Like, the atmosphere is so fucking thick. And I'll say Returns also is beautiful. This game, though, takes it to a whole nother level. Insofar as it's beautiful and also creative. Rambi-based level? I don't think there's a Rambi in this level, no. Is there? The Avalanche level from World 6? Ooh, yeah, that's a good one. One of the best silhouette levels, I think, yeah. I might put Busted Bayou above it. I might put Busted Bayou above it as far as silhouette levels go. If only for the music. But it is an extremely good level. And I think a perfectly good 3rd silhouette level. You know, 3 silhouette levels in a game, I think that's a perfect number. Again, I just love this organic factory, jungle factory. That is just such a cool concept. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like it in a video game even, let alone in Donkey Kong Country. Just goddamn creative. Am I going to die here? No. Unless... No, still no. Rambi level is the one where you play inside the storm. Oh, yeah, right. The lightning lookouts type level, yeah. I more associate that one with the lightning than the Rambi. But yeah, you do get Rambi, and he's a big part of that level. Man, the roll jump is so good in this game. You see that? I just jumped over an entire sequence. Fuck that sequence. It's gone. Rear view mirror. Man. Feels so good. Feels so good. We got 2 levels left here and 2 lives. Frosty Fruits, I think, is a fantastic level. Let's do it. Let's get this done. And then we just got a boss. It is the first snowy level. You are right. A very important development in this game. Going over to the snow. Good voices. Good voices from Funky Kong. I like how you slide here. You get like a pinballed. You get like launched and then you just have to slide. It's pretty cool. This level definitely sort of inspired my own ice level in Mario Maker. Burberry Bounty. That level was definitely inspired a bit by this one. All the sliding and ducking under things. Very much gave me ideas about how to approach ice. A pure ice level in Mario Maker. I don't think, looking at it now, it's like all that similar, all things said, but definitely got a couple pointers about how cool it was to slide under things in an ice level. And let momentum carry you. Pinball boost, that's right. Exactly, just like in pinball. Never played much pinball. Never was much for physical arcades. That's sort of a thing that wasn't really that popular by the time I was of age. I guess Mortal Kombat was around the time I was a kid. But I didn't really go to arcades ever. I had systems at home. And, I guess that's where most pinball happens as well. Never played much physical pinball. Played a few pinball games, like, there was the one that was included with Windows for a while. Played that. I played that, Yoku's Island Express. That's a pinball game. Really good. Really good one, too. Boss of World 5 here. We beat him. We refresh our lives. Let's do it. And then we're on to the last world of Tropical Freeze. What happens if we finish off Tropical Freeze and we still have returns to go? I don't know. I'll think about that. Maybe we'll just keep count of the lives or something, but we won't actually have another game to switch to, so we won't be switching games so much. I mean, I could pull up another file if we were to finish. Oh, you can't jump on him. You can't jump on him. You need the. I could pull up another file and do like one of the hard levels, 5 tries style, and then if we do it, we do it, and if we don't, we go back to the other game anyway. In either case, we would go back to the other game after doing like Bopopolis or something. That sounds like an okay punishment. Yeah. I'll say if that happens for 3D World, or for, jeez, Returns 3D, I don't have access to those. I don't have those unlocked in the copy that I have on my fake 3DS. It is a new file. It does not have access to any K levels. So let's finish this one first. How about that? I like this boss. It's not the best boss, but I do like this big polar bear guy. He's cool. I would say maybe in terms of this game, he's sort of in the mid-tiers, but he's good. He's certainly better than anything in Returns. I'll say that. But also, all of Tropical Freeze's bosses are better than in Returns. Can we bounce off his hammer with our surfboard? Hey, buddy. Nice. I got cards. Let me do a card real fast. I got like a few more of these. These are basically just things, cards that I pull up, and they have things on them that I want to discuss this stream. A shout out to y'all. Oh yeah, that's the last card. Shout out to y'all. I appreciate the support, the follows, the likes, the subscriptions, Twitch or YouTube style, either or. The likes on the YouTube VODs, the YouTube videos, the shorts have been doing quite well. I appreciate the support, and you know, when y'all want to hang out, I'm happy, and I enjoy it. Streaming is fun, and y'all are a big part of that. You know, it's fun to hang out with the folks and say things and chat. That does make the last card, so now, if I ever want to talk about something, it'll be off the top of my head, or something the chat has, like if you're in chat and you have a question, you can ask me that, and I will answer it, and, you know, that's how we'll make conversation. The cards, by the way, really good way of making sure the conversation pervades an entire stream. That's kind of how I think about them. Here comes the feint. Oh, no, that's not the feint. There's the feint. I mean, I could talk more about any number of things. I got the big move coming up. I'm going to be looking for furniture for the new place. There's a lot to talk about right now. I mean, I already talked about some of these things at length because they were on cards, but, you know. Who wants to hear about dining room tables? Fuck. Woohoo, that's a weird sound to make. You like how he turns purple? Me too. The fruit juice gimmick of this world is fun. How there's just like fruit juice everywhere. Lives get refreshed. World completed. We're on to the last world. Let's go. Let's do it. You know what I'll say? I'll say this. If 3D World were to be the one that were to be finished first, we would do that. We would do the K levels from Tropical Freeze still, because those are the ones that are available to us. So we would switch levels, but not games at that point. That is the one box where it's actually the Kong's fault for the fight starting. Fuck. That's true. He is sort of aligned with the guys who stole our home, though. Our homeland, which, by the way, you can see, hey, this is where we were earlier in the stream, on the DKCR side. Over there in the background is the first level that we played tonight, today, all that. And now it's the last level. Isn't that neat? I do think this is probably the best executed, like, plot, I guess. Plot? That's a weird thing to say, but a plot just told through the level progression, right? Like, you think about DKC 2, right? Where the progression is you are slowly advancing up K. Rool's Island, the Crocodile Isle, right? To save Donkey Kong, right? This is sort of a similar thing where you're like kicked out of your home, but as a result of your home being under threat, it ends up being the last world is your homeland, but you can barely recognize it, and it's goddamn cool. I also like how each level is like a different archetype from the original game. It's fantastic. Let's speedrun strats. Haha, worked. That wasn't quite speedrun strats. I think speedrun strats would be to have not done the first one and just jump directly, but close enough. It's kind of new Super Mario Bros. U. That is true, yeah. Multiple of the new Super games have Peach's Castle be the finale. I guess it's not that unique. Just unique for Donkey Kong Country. Seashore War is a great one. I love this. This is good music, and definitely shows the range that they have. That David Wise brings in this. This is sort of a sad ballad, deep and rich. Can you just say the new Super Luigi DLC is awesome? Oh yeah, it totally is. I did a full playthrough of that, last year. I'm pretty sure. On the 4th of July last year, I did a big long stream where I played through as many Mario games as I could. I had a whole roulette situation, a whole like spinner wheel, and I spun a wheel and then I played the game that came up, and I used as many shortcuts as I could to get to the end as fast as I could. And I did like 7 of them. I think 7 or 8 or so. I will say, is this foolhardy? Looks like it was foolhardy. Also, I'm dead. I will say, next 4th of July, absolutely doing that again. I'm going to be taking the games that didn't come up. I am going to be adding Mario Wonder, which wasn't out at the time. And also, I think Yoshi's Island will be added to the thing. I was thinking actually Yoshi's Island and Yoshi's Story. Let's add both. Let's put both up in that stream, and that'll be fun. Yoshi's Island and Mario Wonder probably are a bit long, you know, insofar as a lot of the other Mario games you can do in an hour or 2, and that makes it easier to fit in like 5 of them into a single stream, but I'll say this, we're gonna start with Wonder so that I don't end up starting it right before the end. So the volcano in World 8 and the snowy world in 6. Yes, there's 2 extra worlds in Returns. I'm not sure what the level count is. I feel like every world in Returns has so many levels. It probably does have more levels than this game does, I would bet. If someone could check that, tell me if that's not the case. Maybe Tropical Freeze has just as many, just that there's more of them in each world, but I don't think that's the case. I'll say, I do think this is quality over quantity. The levels in Tropical Freeze are like qualitatively better than anything in Returns. They did get a lot better making this game than they did with the first one. We're going through worlds we've already been to now. You know, now we're in the ruins. Remember when we were in the ruins at the other side? Oh, that was like 3 hours ago. 4 hours ago. Something like that. 63 levels in Returns. How many levels in Tropical Freeze? 14 worlds in total. Not including bonus world stuff. Including bonus world stuff, I'll say Returns... Tropical Freeze does have a couple more. Returns 3D does have more than that because there's a whole added world after you finish... Oh, Jesus! Yeah, we needed to take that cannon. We couldn't have... That wasn't the thing to do. You have to take the cannon in that case. I'm too used to, I love in this game just to jump across pits. Sometimes that's not an option. Sometimes you have to take a cannon. Like that time. You know what? I'm gonna take it in this case. Not needed. This case, needed. Necessary. Required. All right. Good shit. Woo! Donkey Kong Island is the name of this world, by the way. You can see the name of the world and the levels and stuff while we're on the menu screen. It's fine, even if you can't see it during the load. I'll say again, probably next time I'm on stream, I'm gonna have a green screen. So, for the first time ever, I'm not gonna be in the upper right or the upper left. Instead, I'm thinking lower left with a green screened out background will be the way forward. I'll still be on my couch, still the same couch. That's not changing. Or in the office chair. That's not changing either. I'm gonna try to have green screens for both of them. exciting times moving is. It is, as I think I've said before on stream, a huge ordeal to move. Generally, you have to pack up everything, you have to think about layouts, but also it is a huge opportunity to do some new things and to mix things up and to finally have an excuse to set up the apartment in such a way that a green screen makes sense. I'll say the thing I said a million times, which is when I moved into this apartment a couple years ago. That was before I did streams, before I had a capture card, everything. So I had no idea when I put my couch here that I would want to put a green screen behind me. And if I did, it would be kind of like in the middle where currently there's a bunch of boxes, which that's fine for temporary. I'll say, like, I wouldn't want to live like more than a couple weeks with boxes in the middle of my living room situation. Well, that might be the one world. There's 8 levels in World 2. Chat is doing math. I'm not sure. Just tell me, chat. I can't. Fuck. Full attention is pretty essential right now, so I can't, like, read every word that you're saying, but someone please just do the count, like, the 2 games. How many per? And you know what? That'd be a great thing to say in the description on YouTube later when I'm writing the VOD. Actually, no, I'd have to discount the bonus levels. Because, including the bonus levels, okay. 57 in Tropical Freeze, 63 in Returns. Wow, that's not much of a difference. That's pretty much all the same. And I do think that the Tropical Freeze ones are good enough, are better enough where they make up for any difference in length. Also, it's worth noting, because of the whole, the hidden exit conceit, we have had to play the, we have had to play the Tropical Freeze levels multiple times, where we haven't had to with the Returns ones. That doesn't include bosses and bonus levels? Okay, cool. I would include bosses, though, so jot that down. I had 6 for one game and 8 for the other. So yeah, there's like a 8-level difference between the two, right? Eight-level difference, not including the secret levels. Including the secret levels, DKCR has 1, and DKC Tropical Freeze. Well, I guess, actually, you know what, I'm not doing the K levels either, so I'm not doing all the levels. The math just keeps getting harder. I guess take 8 levels away from Returns and take 6 levels away from... At that point, you can just go with the totals I said before that weren't including bosses, and just say they don't include K levels. Done. Okay, solved. Yeah, your original factor was, correct if we're not counting K levels or secret levels. Right? I hope y'all like math. That's what we're doing right now. A little bit of math. You know, I'm quite good at math. I don't know if you know this about me. I am quite good at math. Wouldn't make it my whole streaming personality or nothing, but I was in school very gifted with math. My ma's the same way. She has a math brain. She told me as a kid, as a girl, she was like at like a Catholic school or some shit. Apparently one of the nuns that one day pulled her aside and said like, "Hey, you're really fucking smart at math. You know that? You're like gifted and shit." And yeah, runs in the family, I guess. But I got a good math brain, good engineering brain. Also, like when I did the SATs as a kid, apparently I've heard that they've changed the way SATs work now. But when I did them as a kid, I got a perfect score on the math, just without even trying. I didn't study or anything, which maybe that says more about me than it does about the test, that I didn't study, that I just tried to wing it and succeeded. It says more about me and my brain and how I don't give a fuck, or at least in school I didn't give a fuck. Give a fuck now, let me say. It says more about me, maybe, but I have a good math brain. My brain is good at math. Did alright on the others' topics as well. What the fuck is this? That was some dumb shit. What happens if you go to Funky's Fly as Funky? Let me show you. We're out of lives, which I suppose traditionally means that we shouldn't leave the level. But there's a bird. There's a bird manning the shop. You still have Pokemon Ultra Sun and Pokemon X? Cool. See? There's like a fun bird guy. There's a new character. He's a bird and he's cool and he wears sunglasses. Yep, that's very cool. Okay, we lost all our lives. It's time to go back to the other game. Let me just switch over myself. Make sure it's all running. Turn on the controller again. Is that Squawk's cousin? It well could be. Yeah. Okay, we're good. I'm going to switch over. Now, Donkey Kong Country returns. We're going back to it. Alright, we were in the middle of the minecart level. Let's go. What were we saying before? We were talking about, like, numbers of levels and all that shit. I was talking about my math brain, that's right. I have a very good one. I was gonna refresh our lives, we lose one. We have extra lives in these levels where you only get one hit, but they do not replenish when we return to a level after dying in it. It's only when we start it for the first time. Okay? The buffer is gone. We don't get it back. I was gonna say, I heard that the SATs work differently now. Apparently now, if you... It's all like on computers and I'm good, I'm good. Trust me, I got this. It's all on computers and shit now, right? And apparently the way that it works is if you get an answer right, you get, like, harder questions now. And if you get it wrong, they give you, like, easier questions to sort of dial in where you are. Sort of like matchmaking in a video game, rather than, like, the traditional testing system. Which sounds pretty smart to me, like a sort of an adaptive test situation, where if you're really smart, it tries to figure out just how smart. And if you're, like, you know, not so smart, it sort of takes it easy on you, and helps you dial in where you should be. That seems like a real interesting way of doing standardized testing. Oh, I can't believe we lost 2 lives right out the gates. Damn it. Every time we return, it tells us to take a break. I was paused for like an hour. Does that not constitute a break? I feel like I've asked this every time I've come back to this game. Whatever. Waity way. I was asking my ma, I said like, huh, you think like someday all tests will be like that? And she said like, oh no, definitely not. I would like to counterman my ma though, and say, I think definitely. Find your balance? Yes, I will. I think it's quite likely that eventually all curricula, all testing will be digital in nature, and... Shit! All curricula will be digital in nature, and also there will be, it'll be adaptive in a way where it can calibrate where you're at and adjust accordingly. Whatever, bye Diddy Kong, it's fine. I'm sad about that, but not too sad. They use the Arctic music for this, and I think it's a good fit. It is kind of sad, though, that there's no... It was kind of sad that there was no Ice World, though. Ice is just so... I do think that a winter storm is just one of the more beautiful environs you can like go to, and especially in like the original Donkey Kong Country, I do believe that was the case. Like the snowstorms were just cool as hell. That said, this is cool as well. This level, this world. This is the one time they got original in this game. You will definitely hate doing cliff top climb. Oh yeah. There's some bad ones coming up, I know. I remember the one with the big boulders, where you have to walk in lockstep. I am very grateful that I'm doing the new version that has an additional heart, because I'll have like 3 hearts for that sequence. Now, in a just world, where the new mode was not as needed, I would have Diddy Kong for that sequence. And as a result, what the fuck was the point of that? Oh, right, shit. Ah. It's gonna be DKC Returns. That's the last one. The remaining, isn't it? Yes. Yes. That's... I forgot Diddy Kong. I left Diddy Kong behind. Too used to Funky Kong. With his not having to have a buddy. Being able to skip the DK barrels. Bad habit. I'm so sorry, Diddy Kong. I'll see you next level, hopefully. Tippy Shippy. I love Tippy Shippy. Tippy Shippy, probably one of my favorite levels of this game. I mean, it's probably really hard, right? Probably a hard one, but we are in World 6. It's supposed to be kind of hard. I think World 8 is going to be, like, brutally hard. I think that one, we might just need to... At that point, we'll probably be done with the whole, We'll probably be done with returns, right? Maybe at that point we just drop the conceit and just take as many fucking tries as it takes. There's only so many K levels we could switch to in returns if we wanted that to be the thing. The thing we do as a punishment for losing lives after we finish a game. When you say switcheroo, Music Madness or switcheroo? Switcheroo is that level where Foggy Fumes in World 7, people are bringing up their least favorite levels in this game. The ones that scare them. The ones that give them nightmares. Ooh. Hey, speaking of levels that scare people and give nightmares, yeah, there's Boulder Roller. Hello, Boulder Roller. I have 150 coins, so now I have no worries. I could buy myself hearts. I'm not gonna do that. No hearts. No extra hearts. We don't need it. 6 is more than enough. Let's see Boulder Roller. I am committing to Boulder Roller right now. Hog Jog. There's so many levels in this game. We're about 6 hours in. Most of the way through. I will say, I do have work in the morning. But more than that, I do try to keep streams down to such and such hours. We're not gonna go over. It's gonna be fine. Ah, damn it. I can't get up there now. I will manage. Don't worry about me. I stay up late all the time. I will just be very tired in the morning. Also, there was a DK barrel like 2 feet away. Why is that? What the hell? Great music in World 7 boss. Yeah, some of the bosses are gonna be pains in the ass. World 8 boss, perhaps most so. I am dreading World 8 boss. At the very least, I will have 3 hearts and not 2 to fight him with. Even that is annoyingly tight, annoyingly annoying to me. Hopefully we can do it on a first try with the 6 hearts that we start with Diddy Kong in tow. Damage boost, let's go. Here's another topic. I said I was out of cards, and I am, but I'm not out of things that I can talk about. I have been started rewatching Futurama idly the other day. Turns out, I had finished with Season 1 at the time of the last stream. This is the big sequence, isn't it? The big fuck-off annoying sequence, isn't it? Turns out I had, in fact, finished with Season 1 of Futurama at the time of the last live stream, which I didn't realize, but should I have waited? Should I have waited for like a... fuck me. For like a bigger gap? Not sure if there is a bigger gap. We gotta first try this. We gotta first... Yes! Doing this on the first try is essential because if you respawn without Diddy Kong, and it's harder to do this without Diddy Kong's extra hits, or extra hits, depending on how many you get to therewith. Ooh! Ramby level next. We could do that, or we could do this one last. Let's do this one. Let's do them in numerical order, I guess. Maybe. Is this numerical order? Is this not numerical order? I don't know. Been continuing watching Futurama. I'll say, one thing I said last time during the Friday stream is I don't think there is a bad level of Futurama. And I looked through the whole, at least as far as the original show goes. Oh, this is great. We can destroy these fuckers now. I looked through the whole original lineup, the original 5 seasons, and I think that is true. I think there is not a single bad episode in the whole run. Nearly all of them are goddamn classics that at least have some bit that is just got like so much free real estate in my head. I'll say the one that doesn't like maybe hold up for reasons is Ben-Hur, just because like, ooh, well, it's kind of dealing with some stuff and playing around with some ideas that you really do not play around with today. Because we have now come to recognize that there are actually trans people in the world. And an episode about transitions being used as a way to win at sports, like, ooh, wow, that is ripped from the headlines. The headlines from the future that hadn't happened yet. Eee. Have you played Sims Freeplay? Haven't played that many Sims products, actually, no. The Sims are just a big gap in my, oh. Bye, Varamby, you can do whatever. I'm good. Haven't played that much of The Sims, no. I don't think I've played... I'm trying to think if I've played any Sims game. I've never played SimCity. I played... No, that's not true. I played the new SimCity. When they did a new SimCity, I played that. The one that everyone hated. I played that SimCity. I have played one Sims game. Okay. I thought it was alright. I thought it was fine. It wasn't like the worst thing in the world. You've played Sims 4. Corn is good for you? Yeah, just a thing that I just didn't get into. My favorite simulation game, Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. I love Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. Very different from The Sims, I bet. Insofar as it's more about designing roller coasters than it is about, you know, managing people. Even if there are people to, oh, this is cool. I thought I was dead there for a second. Even if there are people to manage, it is, not really that much of a thing. It's more of a very minor system. This is the level with the boulder guy? Boulder guy? What the fuck is the boulder guy? Is there a guy who throws boulders? I assume it has to be the evil boulder guy, yes. If this game had a nice boulder guy who threw boulders and was nice to you, people would talk about him. He'd be like the guy with the hat from Donkey Kong Land. Ooh, you know what? As I say that, I'm gonna say this. I'll say this right now. At some point in the future, we gotta do a stream with this same gimmick. You know, the lives and switching games and all. But Donkey Kong Land 1, 2, and 3. I've done it for Donkey Kong Country 1, 2, and 3. And now I'm doing it for this game, for these two games. Land is, the Land trilogy is just a very natural one to do. Now, I'll say, for Donkey Kong Country 1, 2, and 3, I did 2 lives rather than 5. So I'm not sure, like, maybe we'd do 2 again for the Land games. And as a result, we would be switching, like, all the time. Oh, that's the evil boulder guy. Right, yeah, he is a guy and not, like, an inanimate object. I don't think I grokked that. Or if I did grok it, I don't think I realized that. I have been involved with many Donkey Kong Country fandom. I say many of the one that I have been involved in the Donkey Kong Country fandom. I don't think anyone talks about this big boulder guy. I used to be big on a site where they would take every character from the Donkey Kong Country series and spin-offs like Banjo and shit, and Conker, and even Viva Pinata, which is connected via Royston from Donkey Kong Country, from Banjo Tooie and Banjo Kazooie. Royston is also in Viva Pinata and Grab by the Ghoulies. And they would create avatars on this forum. You couldn't have a custom avatar. They would take avatars of all the characters, and I don't remember there ever being one for that big boulder guy. I don't know that he was recognized as a living being, one worthy of respect. I forget if drones were allowed in the thing. Maybe it was that drones weren't allowed. Only named characters who were characters were. So there wouldn't be like a Goomba avatar. But maybe there would be the Goomba from Mario Party 4. With the top hat and shit. Woo, we're taking chances. I have 1 life! I'm taking chances, y'all. We only live once. Apparently. Yeah, Tippy Shippy. This is Tippy Shippy. I love Tippy Shippy. I think it's a really cool level. I love how there's a bunch of fucking boats on the top of this fucking mountain. That's just so cool. I guess it does have some Mega Man blocks. I forgot about those. That's fine, though. In a lot of cases, we'll be able to jump over them like this. Even at the point where it wants us to go back and backtrack for a bit, we can just go to the cannon directly. Again, we only live once. Let's make the most of it. The boss here is Thugly, right? Ugh, I don't like Thugly. I remember that boss being real goddamn tedious, real goddamn long. Goddamn good level. I love how it looks. It's a beautiful level. Well, those clouds are a little pixelated. Shit! Yeah, I should have roll jumped there and gone for the vine. I thought there would be a platform under me. Foolish. That was a case where the platform would be somewhere else. That is correct. It is time to go back. Let me switch my TV over. Then I'll hit the button, get my Switch controller. Perfect. Okay. Tropical Freeze. We're back to Tropical Freeze now. Let me refresh our lives. Forest Folly. We're coming up on the end on Tropical Freeze. We've died multiple times now. We've died. We've gamed over. We've switched from this cliff world twice already, but we didn't nearly make it to the end of the cliff world, and we did make it through probably the hardest level in the cliff world first try. So I think we can all rest assured and rest assured. We can all be happy with that and satisfied with our doings. I'm taking risks. I'm taking shortcuts here. Should I be doing that? I don't know. I have 5 lives. Okay. I think I could have made that. I could have made that totally if I had moved faster. Hesitated less. Okay, seriously, let's you could sort of go faster horizontally by letting go of your hover, but it's tricky because you lose height so fast. You gotta feather it. It's good. I like the way that Funky Kong works in this game. They did a damn good job making all the game feel good. Making the game feel good. There we go. Thugly has this weird fire attack. Right, okay. I just remember his fight being very, very long and not having that many cases where he's vulnerable. Look at that. Did you see that? God damn, Tropical Freeze is good. Watch a speed run of this sometime. Speedrunners, you know, if you wanted like a specific recommendation, there's some good. You can always go with a AGDQ or SGDQ run of it, where it's all commentated and shit. But speedrunners, they take a lot of shortcuts and preserve a lot of mementos. Oh my god, there's some flashy shit. Damn it! Can I land on one of those? No. There's some flashy shit in speedruns, like, oh my god. I feel like I haven't seen a speedrun in a while, though, because they haven't been at GDQ in a while. Just... fuck me! Damn it! Are we gonna die? Are we gonna... same level? You know what? It's easier to do a shortcut. It's easier to do a shortcut. Just jump directly to the platform. Okay. We gotta get at least a level of progress each visit. Come on. How can we not? I mean, I'll say when I did DKC, Donkey Kong Country 1, 2, and 3 this way, there was levels where I spent multiple loops on. But also I did 2 lives in that case, so it was a lot less forgiving than this. Where I have 5. But doesn't feel good to make no proggies. I'm gonna say that again. For context, another streamer that a big popular streamer, big popular outlet, does some streams where they try to make progress in bad games, and recently they have taken to calling progress proggies. I think that sounds funny, so I think I should say it sometimes. But also I think I have to explain it every time, or else people are gonna think, wait, why are you saying proggies? What does that mean? It means exactly what it sounds like, progress. We're making proggies, folks. Proggies is gonna happen. More people than just Blight Club, Giant Bomb's Blight Club feature are gonna say proggies. It's gonna be a fun thing that a bunch of people say. Do y'all like proggies? How do y'all feel about proggies? When you hear proggies, does it amuse you? When you see good proggies, how does it make you feel? When I say proggies, I of course mean progress, but in a dumb way. Shit! I thought I needed to do a double jump there to hit the thing, and instead I dropped off the thing. This level is great. Hey, you know what I should say? We're on a fantastic, phenomenal level. The last of the silhouette levels, and dear lord, it is beautiful. It is a snowstorm, and is the most snowstorm. It is a snowstorm avalanche level. And it's so vivid, so beautiful, and also it has the, oh god! I didn't realize I was on the timer. Yeah, that's right, we're on the same world as in Returns. This is the same world, and in fact, we're heading back to that world now on account of I lost all our lives. God damn it. That was too quick. That was too quick. Let me switch over my TV. Here we go. Back to Returns. Let's go. Resuming where we were at in Tippy Shippy. Barely an interruption. Barely an interruption. Lord. I'm definitely glad we went with 5 lives and not like 2 or something. That would be impossible. That would be swaps way too often if it had been 2. Like it was for DKC 1, 2, and 3. Honestly, 2 might be too much for DKC 1, 2, and 3. Like, maybe 5 is just the right number for any game that I play like this. This is a fun way of playing games, I'll say, hey. Mind if I ask how you were able to switch games on this stream? Oh, I can explain that, yeah. So, I have Donkey Kong Country Returns running in a emulator on my PC, and Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze running on my Switch, and the capture card is just capturing the Switch. So all I need to do, and the emulator is being captured by OBS separately. So what I have is I have a hotkey on my Stream Deck over here, which is sort of like a way you can make customizable hotkeys. And what it does when I hit the button, it switches a couple of things. It hides or unhides the 3DS layer. It mutes or unmutes the gameplay from the HDMI and also from the emulator as well. It either mutes one and unmutes the other. And also it changes the Twitch game to the matching one. So those are like 5 things that it does, all by pushing one button. And it doesn't refresh our lives, so I need to do that manually with another button. For what it is worth. Let's do it. Cliff top climb. I like this level. It's a fun vertical level. I have a lot of very elaborate setups in OBS to allow me to do the things that I do on this channel seamlessly and hopefully as smoothly as possible. This is nothing though. You should see. There's a streamer called The Windbag, and he pulls off fucking magic on his stream just through OBS. Like, whole elaborate shows that are more elaborate than, like, actual television shows, or actually, like, actual talk shows where they have dedicated people to, like, handle the editing and handle, like, the switcher, right? Like, Windbag, as a solo operation, puts, like, broadcasters to shame as far as, like, oh god, he's a one-man editing crew live, like, damn it. It is a question how he does that. You're gonna go shower? No problem, LaRoche, you have a good one. Gotta shower, gotta get clean. I appreciate you watching so much. We're gonna finish this tonight, folks. I'm gonna say that. I'm not gonna regret it. We're nearly done with one, and the other we're closing in. Definitely will be in the next, oh, say, few hours. With the timestamps, I am wondering, like, for the VOD recording, is it a spoiler to put in timestamps of where we switch games? I think the answer might be maybe, but I might do it anyway. With the previous VODs, fucking. Really? With the previous streams that were like this, I did do that. I did put timestamps in. I did put timestamps in where we have one life, by the way. Hey, fuck. I think we just got like 1 or 2 levels left, and then a boss, so we might be fine. We might be able to clinch it out. Ah! I hit the button. And launched big picture mode again. Big picture mode, stop launching. I really don't need big picture mode, thank you. Exit big picture mode, thank you, thank you. We'll have your stream playing in the background. Oh, thank you, I appreciate it. Enjoy your shower. You like how you can see the boss area in the background? Can you? Let me see. In the background of the level? We can't see it now, but we will do next time. I guess, no. I need to hit the right button. B is the bottom button. B is the bottom button. No super. I'm trying to pause video game. Okay, tell you what. I'm gonna get into here and now I'm gonna pause. Okay. This part of the stream maybe will be marked a whole lot of switching back and forth. No more timestamps for this. Literally half of a level, that doesn't get a timestamp. No. No. Back to Tropical Freeze. Oh, let me do the TV as well. Definitely need the TV. And now we're gonna get past this world on this side. I say confident. Fuck. I say confidently. Refresh my lives. Ah! So many. So many. This was a foolhardy decision. It worked out, though. Fuck. Yeah. I'm just gonna focus. I usually am just chatting all the time, but how about instead, I just do this level and I don't die? How does that sound? Or I could talk about my favorite furniture stores. I love IKEA. I just do. I love to walk around at IKEA. I like to go get some lunch or some dinner at IKEA. IKEA is just very fun to be at, and it's fun to shop at the IKEA. Fucking love IKEA. I do think Nebraska is also really, really good, though. They have at least the Nebraska we have in Dallas-Fort Worth area, they have like a food court, but it's just a Subway, so it's not quite as special as getting some, you know, some sausages. Or sausages? Jesus, that's not what IKEA carries. Meatballs. Swedish meatballs. I was thinking S because Swedish. it's not as special as Swedish meatballs, but it's all right in a pinch. And you know, you can go sit down on a couch for a minute after you eat your food, or a bed, you know, whatever you fancy. Look at some furniture, all that sort of thing. Those are definitely the two that I've had the most experience with and the most liking of. I come to think of it, I've never bought anything from Nebraska. Despite going there many times. The first time I went a bunch of furniture shopping and went to Nebraska specifically, I was looking for a recliner, and I ultimately found this recliner at Living Spaces, which I guess I'll say, for that, Living Spaces ought to be commended, because this was a damn good couch. It's comfy, it's cheap, and you know, it's done me good the last few years. I guess I owe it to I don't owe it to Living Spaces, come on. I should probably go to Living Spaces and look at their dining room tables then, actually, come to think of it. That would be a fair thing to do, given how I've had success with them in the past. Then again, I kind of would like to buy something from Nebraska, and there is that one table that I looked at and I mentioned earlier that is a bit pricey, but if I was going for a big table, a slightly bigger table than maybe would make sense for an apartment, it would be that one. I do think that table will fit, A, I think that table will fit. B, I think it looks very nice. C, I do gotta think about, like, I get a house, right? I do gotta think about, like, furniture that'll make sense in a house as well. And a little small table probably just will need to be supplemented by a larger table if I got a house someday in the next few years, which I would like to do, by the way. That's the iRobot from Returns. Oh, cool. We haven't met him yet, but we will do in some time. There's other furniture stores like Rooms to Go. I do think Rooms to Go has pretty good selection. Oh, we gotta do the bonus exit. We gotta do the optional exit here. Yeah. Exactly. How do we get to the bonus exit here? I forget. If y'all want to give me tips in chat, I don't mind. I've played this game enough where I should know. This is like my hunt. You know, I played it a bunch, and also played individual levels a bunch. So, there's no spoiling me for it. I think you need cranky or funky. That's a good clue at least. You go up above something. Yeah, that's how a lot of them are. Okay. That'll have to do. We'll have to get it from that. I don't really like Rooms to Go as much. I don't think I found... They're much more about sets, and I don't think I like whole sets. I'd rather mix and match myself, generally speaking. That said, I do like the set at Nebraska, which is a whole set, so I guess I'm a hypocrite. I would be fine with that set as a set. That table and chairs that I was looking at. Good factory music, very nice. This is a factory, if you couldn't tell. I don't know, it's just slightly pricier IKEA is what I would describe Rooms to Go as. And also a lot more modest. They don't really have as much of a selection as IKEA does. Relative. Like, IKEA's massive, whereas you go to Rooms to Go and it's just like 3 rooms. Even worse than that, even more not up my alley, is Ashley's, which is like that, but it's like really... It's like that as far as a small selection goes, except it's really pricey as well. Here, we go up here, I think. You don't need cranky for that. You can just roll jump over the spikes. Or do a damage boost, even. I think Ashley's is like Rooms to Go, except pricier And for no discernible reason as far as I'm concerned. I guess, you know, look, I look for minimalist furniture. I look for furniture that does the job, that is simple, that is streamlined. So, like, if I were to point at things in the room and tell you where they're from, I'd be like, that one was from my parents' house when I was a kid, so I don't know where it's from. That one was the thing that the preview monitor is on. That's from the internet. I think I ordered that online. I ordered these side tables online, the ones that are by my couch. I can zoom out. Do I have like all the way zoomed out? Yes. This side table. It's from the internet. I ordered it online. My TV stand is from Best Buy. I have two. Ashley's Bed Bath & Beyond. Ashley's Furniture. It's a store. It's a store. You don't know Ashley's Furniture? It's like fancy furniture. It's like expensive. It's like a little bit high-end. Too much so for me. One desk I've had since I was a kid. The other desk is at IKEA. Those stools are from... I have some stools that are from I don't know where. They're from Amazon or IKEA or something. They're from, like, there's one in the background right now. You can see one of the stools poking out from the side of the boxes. I don't know if I'm gonna keep those stools now, by the way. They're kind of falling apart, and also I do want to get a dining room set up. And if I have a dining room, what do I need stools for? But those are just from, like, Amazon or something, somewhere that sold the basic kind of them. Basic $75 stool that is just okay. My bed is from IKEA. My dresser is from IKEA. My end tables are also from IKEA. The accent dresser over there, behind me, is from IKEA. Accent cabinet, whatever the fuck. The pantry cabinet that I have is from the internet, just from Amazon. And I also have a stool that's from Amazon. And some like cabinets from Amazon. None of my items are from fancy stores, unless they are like, fuck me. We're dying a lot now and switching back and forth between games at a rate where it doesn't really make as much sense to mark them in the timestamps. So there will be no markings at this point in the timestamps. For the first couple worlds, yeah, totally, but not here. Jesus. You have one in Trinidad. I picked a bad time to read chat. My controller on my other game has not even died. It's not even turned off yet. That's how long we've spent in this game. Oh, jeez. At first, we were not switching games. Back to returns. At first, we were not switching games very fast. We were going whole entire worlds without even getting close to dying all the way and losing all our lives. That has changed. But also, for how much longer will that be the case? There's the boss area in the background. I will look next time. You mean like the big pillar? That is cool. I don't think I ever quite realized that. Oh, like the head, the face, kind of looks like a Muppet. Kind of looks like a big Muppet. Do y'all see Muppets? I see Muppet. Big Muppet. Pretty soon here, we're gonna be finishing one of these games. Probably Return, or probably Tropical Freeze first. at the rate of things. And then there'll be a whole, like, extra timestamp in the VOD. And I hit the button too fast there. No, it's good. I got it. I think there'll be a timestamp when one of the games is done. And then that there till the ending. Because then it'll be just one game. Maybe switching for like one level. If I die 5 times, I'll do like I think let's make it interesting. Let's not do... Should I do 5 tries at a Bopopolis type level at a K level? You know what? I can totally do 5 tries at a K level. That's fine. And if I finish it, we move on. We go back to the game that's not finished. Make sense? Makes sense. I'm good. Don't worry about me, video game. What do you think the gimmick of Gen 10 will be? I really like the type-changing gimmick of... Oh, good. We're finally on Thugly. I like the type-changing gimmick a lot in this last one. Could it be some sort of more complicated version of that? Where you could get, like, multiple type attributes? Or, like, change up the types that your moves do? I think it'd be cool. I think messing with types was a good idea, and they should do more of that. Mess with types more. Yeah, terrestrialization. I liked how you could change your type mid-battle for like one of your Pokemon. That was a really cool idea, and I think a great evolution of the Dynamax idea. I say from a casual point of view, maybe from a professional or otherwise more serious point of view. There's more meaningful difference between those two mechanics, but for me... the main takeaway is that, the main takeaway that I have... My main takeaway is that you change types and you could, you know, do the stuff. I like the idea, but hate the big hats your Pokemon wear. You gotta signal the new type somehow. And there's too many types just for colors to be it. Like, they couldn't just tint them green to represent plants. That could also represent, what's another... grass. What's another green type? What's also green? Bug? Bug. It could represent bug. I'm not saying they should do hats. Ah! Yeah, you're right. He does have a fire attack. You mentioned that in chat, people. That was mentioned to me in chat that he has a fire attack. I should have heeded that. Oh, god damn it. Really? You have to attack him on just the right point on his back? God damn it. The crowd got so loud. Yeah, I noticed, right? Sorry about that. The sound has been good like the rest of the time, right? Between sound effects and otherwise. Maybe I should make it so that if it's above a certain level, it gets ducked automatically. That's probably a good idea. I'm not sure like how fast that responds to like changes in volume. Sorry, Not Sorry by Denny Lovato. I don't know music, so I can't, that is, you know that show? You know Westworld? That's nothing for me? I'm messing up the reference. This doesn't look like, that doesn't look like anything to me. It's this attack that's RNG, the meteor attack? Oh, okay. I don't think I realized that was RNG. I lost Diddy Kong, but we have just one hit to go. I'm happy with first try. I mean, Yeah, first try on this boss. We lost 2 lives in the previous... ooh, hey. Got him! What's Westworld? Oh, it's an HBO show that was, Oh, as I say that, I'm remembering. Didn't they take down Westworld? You can't actually see it on HBO Max anymore? Isn't it gone? It's a show that was popular for a time, but is now banished to the fucking history bin, dustbin of history. Some of these sound effects are very loud. It's a show that was on HBO about a bunch of, like, a robotic world where people could run around and roleplay being cowboys. Like, literally, like a theme park. And there were a bunch of robots who thought it was real, who live in it, and are sort of the NPCs that you sort of play with. You know, you're sort of running around being actual cowboys with robots that, you know, sort of act the part. And who think they're, like, actually in the Wild West because they're machines. And it's a little bit high concept. You know, like, who's a robot, who's not. You sort of find out that, there's a whole 2 sides to the show that, I don't want to spoil it. It's a good show, but also it doesn't exist anymore, so I guess if I did, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I only watched, like, the first season of it, I will say. I don't think I watched the 2nd season, and I think there was a 3rd season, and then it was taken off of HBO Max as a tax write-off. I'll say, if whatever fucking law allows companies to delete shows from streaming and otherwise not release shows and get a tax write-off, I would change that law right away. I would say, oh no, that's bullshit. You finish a show, it's out, and you want to just delete it from the service and get a tax write-off? What the fuck are you talking about? That shouldn't be how it works. In fact, you should be legally obligated to keep it up. You should be legally obligated, if you take it down, if you take a show like that down, you should be losing money, not gaining money. Fucked up. Put me in government. I will write that law. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not. Oh, we did a Dune World, you're right. So we got a reset, and then we lost one, we're down to 4. Thank you for the reminder. Sometimes I forget. I forget in the Mario Maker streams as well, sometimes. And I'll only remember when I die, and I get to a checkpoint and go like, oh, I was supposed to reset at the checkpoint. I definitely didn't, so just go ahead and refresh and et cetera, et cetera. Thanks for the reminder. Thanks for the reminder. Yes, we do. Back to 3. This is the first level. I could really use a Diddy Kong right now, you know? You ever have the craving for a good Diddy Kong? Oh, brother. Let me tell you. At least it's not 1. Yeah, we have 3. You can blow to see the background better? What? Really? Huh? Is that... I slipped. Little too far. Little too far. This game, these games, both of them, Donkey Kong has a little bit of a weight. He can be a little bit unwieldy at times, and just walk off edges in that way. I prefer, if you were asking me, do I prefer Donkey Kong Country 1, Donkey Kong Country SNES controls and handling, or Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze retro style handling, I would say 100 times. Oh, look at that. That does work. I would say 100 times over the originals. Well, that did reveal a coin. The original games feel so tight and good. I do love in these games, rolling off an edge and just catapulting through the skies. Like, they really do make that feel so fast and so frenetic and so risky and so dangerous. Like, the danger is a big part of why it's fun. Because you're just like, hurtling through the void, over cliffs, and just making your own shortcuts. You can reveal a puzzle piece as well doing that. We don't need those, so that's fine. We need switches? Do we need switches for this world? I'm remembering there's like a switch gimmick. There's like a switch gimmick where we need to, in each level, hit a switch. I think that starts after this next one. Not yet, yes. Right, we haven't even seen the... it's those three. It's those three at the end, okay. In 7.5, 7.6, and 7.7. Wow, there are a lot of levels to do on 2 lives, huh? It's a whole fucking lot. I'm fine. This jump looks like it sucks. Hey, this is very similar to the level we just played. This is very similar to the level we just played in Returns. Literally the same background, pretty much. Isn't that something? Or in Tropical Freeze, sorry. I'll say, I do think it's really neat in this one how there's like, you can see the jungles through the holes in the factory walls. Like, that is really cool to have a factory with a jungle backdrop. Like, that really drives home how connected the island is and how you're still in the island. You're still in DK Island, despite being in a big, massive fuck-off factory. I do think, obviously, Tropical Freeze takes us to the next level with a factory that is entirely a jungle, also a jungle, literally a jungle factory, but for a more traditional type factory. This is inspired, and I am taking too much damage. These pistons are moving really fast. You notice that? Ooh, look at this, it's a tire, like in DKC. You think that's the only tire in the game? That tire right there? Oh, there must be another tire somewhere. Okay, we got Boogie. Beautiful. Beautiful. There's one in the first level? Wow, you know your facts. You know your facts corn is good for you. You know your DKCR. Wow. Asked and answered. I'm hoping you're not making that up. I'm assuming you're not. It must be in the way that, it's an Easter egg. Must be in the way that it is in the original DKC, where you go inside the cabin and it's, the same. You know, there's a tire and you can get an extra life. What do we want to do first? Which one is the hands one? I like the hands one. Handy hazards, yeah. This is another barrel cannon level, and I think it's a quite good one. There's a part in this is hilarious, and everyone knows it's hilarious. Going to slamming some steel now? Nah, it's handy time, it's handy time. Someone should, I'll say this. Playing both these games back to back, someone should make a mod. I don't know if there's that much demand for Donkey Kong Country Return / Tropical Freeze mods, but someone should make a mod where you can play as Funky Kong in Returns. Or a mod where you can play as Dixie and Cranky in Returns. Both. Let's say both. How about both? All the characters in Tropical Freeze, just take them over and put them in Returns. It would make Returns a lot better, I think. Damn it. I guess Cranky is in returns, but only in the shop. Well, it's true. Playable. You understand what I mean. We have one try left. We gotta make it count. Jesus! I am so glad we could jump there. Okay. We don't want any of this. We want to get on the thing. I like this sequence with the hands, and this part is good. You think like, oh fuck, we're fucked, and then they poke their heads out, and it's actually very funny. That part is so funny. That part is just, mwah. Chef's kiss, a perfect moment. Maybe the one time where a level ends with a joke rather than a cinematic bit. It's like, oh god, he's shuffling them, and there I am. Okay, it's not a challenge. This is just a fun little thing. The one time this game puts in a joke. Here, getaway. We're making great proggies, which I hope everyone remembers what it means. It means progress. I don't know if I'll ever say it again, but it's funny to me. Tell me if it's funny. Say in chat if you think proggies is funny. Is it a funny word? Is it a funny term? If you're watching the VOD later on, also say that. I would love to hear it. Shit. If you're watching the VOD and you got like, what's it, 7 hours in? Fuck! I picked a bad time to look away and look at the timestamp on my phone. If you're 7 hours into a VOD now and you have a thought about proggies, please say so. I'm curious. And thanks for watching so much of this lovely fun stream, which I do think has been quite fun for me. All right, switching my TV, and let's switch to Tropical Freeze. Refresh our lives. Let's go. Again, my controller hasn't died. My Switch hasn't turned off. We've been... Oh my god, it looks so much better. I'm going back to Tropical Freeze, and it's just like, oh my god, it's beautiful. It's so beautiful. It's like my eyes are being treated to beautiful, crisp polygons. Oh my god. Kind of a sight for sore eyes, I say. Returns isn't bad to look at too, or isn't bad to look at either, honestly, but this game is just a beaut. Jesus. You said something about a rocket barrel level? You mean the next level, not this one, not the one that we were on. The next world will take your lives away? Yeah. I remember the last world being a whole fucking nightmare. Very hard levels. Challenging shit. We will try to push through. From Returns, yes, yes, yes. The final level, the final world of Returns is hard. With a capital H. Does a capital H make hard harder? I don't know, but I know that it's hard. Wing ding vibes from that last part there? Yeah, well, it's the same mechanic. Those show up a few times in the game, right? Honestly, like, it wasn't even Wing Ding that had those the first time. It was Secret Shrine? Was that the name of the level? Secretive Shrine? Something like that? It was the shrine level from, Zipline Shrine! That's what it's called. It's a rhyme, not an alliteration. Zipline Shrine was the first level that had the zip lines. They're a recurring mechanic. Wow, there are a lot of the levels on this like thing. Well, actually, no, I think this is the last one of this set. This is a little bit more melodic, I guess. It's kind of funny that these two levels don't really correspond to specific areas of return so much. They're just, you know, I guess they kind of have some ruins going on. Kind of some cave going on. And of course they are ice, so they fit in with that part. Probably wanted to make this world have as many ice levels as possible. Yeah, that's fair. And they wanted to do more than 8. More than 1 per world. I will say there is this K level, which I think is also legitimately a K level from the original game, basically. Or ends with 1. Jesus, we just let our... House Squidicus made a return in Tropical Freeze. He did. We beat him earlier. I need to watch my health. And stop damage boosting, maybe. I didn't realize I was that close to death there. He swam away from World 4? Did he? I thought he got knocked out or some shit. I thought we dropped mines on him. And that was all she wrote. I don't think he ran away. Did he get away? Oh, was that like in the map screen transition when we finished that level? Did he like disappear from the map or something? Oh, maybe that happened and I wasn't paying attention. There have been some cool transitions that have that junk. This is a cool bit. I like this quick cannon sequence. He probably, okay, yeah, okay. Probably left DK Island. Oh, you're right, he did live on DK Island in the first game. He lived at the beach. He lived in Beach World. Huh. And then he went over to the beach. The island beach, the more archipelago-like beach. And that was his new home. Hey, this is the last level of Tropical Freeze. And then we have one last boss fight of Tropical Freeze. And then maybe we'll be focusing on returns more. And, you know, seeing Rambi one last time, that is true. Or maybe we'll die 4 times this time and it'll still be a while longer until we finish one of these games. We'll see what happens. We have 4 lives. This gimmick, the lives gimmick, has once again... I'll say, I'm gonna toot my own horn for a second. I think the lives gimmick for a non-Mario Maker stream has once again proven to be super fun and good. I love the risk and the danger involved in having a limited set of lives, and man, you remember a massive lava wave that chases you? Yeah, I remember that as well. There was also one in a K level, I believe. In this game or the other game, I forget. I think this game. I think this game had a whole sequence where there was like a wall of fire behind you, and you had to like boogie. Was there laughter? Was the lava laughing at us? One... I don't know how, but somehow my double jump got eaten there. I ate my double jump. Returns had the hot rocket level. Did it now? I think there was a K level where there was like a... where you went down a big pit in Tropical Freeze. You go down a big pit, and then you, I'm so impatient. I hope we don't need Rambi. Hey, we didn't need Rambi! Rambi, you're a fucking dead weight here. Seriously, though, we should probably avoid losing Rambi because there are parts where we need Rambi. I'm sorry, my instinct is always to jump, even if it's not the time. 4K? Probably. Ha! 4K kind of sounds like the resolution. But I will clarify. for those watching the VOD later, porn is good for you, or watching on YouTube, said 4K as in 4-K, the level. I guess I could say 4-K. No one says 1-1. They say 1-1. That's how level notation works in games like these. Holy Jesus. Ooh. That was close. Hey! We have 3 lives. We're going into the final boss of the game. Of this game, here. It's time to fight Volcano Dome, as it's called. Lord Frederick is the name of the boss here. The lava completely engulfed the barrel? Yeah. That was close. We should have been dead. We should have been dead, man. Should we watch this cutscene? I bet it's cool. I could use a drink. Yeah, hell yeah, it was cool. He was surfing. I forgot that was a thing. Holy shit. That's great. I forgot that he fucking surfed into this thing. To this boss fight. That was great. I got some commands. It like has helpful information and links to stuff. The fun stuff is all on channel points, I'll say, like as far as Pikmin goes, La Roche, if you're interested in that stuff. It's mostly just like helpful stuff. Oh right, you do like a... It's like a Yoshi's Island situation. We're doing a little Yoshi's Island there. Okay, 3 hits. We gotta do 3 hits. If we do it 3 hits, we finish the phase and we move... Fuck! Okay, no, we didn't finish the phase. We could have done, but we didn't. That was close, though. Whenever he comes down, whenever he comes over, if we can do it in one cycle, that's optimum. There we go, we got him, his ass. This is like the one case where Diddy Kong is kind of low-key better. Diddy Kong is really good for like hovering over and then dropping on him at the appointed time. He is very intuitive to, he makes this boss easier, I will say. Funky Kong's not bad either for this. This boss learned ballet. Frederick's not bad. You know, he's obviously no K. Rool, and frankly, he might never come back again, but I think he could totally coexist with K. Rool, and I would be down for that. Tiki Tong, I don't need. Tiki Tong can be gone forever. I think Tiki Tong might be at Universal Studios Orlando once they open that Donkey Kong Country area, for what it's worth, so I don't think we've seen the last of Tiki Tong. Dang it, we got 1 hit there. That's not good. That's the last... That's a very bad number of hits. We want at least 3. At least 2. 4 hits a phase? Maybe. I think it's 3. I think you can one-cycle him. I think it's 3. I think it's rule of 3 times 3. So there's 3 phases, and there's 3 hits per phase. They know the rules at this point. You know, the rules of rule of 3. There is... Okay, I'm gonna hit him on the way back. Beautiful. Okay, he's angry. This is, I think, last phase. We stand over here. They drop in order, and then we land. Gonna jump over there. More dodging stuff. We are doing beautifully well. I think this might be it. We need 3 more hits, and then we're done with Tropical Freeze. Sneaky Tong Terror is left and right hand. What? Okay, I can't make sense of what you're saying there right now. Give me a second to kick this guy's ass, and then I'll read chat, okay? Left hand and right hand, 2 hits each, and the head is 3 hits. Okay, that's not that many then. But I remember being a pain in the ass anyway, because of reasons. Last hit? Last hit. Oh, crap. He didn't give me a chance to do last hits. Okay. Not gonna be that easy. Is he gonna go one more time across? Oh no, he's gonna do his dragon gimmick. I love these dragons. They're so cool. Those fucking ice dragons. Boom! There we go! Fuck off! Ice Dragon's gimmick, that's right. He has good Ice Dragon gimmicks. He has a horn that summons the Ice Dragons. Oh. Folks, that's a Tropical Freeze in the bag. We still have a good amount of returns left. I will say. World and a half. Let's see credits, and then we will, do we need to see credits? We're 7 hours in. We probably don't need to see credits. I mean, let's listen to this music for a second. We can at least watch the cutscene. It's a cool bit. They blow the horn, and the horn brings spring back. Everything thaws the fuck out. No, hitting the guy in the background does not count as a hit. That just brings him into the foreground to be hit. I don't think that counts. Also, if you miss a hit and have to repeat it, it doesn't count as one of your hits. You have to do 3 landing on him, basically. Good shit, good shit. I wonder... Oh, you know what? Nothing's on the touchscreen, by the way. Oh wait, no, this is Tropical Freeze on the Switch. What am I saying? There's no touchscreen in this one. We're on the Switch right now. I thought for a second, like, wait, is this? On the other side, I'm not capturing the touchscreen, so I was wondering for a second, is there anything interesting on the touchscreen? But no, there is no touchscreen. I'd have to remove the Switch for there to be one. What can I say about Tropical Freeze? It's one of my favorite Donkey Kong Country games. I think it is as good as Donkey Kong Country 2 was in its day. You know, from a in 2013 terms, Tropical Freeze is as good as DKC 2 in 1995 terms, and I think that's a major accomplishment. I think it's phenomenal. I think it's fantastic. It's a shame that it didn't light the world on fire. And I think that's anyone at Nintendo who is given the task of making a new Donkey Kong Country game definitely has a lot to measure up with, a lot to measure up to, given how good this game was, and also is probably low-key thinking to themselves, oh fuck, Returns wasn't good enough? Returns wasn't marketable? I'm sorry, Tropical Freeze wasn't marketable enough? Tropical Freeze wasn't good enough to make bank? How can we both make a game that is better than Tropical Freeze and also more marketable than Tropical Freeze? And I think they have their work cut out for them, because this is a hell of a goddamn game. And certainly one of the best. Certainly one of the best games, I would say. it's in my favorites list. It is high. I'll say, like, you know, I have hundreds of games in my... I have over 100 games in my favorite list, for what it's worth. And other than, like, the top 5, 10, they're not ranked. And DKC2 is the one that makes it into the top 10, for what it is worth. This is the new song that they made, right? For this game, for this re-release. Kind of a shame. The jazzy remix of I'll say one thing I'll say about this re-release. The jazzy remix of Bramble Scramble was a lot better than this song is. I guess it's because I'm playing new funky mode. This is the Funky Kong song. In that case, I'll say it's the worst Funky Kong song that there's been. Like, you know, DKC 1, 2, and 3, they all have better Funky Kong songs. The shop music from Donkey Kong 64 was probably better than this. It just doesn't go hard enough. This doesn't go hard enough. Would y'all agree? Would y'all agree? Yeah, people agree. Chat agrees. At least one person agrees with me. I'll take it. That's good enough for me. Where Mario can wall jump, Donkey Kong and friends can enemy jump. Mario can also enemy jump. Mario can also jump off enemies, for what it's worth. Well, that goes with my tradition of watching the credits whenever I finish a video game on this stream and talking about my opinions roughly as I go. We didn't get any of the presents, that's fine. The important part is we finished. I was not keeping track of how many switches back and forth we did up to this point, or how many times I died in DK64. Tropical Freeze, what the fuck? Said the wrong game. But it was a good number. There was a whole point there where we were going back and forth all the time through the last world or two. So that was fun. I'll say this. With Tropical Freeze beaten, it is now time to go back over to... It is now time to go back over to Returns. Tropical Freeze is beaten. It's time to go back to Returns. And we're mostly going to stay here until we finish. That said, I will be keeping up the 5-try gimmick. Here's what will happen from here on out when we lose 5 tries. When I lose 5 tries, I will switch over to DKC Return or Tropical Freeze. I will load my other file, which is a clear game file, and we will go to one of the K levels in order, and we will do 5 tries of that K level. And if we win, that's great. We go back to Returns 3D with a chip on our shoulders. If we die 5 times, that's fine too. We return to 3D a little bit disheartened. But it'll all be for extra credits, I guess I will say. And we might not even get the chance if things go really well here in Returns. Wait, I forgot when I was playing this earlier, I had a whole gimmick where I was supposed to give myself extra lives. I forgot about my lives gimmick. Oh, crap. Well, I'll give myself the lives now that I didn't give myself earlier. How about that? That works. Okay. I can't give myself those lives back if I already used them, but I didn't use them before because I forgot about them, so it's valid. It's valid. What do you want to bet we don't even use them? Well, I used them. If you get through all 6 temples in Tropical Freeze, will you go to the bonus levels after? God, I hope we don't die that many times to do that, but yeah, sure, I guess. That's fine. I can do those, no problem. I think recently I did a whole stream called a Mario Maker making stream where I did a where the concept is I wanted to replay a bunch of Lost World levels from other games, from Donkey Kong Country games and such. And during that, I did do a bunch of those bonus levels and a bunch of the K levels even, in order to like analyze, in order to like do some analysis on like what makes them work as bonus levels and what I could learn from them. That's something I did once. I haven't done that in a while, I'll say, for what it's worth. Should do that again sometime. LaRoche gone? You have a good one, LaRoche. Thank you for stopping by and watching a good amount of the stream. Hell yeah. If that's what you mean by LaRoche gone. Bye. So yeah, that's how we'll do it. I have done these on a previous stream, like, say, that was like October, December, not November sometime. You're able to stick around to the end of it? Hey, man, you really went the distance. This is a long stream, and as far as I can tell, you've watched all of it, Corn. I appreciate it, and I hope you've had fun. I mean, I think I've had fun. This is a fun conceit. And I think there is real drama in wondering, like, okay, are we going to make it? We gotta remember, we gotta get a Switch. Have I passed the Switch? You've been completely free? It is a Sunday. But also it is Easter, so I can understand, like, family people having a tied-up schedule. You know, I bet a lot of people are doing, like, festivities and stuff. The hunting of eggs and all that. Yikes! That was not a good jump. Oh, I gotta get rid of that bonus head. That's only for the rocket barrel level. I'm suspicious of this. But if I recall, I think the switches are like high, or like low. At least some of the switches are. You forgot where the switches are? Honestly? Yeah, me too. Yeah, this is just a puzzle piece. I feel like they're below something. My god. What the fuck was... Okay, we gotta wait until the right time to jump on that. That's what we're learning. If we end up having to go back in and get the switch the second time, we can leave after getting the switch, right? It's not like... Ah, stop jumping. No jumping. Wait. Patience. Oh, I am remembering the chicken boss of this world now. That one always gave me trouble. I think I might have at one point playing this game just threw up my hands and said, oh, here it is, down there. How do you get to move? Do we need to, like, power something on or something? Oh, ground pound on it. Okay, good. I think at some point I might have just used the fucking super guide on this boss of this world. I think that might be the one time I've ever stooped to using the super guide. Just to be like, okay, fuck it, I'm done with this guy. I'm tired. I don't want to fight him. Fuck it. I think I actually legitimately used it like once. Please do not think less of me. Yes, that is all I ask. As I relay this anecdote of personal shame. It is kind of a shameful thing to use the super guide. DK looks weird with white fur. Yeah, super DK or whatever the fuck does look weird. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Definitely bad. That was definitely not the place to be. Okay. Okay, we gotta grab onto this. I might have been able to just roll to that platform, but it seems very scary to me. Seriously? No. We gotta switch back over for a second and do that previously established gimmick. What I'm going to do, as I explained previously, is I'm going to do the K levels in a clear file that I have. One of the other two files that's a clear file. In fact, it has 200%. It has everything. I'm gonna do 5 tries. And we're gonna see what happens. And if we don't do it, we don't do it. If we do it, we return to the other game with a chip on our shoulder. We only do 1 level here. Apparently my record is 1.5 minutes, so it at least will take 1.5 minutes, unless I die 5 times very quickly. And then we'll return and we will carry on and we will not die as many times. And I'll say, by the way, if we don't finish this level, we go back and forth. Should we go forward and do a different K level? Or should we do the same one until we beat it? I'm kind of leaning towards do the same one until we beat it. I think we have to beat it before we can move on to the next one. We have Funky Kong. Should be very possible. Perhaps even a one-shot. He has blue clothing as a super guide? Huh. There's some skins in Smash Brothers that are not so dissimilar. There's like a white DK, there's like one blue clothing. There's other colors of DK clothing, like in the versus mode in the original DKC, you can get a yellow outfit DK. Pretty cool. This is not good. Okay, this is fine. One heart left, but we're nearly at the end. I feel like this is almost harder with Funky, who can shortcut a lot of this, which is a tempting thing to do, but also very dangerous. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's it. That's done. We did it. Back to returns. There we go. I'm going to at least get us back out to the menu, and now we can go back to returns with a chip on our shoulder, as I said. In fact, you know what? I'll just go ahead and bring us over to Autumn Heights, so next time we know where we left off, and we remember. It's not good enough that I can just use my memory. Sometimes my memory is bad. So, let's just use that as a clue. I almost feel like I should reset because I took a heart of damage just trying to find a place to pause. No, I think it won't be a problem. This level doesn't seem like one that kills you via damage anyway. This is a level that kills you with bullshit, with drops. It's not gonna make a difference. With falls and the like. That same... Okay. We should land on the thing next time. We should land on the thing and then drop from there rather than from the climbable wall. Okay. We're learning here. I do think a big part of why Returns is better is not, or Tropical Freeze is better, sorry. Shouldn't say the wrong game is better, that would be... Part of why Tropical Freeze works better. What am I doing? There's no platform there. Part of why Tropical Freeze works better is because you have the more powerful Kongs. You have Dixie, you have Funky, you have Cranky, and these guys just give you a lot more freedom to platform and save yourself and do some jank and maybe even skip some parts if you don't want to do them like vanilla style. You can pogo over with Cranky, you can double jump over with Funky or Dixie. You get a lot more options, which are nice to have in a video game. And this game is just a lot more, you got Donkey Kong and you just gotta work with it. And you can get Diddy, but Diddy isn't gonna save you. At best, Diddy makes it a little bit slightly more reasonable to platform. Slightly. Those two things, the new Kongs, and of course, well, there's a lot of things that Tropical Freeze does better. More inspired worlds, I think better level design, pulling in more ideas from all three of the original games, rather than just the first one. There's a lot of things that it does right that I think mean a lot, are very meaningful. Oh, I like how it says find the button. It's helpful like that. Oh, this is a good level. I like this level a lot. With the on-offs, ooh. What the fuck? How is that hitting it twice? Wait, no, it's not hitting it twice. It's that I'm unhitting it. I didn't realize it needs to be... Okay. I'm really low on health and I haven't seen a Diddy Kong barrel yet. Yeah, on and off switches are really cool. Almost sounds like there's a delay in the audio with the switches. Jumping looks right though. It's just I think it's just it's just my imagination. Or the switches just have a slight lag to them, and that's fine. I think with my new PC, I don't have to worry about ever the stream falling out of sync. Audio getting, like, backed up or whatever. Which I did have to think about sometimes with my old machine. I think this is a switch. Yep. Corn was also on the case. I didn't see you say that, by the way. Oh yeah, we did see a tire. Hey, tires. I like tires. More games should have tires that you jump on. And I like that style where it's a realistic tire. I think that's fun. You know, I like a realistic black tire. I'll say, I love Mario Maker, I love Mario. But I do think a realistic black tire is cooler than a fake, cartoony tire that would never exist. I think that is just cooler. Like these tires here, they are just very cool to me. This is good design. This is a well-made level. Even if you did this in Mario Maker, it'd be very cool. Bouncing through a field of things you have to sort of dodge. And then you use the on-off to kill these guys. Ooh, beautiful. One thing I really like about DKC games in general, and also this one, is how enemies will sometimes... Ow. Fuck. Enemies will, like, be hit into the background, hit into the foreground, rather than just, like, going off in a poop of smoke. Like, when we did those guys dirty, we sent them into the abyss, into the foreground. It's fun. And that happened even on the SNES ones, even. Ooh. That could have been bad, but it was good. It's dead. That was bad. That was not the right thing to do. Hey, did you notice how we're on our last life? That happened pretty fast, right? Go figure. I like these tire noises. They sound good. How about we just, do this style, like this? Yeah, let's just do this. This is safer. Here we need to drop, and then jump up there. Beautiful. Can we jump over? Yes, we can. Really creative uses of the on-off. Yeah, totally. It would be nice in Mario Maker if you could trigger the on-off in different ways. People figure out how to do it, though. They use swamps a lot of the time, as well as other complicated setups. But if it was just like, if you could literally just pass a spot and the on-off activated, that'd be cool. Or like go past a one-way or something, and like, oh, when you passing through this line, the on-off switch on-offs. Or what if they could affect the gravity, like Mario Galaxy, or Mario... I think Odyssey also has that in a few places. Yeah, this is a cool way to do it. Again, you can do that with thwomps. You can do that with a thwomp that's where when you pass through like a horizontal line, basically. Or, I guess like a horizontal or vertical. You pass through either line, and you can make a thwomp go off once, or twice, or multiple times, you know, depending on setup and what you're looking for. This is cool. Can't you, like, jump big off these or something? I thought they made you jump big. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Remember, we need to find the switch. And also not take one more hit. Well, now it's bad if we take a hit, but it's not so bad. Okay, good. There's a... I missed him with both projectiles. But it's fine, though, because we're already out of his range. A thing I like in a platformer is when, like, okay, you can fuck up that dude. But you can also just as easily just run over him and ignore him, and that works just as good a lot of the time. I get the feeling this might be something. It was, but not the switch. Here it is. This gotta be it. No. It is something, but not the switch. Down there? Did you say down there? You must have been... I'll say there is a bit of a lag. So, maybe down there meant something like 20 seconds ago. Maybe more like 40 seconds ago at this point. But I don't think we've passed it yet. That's my gut feeling. It's here. Got it. You think you're only like 5 seconds behind? Maybe. I'm not sure how fast Twitch is these days. I know YouTube... I think I should probably put YouTube on ultra low latency, but I think that like the latency that's on now is probably good for quality purposes, and also for like matching up with the Twitch. Ah, dang. Another 5 lives, another K level, in the other side. Let's do it. I think this is a good way to go about balancing the two games now that one is done and one is not. Just doing a K level, single K level as a punishment for losing all our lives. There is still consequence, but we are mostly focusing on the 3D, on returns. Also, I'm gonna do this in one try again. Watch this. I'm gonna do this in one try, and then we'll be back over. This is gonna be glorious. I'm not gonna even need a second try. Watch this shit. Watch this shit right here. I'm good at video games. At this video game in particular. Maybe less so returns, apparently. Also, I have Funky Kong. Funky Kong helps a lot. Making it so that I can just say, skip half the owls. Which I love to do. I love to skip owls. Oh, you better believe it. I see an owl, I'm just constantly thinking, can I skip it? And when you're Funky Kong, the answer is yes. Yes, you can skip it. This music louder than normal? I maybe could have made that one without stopping up, but good to be cautious. We're nearly at the end here, so that's fun. That's good. Whoa, jeez. Pulled it out. One try, let's go. Okay. That is one more K level. I'm gonna hit B, I'm gonna take us over to Bright Savannah, and I'll leave it there so we know when we come back here, if we come back here, where we were. Switch my TV, and back to returns. And this time will be the last time, I am sure. We have 5 lives, and we're going to not use all of them. We're gonna just... We have 4 lives, and we're going to make it all the way to the end of the world, wherein they will refresh, and we will all remember that they refresh this time, because it is obvious to us. And also, we will really need the refresh going into the volcano level, because holy hell, that volcano level. I have 1 heart. Give me a heart. Thank you. I'll take the water ride up. Do what you have to do. Did you hit that switch again? I don't think so. I think we hit it once and we're done. I think the switch is hit. Died again. Levels without Diddy Kong. They are my bane. And, why it is so... One part of why Funky Mode is so nice, you never have to deal with a level that doesn't give you your partner ever again. You just start at max health. Dear Lord. That's a big fucking hammer. Careful, careful. Wait. Wait until it's on the far side, then I'm going to blast over. This the water music? Sort of a fun remix of the factory music and the aquatic ambience. That's pretty good music. This is a good one. Doesn't have David Wise's, you know, not as good as if David Wise did it, but pretty alright. Hard to beat David Wise, though. Wonderful. Holy hell. And we did do the switch, so we are good. Like Jesus. Like I've been saying, when I get to a level that has a rocket barrel in it, in this game in particular, because they are one-hit deaths in those levels, I do get bonus heads. And, I do believe liftoff launch is that, so give myself 2 bonus heads, and we'll just continue. If it turns out you don't take, if it's not just one-hit death, then I'll take those bonus heads away. And these are temporary. These are temporary only during this level. Are there any more? There are some more levels like this, right? This feels kind of weirdly laggy to me, the way that this controls. You know what? We're just gonna follow the bananas and hope for the best. I bet we get through it in one go. I don't like these rocket barrel levels that much. These ones are maybe... Tropical Freeze didn't have any of these, and I think it was a good thing. It was a good thing that there were. Oh, I can hit A to, like, burst up. Okay, I didn't realize that. I know the final boss has one of these. Yes, there's 2 of them in this game, I believe. One of them is the final boss. Ah, good. Okay, good. Bonus heads down. That was easy. I mean, I'll say... DKC 3 had this first. It's not like it's an unheard of thing. It's not like it hasn't been in a Donkey Kong Country game before. Just... I don't know. I think that Donkey Kong Country 3's implementation of it isn't great. But somehow I think I like it more. Oh lord, this boss. Like I said, I think this is the only boss, the only time I've ever used the super guide. One time I was playing this game and I was just fed up with this fucking dude. This is how tikis are made. You put bananas in wood and they become little dudes. Whatever. I don't think you need a reason why they're stealing bananas. I'll say that. There shouldn't be a lore reason. Can we go under? Can we go under? Yeah, okay, we can go under. The sudden burst of speed is annoying. Shit! That's an annoying thing to do. How can you anticipate him just going fast randomly? Yeah, Chad agrees with the me being annoyed thing. There's no signal, there's no cue. Lift your leg one more time for me, please. Damn it. That was the time. That was the time. He couldn't lift the leg that was farther away first. I'm under his foot. Yeah, it took 2 hits while I was under his foot? Are you kidding me right now? I was... Kill me now, kill me now. That's not the run, that's not it. That's not it, kill me now, kill me now. He stepped on me, I took 1 damage, then I stayed under his foot because I was squashed. I took another damage. Come the fuck on. This boss kind of, blows. Also, it's really slow. Oh, god damn it. Also, it's really slow as well. What the fuck was that hip? I was, like, so far away! I was like, was I touching him? Was I touching him? This boss is bad? Yeah. Wait, you have to duck when he does that? If you want to get under him and do it that way? Okay. I hope this is just three major hits and not like 9. Like, I hope this is the second of 3 hits. Please tell me this is the second of 3 hits. I'm not in a good spot. He went really far that time. Also, he kept his legs closed that time. You know what? I think we might get it this time. I think this might be it. If not, I'm betting 5 more tries should be enough, so... yeah, I know. Hey, dude. Step over me. Thank you. Because this requires so much precision, you can't use your rolls, really, to make up the gap. You have to walk, which is, gonna be a little more precise, I guess. And also a little more laggy. A little more laggy. I want to get under him now. And now he's gonna do a big jump. I'm gonna duck so I don't take a hit. Beautiful. Whatever. I'll take it. Oh, he's gonna first. What the fuck? How hard is it to jump onto vines, honestly? I know, I'm the one who's failing to jump on vines, not Donkey Kong. He's gonna go fast. He's gonna go very fast. Fucking asshole. He didn't go fast. Now he go fast. Legs together. Oop, fuck. Okay, I'm feeling it. Fucking legs together again. Damn it. Hate that guy. Back to Tropical Freeze for another one of those K levels. We're getting there, folks. I think this has been a quite good final stream before I pack everything up. I will say, with it being midnight right now, the VOD for this stream will not go up, I don't know when. You know, it'll take me some time to get the thumbnail and the timestamps and all worked out. And if I had to guess, I would say after work tomorrow. Not a lunch break situation. I work from the office tomorrow, so it's not like I can just whip that up lickety-splits during a lunch break that otherwise I don't have to travel for. I mean, I guess I could eat at the office and do it on my laptop, but I like to eat out when I am at the office. I like to go a place, I like to get into my car, I like to drive to like a restaurant. I have 3 office days a week and I always go somewhere. I always go somewhere nice. Honestly, wouldn't mind finding more places that I could go. Though, you know, it's not like before the pandemic. When, at my previous job, I was working every day in the office. Now I only have 3 lunches to worry about, so it's like, okay, you do one at Burger. The other one can be like something I know. And then maybe the last one, get interesting with it. Or just another burger. Burgers are fine. I like burgers. I like a Five Guys. I'll say one thing that's nice, new location. My new apartment is very close to... maybe I shouldn't say, that's doxing. There's Five Guys everywhere. It's closer to a Five Guys than I am currently. It is a lot closer. Currently, I'm like a good ways away from the nearest Five Guys. And after this, I'll be pretty damn close. I mean, I've been really close to Five Guys before. Like, my first apartment was like, basically on the same corner as a Five Guys. My second apartment was like really close by as well. It was like same neighborhood practically, so I have... Wait, what? Does this reset? There we go. I didn't know that resets. By the way, hey, that's another first try. First try again, these K levels. We're doing the K levels better than we are the DKCR levels. I'll say if we run out of K levels, we just stop switching, and that'll be that. We'll just stop switching, and we'll just bear down on returns. You know, it'd be good if I could switch my tries left to, like, a tries counter. But that would have to account for all the tries, even the ones that were, yeah. I'll include the World 7 levels. No, don't worry about that. That's included. That's covered. Yes. World 7 will be included. Oh, I was having so much fun playing that K level, I forgot about, this dude. Now I have to deal with this dude again. Hey, this is a conveyor. That doesn't mean anything, right? I've seen all the phases, right? I'm not like 3 out of 6 hits in, am I? It's not like this conveyor is gonna activate and, oh my god. I'm nowhere near the end of this boss fight, am I? I'm nowhere near the end of this boss fight, am I? I have not gotten so close. He does a fucking 2-footer to start? That's fucked up. That's fucked up right there. Off the... Yeah, no leg spread. I thought you could just rely on that, but no. There's kind of barely enough time to go under during his little strut. 2. How do you know? Legs together, legs together. 3rd time's the charm? Oh, he does a spin, That's how you know, okay. That's how you know whether legs together. Okay. Phase 2, completely different. Fun, okay. Okay, this is like, I was about to say this is like, the owl boss, Scowl. It is similar in that he's dropping guys on us. But it is different also in a lot of ways. Give me a heart, thank you. There's a second hit. This has to be last hit, right? What am I saying? The treadmill has not been turned on. There's totally a whole 3rd phase, isn't there? Jesus. I mean, it's nice that the bosses give you health as you're fighting them. That is very helpful. But it's kinda not enough. Okay, go under. We want to go under. Fuck you! That was a hit! What is that hitbox? I hate this fucking chicken. I hate him. With every fiber of my soul. Do your struts. Do your struts. Okay, no spin. No spin. Come on, dude. Really? Fuck you. Dude, come on. This fucking guy. This fucking guy. Okay, surely he's not gonna do small steps right now. Small steps coming up. Went. Okay. There we go. Last hit coming up. No, it's not good getting under him right now. Really. Two-legged. We can get to the next phase with Diddy Kong, which we just... Wait, what? I thought that was 3! I thought I did 3 hits! Was that not the 3rd hit? He didn't do a spin that time. Did you see that? No spin. Also, was that really the... Was that the 3rd hit? Did I miscount? Maybe I miscounted. Okay, you know what? It's fine so long as we get hearts to recover our shit from. You think I miscounted? Okay. Okay. It is rule of 3. Damn it, if he hits us, he's gonna jet off, so... I mean, this goes without saying. But we want to dodge. Seriously? Okay, there's a heart. Seriously fucked up here. Shit. I'm glad that didn't do damage to me. Okay, I'm back up to max hearts. Damn, he goes back up fast. I get the unfortunate feeling that this is just... Oh, good! Okay, good! That's it! Fuck him! The treadmill is just for aesthetics. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck out of here. I guess the chicken, it's not the chicken's fault. It's the accordion. Yeah, it was very lucky that the chicken guys just have hearts for days. Oh. I wish I could take a break. You're not wrong, video game. I have been playing a while. We're on the last world of returns. And I'll say the obvious, the thing that we all know. At this point, it's been well established. Our lives are refreshed. We're back up to 5 one last time. Let's do it. This is gonna be a hard world. I'm going to try my best, and hopefully a lot of these levels are gonna give me Diddy, and I can maintain Diddy through the parts that don't give me Diddy. That would be very happy making for me. I don't know. I'm just saying words at this point. There's Diddy Kong. I'm not even gonna try to dodge. I'm just gonna go grab him. And there we go. Free Diddy Kong. Fuck. The lava. The lava, falling in lava. Big danger here. Especially if I'm, you know, doing the thing that I like to do, which is just, catapult myself forward haphazardly. A little patience goes a long way. With this world, you can really tell it was composed by the same guy who did the Metroid Prime series, huh? Like, this is a very Metroid Prime-ass, song. Okay. Hey, Tylusion, how you doing? Thank you for the raid. What is up? Hey, let me tell you about the conceit of this stream, in case you can't read the title. What we are doing today, thank you, let me give you a shout out in a minute when we're done with this level, how about? Or whatever. The conceit of this stream is that I have been playing Donkey Kong Country Returns, and Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze at the same time, switching back and forth between them every 5 lives. Now, I will say, I have finished Tropical Freeze, but I still have a lives gimmick. Here's how it works now. When I run out of lives in return, when I run out of lives in return, I switch over to, Tropical Freeze and do 1K level. Just 1K level, just 5 tries. If I beat it, we go back here with a chip on our shoulder, and if we don't, 5 deaths. 5 deaths is what it is, basically. 5 lives. By the way, thank you for the follow, Valor for Even. I appreciate it. Let me give shout-outs. Let me see, 1 second. Gotta reset my Twitch app, it's all screwy. Tylusion, let me give you a exclamation point shout out. How do you spell that? Tylusion. Like illusion, but with 2 L's. Tylusion. Thank you. Alright. Do that kind of shout out. Check them out. I will check you out later and see what you were up to. I'm kind of pretty deep into a long stream, so want to keep the momentum now and continue on working. Shout out to Tylusion, Twitch shout outs. Oh, and we can unlock that level now. Last of these levels. I'll say also, I'm doing every non-K level in both of the games. I already did that in Tropical Freeze. Just gotta do it now in Returns. And the way that the lives work is I refresh at the start I refresh at the start of a level. Or, sorry, at the start of a world. I'm still on? Yeah, I've gotta finish this game. It takes a while to finish both Returns and Tropical Freeze. Like, maybe 9 hours between the two of them. Let's say. I'm estimating. We got 1 world left. How long could it take? An hour? Oh, also one more gimmick. In Rocket Barrel levels, I get bonus heads because they are one-hit death, and I do maintain that that's bullshit. So, giving myself some bonus heads, and they come in the form of some rockets and minecarts. You can see there that the rocket is just a regular rocket. I think that the rocket came from, like, the trophy from Smash Brothers. I can't read chat right now, by the way. Can't tell, it's... Fuck. You're surprised? Yeah, I'm still alive? Yeah. Yeah, I am. Tiki Tak is one of the hardest bosses, bro. At least I get to watch it. Yeah, you do. Rip. Yeah. If you're wondering where all the heads are sourced from, Funky Kong, the head that was just is no longer present. He is just a sprite from DKC2. I think that is the Donkey Kong 64 render head that's used for like UI stuff in Donkey Kong 64 for Cranky Kong. For Dixie Kong, fuck. I should not be looking at my bonus heads right now. Diddy Kong is from Diddy Kong Racing. Dixie Kong is from Donkey Konga. And Donkey Kong is, I think, just a render from around, I don't know when. Around the time of the original DKC. Or like Mario Party or something. That ballpark. They're good heads, though. I like them. Fucking hell. Sometimes the lives go fast, I will say. The gimmick for, since I finished Tropical Freeze, has been switching over for a K level, and so far I've done all of those in one try, so I am good at the thing. Thank you for the Twitch follow, Tylusion. Oh no, I'm gonna die. I picked a bad time to look away. Sometimes that second looking at the preview monitor is just enough. Anyway, I think this is a great gimmick. I really enjoy it. If you're wondering what my main thing is, first off, I will say I am going to be on a break for a little bit after tonight. I'm moving next weekend, so after this stream, I'm going to start like packing up all my stream stuff and then packing up all my clothes, and I pretty much got everything else I need to packed up. You can see behind me a bunch of boxes. They are, they got stuff in them. They're not just props. I mean, I could have put them somewhere that wasn't behind me, I'll say. Thank you, LaRoche. LaRoche? Yeah. Fuck, I am being way too careless here. Do you think we can finish this level on this last try? No! The answer was no, we couldn't. The answer was no, we couldn't. Okay, I'm switching over to the thing. Here's the gimmick again. Let me explain the gimmick again. Whenever I run out of lives now, I switch over to Tropical Freeze and we do one more of these. I did the third one, now to do the fourth one. We're kind of running out of them, honestly. If we finish all of these, we'll just stop switching. And we'll just feel slightly ashamed every time I run out of lives. Look, it's midnight. We gotta wrap. We gotta get this done. At some point, I gotta finish this game. And then I gotta end, and then I'll do a raid, and then I will get the VOD up tomorrow sometime after work. And then I will pack everything up, and then I will move, and I'll get new furniture, and it'll be nice. It'll be nice. I like it when I switch over and have to play this game, I'll say. These are fun levels, and I like them a lot. In general, Returns, not as good as Tropical Freeze. Tropical Freeze brought it to the next level with just creative level design, good execution. Of course, you got Funky Kong, you got Dixie Kong. Even in the original game, Dixie Kong is just so much of a step over Diddy Kong. It's amazing. This is the level I was talking about earlier with the lava thing there, where you're like being chased by a lava doodad, firewall or something. Or is it? Maybe I was thinking of the other level with the where you're chased by a lava wave. Right, because it was a lava wave where you were Rambi, wasn't it? So that was the level earlier. No, you were, I think, whoever's, whatever, fucking cares. Let's first try this. I think we're about to first try this, y'all. What did I say? 4 first tries. That's right. 4 first tries for these K levels. Didn't even need any of those tries. Look, I'm good at this. I'm good at this. Even if I die 5 times in Returns, I'm still good. All right, back to Returns now. Let me first pop us over to Juicy Jungle so we know what we're doing next time. I'm switching the TV, and here we are back in rocket bullshit. And I don't get those bonus hits on like a second try. That doesn't fly. I only get those once, the first time. That is what we have decided on this stream as being the way of doing it. Isn't there like a thing that gives you like an extra heart for your minecart or something in the 3DS version? Which is, by the way, the version that I'm playing right now. I'll say... Fuck. I'll say I will allow myself... Should I allow myself to buy an item? I mean, if I was playing this like casually, I would definitely buy that fucking item right now and I would not look back. I'll say if I do that, I can't have the extra heads. And I already used the extra heads, so... But not on this rotation, it's weird. We'll think about it if I spend another 5 lives here. How about... I think I'll be able to get through. Do people still like this kind of game? This kind of mechanic? Like the Flappy Bird type shit? Or did it just fall entirely out of favor when Flappy Bird disappeared from the face of the earth? Good, we got a checkpoint now, so now we can't exit out and get an item. That would be, counter. You don't like the one-hit death? No one does. No, that's... It was bullshit then, it's bullshit now, and, they realized their error in Tropical Freeze. You hate this level? Yeah. Yeah. You have to go through the 2 bullshit things there? Wow, that's fucked up, the routing that you have to do. This looks dangerous, but we can't speed up or slow down, so it's fine. It will never catch us. The only thing that can't catch us is a rock. Alright, fuck. Thank Christ. Hey, it's Easter. Did you know it's... Wait, no, it's not. It's Easter anymore. It's past midnight. It's past midnight. It's not Easter. No longer Easter. Yesterday was Easter. I got work in the morning. We gotta wrap this up. I'm fine. I will be fine. I will manage. Let's do roasting rails. That sounds fun. It's April Fool's? Is it April? Oh, it's April Fool's Day. Oh, shit. Right from Easter to April Fool's. Calendars are weird. I guess I don't think about any holiday because this is like... it didn't occur to me that it was April Fool's Day somehow. And when I scheduled this stream, it was mostly because of the upcoming move that I did it. So I was 100% thinking like about the move and not like, oh, holiday, Easter. This is fun. This is a good level. I like this style of minecart. It is better, I think, than the other style of minecart, especially in this game, where you can kind of take a hit. In this one. Though you can't fall into lava. Don't know why there were 2 explosions there, but, or 2 pops there, but, no matter. Are bonus heads only on the rocket levels? That's right, yes. Only on the rocket and minecart ones where you ride inside. The ones where you only have one-hit death. These ones don't have one-hit death. Not really. Not quite. Unless you fall as a result of getting hit. See? I took a hit and I lost a heart. In that case, I took a hit and then died because I slowed down. That's kind of bullshit, I'll say. But whatever. What are you gonna do? Like, is there a solution to that that makes it less Is April Fool's a US holiday? No, it's not any... I don't think it's a holiday anywhere in the world as far as like time off goes. Are there countries where April Fool's is one of your 10 PTO days? That's not the case here. No, I don't have April Fool's off. If I did, surely someone would have said on Thursday, like, hey, yeah, 3-day weekend, hell yeah. Thursday was my last day in the office. You know, I do work from home on Fridays and Wednesdays. I'm just gonna take the hits. I'm just gonna take the hits. I think it's safer to take the hit than to jump. Oh, I didn't notice, LaRoche, you came in it with the raid, didn't you? Oh, I'll say, stream stickers, I should have that part the channel. I decided the other day, I decided the other day to part that with the channel. Stream stickers are no longer enabled. I should really, get that bot out of there. I thought by disabling the thing, that the bot would just leave on its own, but I guess it didn't. Sorry. That bot, you know, I'll say for what it's worth, no one's used a stream sticker in like a year and a half, maybe. No one's used a stream sticker in like a year and a half on this channel, so it's not a big deal to disable them. In fact, saves a little bit more time for, means in the future there'll be a little bit less spam from the stream sticker. Next time I am up, hang on. Remind me, sort out stream stickers tomorrow. Okay, I'll get a reminder, and I'll probably push that back until after I'm back from moving. We gotta switch games again. It's happening too damn often. Again, the gimmick now that we finished Tropical Freeze is that I'm doing the K levels, just 1 K level per switch, and if I do it in 5 tries, that's great. If I don't, we switch back and we continue on with 3D, with returns. Recommended to do a raid, and you're glad you did. This is good. Thank you. Hey, I appreciate all this shout out. I appreciate it a lot. Good looking out, LaRoche. I'm happy to have you. And I'm happy y'all are having a good fucking time. Let's fucking go. Let's do this. We've done the previous K levels in 1 try, so let's keep that alive. I think we can. It's a little premature to say now. There's like a heart in here, right? I think I want to get the heart. Let's play it safe. If this is a heart, I want it. How did I know that was what a thing to remember, I guess, that's a heart. I'm guessing I might have had some trouble with this level in the past. Okay, it's not 1 try this time. It's not 1 try this time. Kind of a shame considering this one is like the most auto of these levels, so you can only speed it up so much. There goes the 1 try streak, but maybe we can get it done in the 5 tries, and that would at least keep the streak alive insofar as we switch, we do it, we come back, rather than dying. I'm just gonna go forward. 4 hearts is plenty, and that takes time to do. Ooh. I kind of expected it to be a long stream, so maybe I should have prepared more in the way of cards. Cards are a thing I do on this stream, where I pull cards out, and cards have, like, things, topics, basically, that I want to talk about written on them. Like, cue cards, basically, except they're on screen and you can see them. Didn't have that many for tonight, and basically did them all, like, 4 hours ago. But if you ever tune into another stream, anyone here, you'll probably see me pop a bunch of them. The next stream will be in a while because of the aforementioned move, but in time, I will be back and probably have a green screen at that point. So even though It will be a new apartment for what it's worth, but you will not see it. It'll be a green screen, and you'll only see my couch. Is that not as fun? Look at that. Time saver. I think a green screen is going to be great. Going to mean that more of the gameplay is visible, and you'll still see my couch. That much will never change. Second try, I'll take it. Ooh. Refresh my lives for the next, for going back to returns. And let's just go ahead and pop ourselves forward so we know where we're doing next. Yes, 2 tries is the current streak, I guess. If that can be called a streak. I gotta change my TV input and switch over to this. Oops, I didn't pause. Oh well, that's fine. It's fine not to pause sometimes. Donkey Kong just sat around for a while, and that's fine. Wait for that to pass. Okay, we're down to 1 heart, but we're still alive. We're still kicking. This is the first try of the new run. Fucking fireball. Don't worry, I got it. Ah! The fireball hitbox looks a little suspicious. I wouldn't be surprised. You know what? We can go fast. If we go fast, we go under. We don't have to wait for it. We're down to 1 hit again. We know where the fireball is, and we know to hold up. Where are you, fireball? Oh, wait. It's over here. It's over here. Here's the fireball. Fireball. End of the level. End of the level coming up. This feels like a finale. This feels like a finale. There's a G. I got there before, didn't I? I remember that minecart jumping for it while being oh too low. We needed to jump for it earlier. The momentum took us into where the fireball was. The slot is... Oh, we slid into that fireball. I know you can see what's happening, and I don't need to describe it to you, but I'm low-key incensed. You can tell. You're reaching further than LaRoche in Country Returns? Cool, good, okay. I'm happy about that. Watch out for the jump. Here! Jump! 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 Yeah! Jesus! Ah! Ah! Maybe we should have started at like 3 p.m. so I could have gone, you know, so it'd be 11 p.m. now. It's fine. I'll manage. We're nearly done. There's just 4 levels left. We can do 4 levels. Plus any extra we have to do. Any extra we have to do due to, circumstance. Oh, this is like a Silhouette Brambles level. That's cool. Rambi will be around. That's great. I love Rambi. Even better than Rambi, Diddy Kong. I got Diddy Kong for what feels like the first time in an hour. I haven't seen you, Diddy Kong, in so long. Where have you been all my life? Bye, Rambi. I abandoned Rambi at my own peril. Okay, you cannot abandon Rambi here. It just don't work. One thing I don't like about the physics in the in the Returns games, in the retro games, is that when you hit a wall, you bonk off. In the original games, when you hit a wall, you just stuck at the wall. And that's how it works in Mario as well. You just sort of like stick to it and you slide down, and then you can just, you know, land on whatever's below the wall that you were jumping towards. Fireball kills you in one hit! That was a really fast one, wasn't it? That was so fast? How the fuck did that all happen? Mostly it was the minecarts. Mostly it was the minecarts. Alright, back to this gimmick. We're doing the next K level here on the Tropical Freeze side. And we will just have like 3 bonus levels left in this game, so I think if we get through all the bonus levels, we will retire the switching games gimmick. Though, should I even do lives? Do I get rid of the lives at that point? I think we have to get rid of the lives at that point as well, and we'll just finish out. It is past midnight. It is time, you know, once we earn the ability to stop switching, I think we can stop switching, okay? Okay? I think that's fair. We just gotta finish this level, and 3 other levels in the secret space, and all with the 5 tries caveat. You know, we'll do it in 5 tries or less, or else we switch back to 3D returns. I do think we can earn this. I should be more careful now. We're at 1 health. And you know what? I have a secret ability. I say a secret ability. Funky Kong has a superpower. He can just ignore spikes. So I should just do that. Spikes on the floor anyway. Okay, we're gonna slide down here and we're gonna do it in 1 try. This is the finale of this level. Also, hey, this is one of the K levels from the original game. You can see here, that's an ending from one of the original game's K level. First try, let's go. Yes, that's right, there's a YouTube. You can find VODs over there, as well as YouTube Shorts, and also the live stream. I also live stream on YouTube now. Shorts, I will say, as far as the Twitch is concerned, Shorts are all pulled from Twitch clips, so Twitch clips are also something you can watch, and I have a lot of, most of which I've made myself. It's cool. Back to returns. This is an actual level with actual good business going on. I'm playing as... Wrong head. That head. Perfect. I stream on YouTube too. That's right, I stream at the same time. I stream in both places. So whatever your preference is as far as watching, it's up to you. And you can chat in both places as well. There's a live chat on either side. I'll say right now, the YouTube chat isn't as active. The Twitch chat is a lot more active right just now, especially after that big raid. Korn was talking on the YouTube side for a while and switched over to the Twitch side, as at the time it was, I think, a little more active. And LaRoche wanted to get in on that, or not you, you're LaRoche. Korn wanted to get in on, I'm assigning all sorts of motivation to Korn, but I believe Korn wanted to get in on the conversation and offer his opinion. Their opinion, you know. I don't know Korn that well. I don't know pronouns, etc. Easy to assume, you know. I know, it's a habit. Force of habit, force of years of, you know, just being the way things are done. I don't need to talk about that. Oh, it's a good thing I pound the ground there. I totally stopped right before the lava hit me. Is he over here? Oh geez, that lava. Okay. Diddy over there. Ramby over here. I can't believe this lava is one-hit death. That's uncalled for. I mean, it is lava, I know, but why? Fuck. I know, I've died a lot. Thank you for the YouTube subscription. What was that? What's that? I mean, I can't read it. It's all on my preview monitor, blocked by the chat. I appreciate it. Tons. I bet it was like LaRoche or one of y'all. Ramby's one weakness, lava. I think that is literally true. Like, they have fire enemies in this game specifically because Ramby cannot hit them. Ramby is not immune to their ministrations. Is it weird to call what Ramby does ministrations? Ministrations is a weird word. Ministrations. Big sexual connotations there. But it's kind of a fun word to say, hey. It kind of has like a sweet quality to it. You know what I mean? Like it has a loving quality to it. They should have added Clipper. That'd be a good one to add, yeah. Let me refresh the YouTube. That was Tyillusion. Thank you. I couldn't read it because it was covered up. If Twitch allowed me to combine the chats into one chat and not take up so much space on my preview monitor, I could probably read with name as it came in, but I can't do that because Twitch does not allow it. And also, they don't allow you to, like, have the two chats be connected. It's a policy of Twitch's. And I am in complete, what's the word? I am in complete compliance with that policy. Please believe me. I also cannot directly tell people to go from one side to the other. I cannot tell people watch on Twitch, or I cannot tell people to watch on some other platform instead of Twitch. That would be against terms of service. Is it against terms of service to explain that? No, it's not. It can't be. If you clip that out of context, it would sound like I was saying to do it, but you understand, you're not going to do that. That'd be a mean thing to do. Let the record show, I am explicitly not doing that. I am taking some chances, but going fast is fun. In this game, in all games, I want to go fast. I want to win. I want to go. I don't think this level is as hard. I think this is going to be a nice, easy one. We have only 2 lives left, but maybe that'll be enough to reach the end of the game. Oh, Jesus! Hate YouTubers who have sub mode on, forcing you to sub the chats. Oh, I didn't even know that was an option, but yeah, I don't do that. Also, don't do that on the Twitch side. It's, I don't make you sub the chat, but I do really appreciate the subscriptions. I'll say, number bigger, and eventually, hey, number get big enough, I can start taking money on the YouTube side as well. Number gets like twice as big as that. If number on YouTube gets like 5 times bigger than it is now, then people on YouTube will be able to pay me money. And then if it gets double that, so like 10 times what I have currently, I will be able to have ad revenue. Imagine that, me with ad revenue. I have a little bit of ad revenue through Twitch, since Twitch affiliates get ad revenue, but it's not very much. It's like pennies. it doesn't really add up too much compared to, say, the subscriptions. The subscriptions are the main thing. That's where the Twitch money comes in. Not that, you know, that's my main thing. I have a day job that pays pretty well, you know. This is like a side gig for fun. It's a hobby. God damn it. YouTuber streaming sounds awesome as a side job. Oh, I think it is. It's great. I really enjoy it. It's just me hanging out, talking, and I regale the chat with my opinions on anime. I tell them things like, oh, let me tell you about my favorite anime of the season. And I'll tell you about, oh, let me tell you about, Delicious in Dungeon. Everyone's heard about that one. But have you heard of, you know, The Dangers in My Heart? Dangers in My Heart is nearly as good. Is right up there with it. At least this season 2 is. Season 1 was also really good. Was also like a top tier show. It's fun. I get to say all my opinions. I get to ooh. What is this? This is a heart? I want a heart. Okay, it's time to go. This level's good. I like this level. I like all these moving platforms. It's fun to jump from moving platform to moving platform. It'd be cool if you could do something quite this synchronized in Mario Maker, but you can't because objects all start moving when they enter the screen, so you couldn't sync them half as good as this. That's like one of Mario Maker's few shortcomings. Mario Maker 3 needs sync groups. I'm gonna call them sync groups. That's my term. I made it up. Sync groups, whole groups of objects that start moving at once. Oh, if you don't know, by the way, Mario Maker is my main thing. I do viewer levels on Fridays, and at 6 p.m. Central. And you know this 5 lives gimmick that I have here for this stream? I do that during Mario Maker as well. During the lightning round, I only have 5 tries to beat each level, 7 for Twitch subs, and also for the first level of the night. That's in the lightning round. That sort of usually takes up the back half of the stream. A little more than that, actually. Usually, I start at like an hour and a half in, and then go for, honestly, oftentimes another 2 hours or 3 hours or so. I kind of feel like sometimes I should start the lightning round later, so it's sort of half and half, or plan to do a stream that is like 3 hours long, and I start the lightning round an hour and a half in. But, it never quite works out that way a lot of the time. We got 1 level left and a boss, and we have 1 life. Let's see if we can get through this shit without finishing all the returned special seclusion levels. I hope Mario Maker 3 has more space in the edit for longer levels. Yeah, that'd be cool. What's your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh season? I watched Yu-Gi-Oh a bunch as a kid, but I don't know it well enough to separate it into seasons, honestly. Like, it was just something that was on... Was it? This is like Mega Man blocks, but a little bit more scary, I guess. I never watched it, like, closely enough to separate seasons or arcs. Kids WB, that must have been what it was on. Yeah, okay. I liked it, but, was never, like, super serious about it. And, certainly since becoming an adult, I haven't gone back and watched, like, all of it to the point where I would know what the arcs were. This is Levitation Station. Again, the gimmick is we do... Because we finished Tropical Freeze, we're doing 1 level. And then we can switch back. And if we lose all our tries on this level, we switch back. If we finish it, we, you know, we'll do the next level next time we switch, and we'll switch back. And that's how we do it in this final stretch, in this final leg of the stream. I hope we can do this one in 1 try. It's very long, and I would prefer that vastly. I don't know. Is Yu-Gi-Oh on any streaming services? If you're gonna say it's on Crunchyroll or something that I have and watch a million shows on, and yeah, I just I'll say for my part, I watch a lot of 13 Reasons Why. I haven't seen 13 Reasons Why. I've seen the first season of Stranger Things. I saw the... maybe it's part of the second season. I don't remember. I really liked the first season of Stranger Things, but I wasn't, like, champing at the bit for another season. My main thing is simulcast anime. I watch a lot of simulcast anime. And believe you me, I will tell you all about that shit when I do a stream, you know. That's just, something I like to talk about, something I spend a lot of time thinking about. Something I really enjoy, so naturally I get to regale everyone with it, as I do the viewer levels and stuff. First try, let's go! You wanna see my anime tier list for this season? I showed it earlier, but here it is again. Look at it. Look at it. We're done here. We're gonna go back to the other game. I'm going to put, you can look at this while I am moving this around. I talked about this earlier when I was playing maybe the first leg of Returns, back when I wasn't switching back and forth so often, but not at all. I like a lot of anime. I watch a lot of anime. I try out every anime, and if I like it, I continue with it, and I don't if I don't. I give them a chance, and I, you know, sometimes I find some ones that I like. Usually, all the time. Every season I've found like 10 to, usually like 20. Usually like between 20 and 30 that I really like. Back to this one. I'm gonna hide this image now. That's the kind of thing you could expect me to talk about, in addition to viewer levels, in addition to the gimmicks, in addition to high concept streams such as this. What? This is the last level. You like Static Shock and the first and Jackie Chan Adventures. I don't know Static Shock, but I loved Jackie Chan Adventures. I loved the whole fucking thing. I watched every season. I think I rewatched it when I was an adult, you know. I rewatched it in living memory. This is the last level. It's supposed to be hard. I'm almost out of lives. That's, you know what? Maybe we should, I'm gonna run by the Cranky store and just buy a bunch of lives, just so we don't run out of lives. We have a perfectly good life system already, video game. We don't need, the limitation of the actual in-game one right just now. Jackie Chan Adventures, I love that show. Like, I watched every season. It had, like, good, funny hijinks, some really well-animated action. Good, well-animated action, and I really enjoyed all the magical stuff. Like, how that all played out, how finding all the different talismans, then the spirit animals, and then, was it talismans and then talismans again and then spirit animals? I forget how it went, but... Or was it talismans and then animals and then... Talismans and then animals and then the mask. Yes, I remember the mask, yes. And then, was the masks with the Terrafuda cards? The, like, Japanese cards? That was a whole thing that season. When it wasn't Chinese anymore, it was Japanese, boogeymen and Japanese, business. Definitely one of my favorite childhood shows, Jackie Chan Adventures. And, I maintain, to this day, it is a phenomenal thing. You know, all kids should watch Jackie Chan Adventures. I do believe it holds up. You got the Spunky Jade as, like, probably one of the best, like, fuck. This is a whole sequence where we don't have Diddy Kong, isn't it? Figures. You got Jade as, like, probably one of the best, like, little kid proxies in fiction. Like, you know, a lot of shows, a lot of media sticks a little kid character just so the little kids have someone to relate to, which I do think is mostly unnecessary. Like, you think, like, Yeah. Anakin Skywalker. If you need a good ditty, bosses are a good place. Oh, does it save even if you exit the level that you got your ditty? Oh, I didn't think about that. I don't want to quit this level. We got to a checkpoint. I don't want to give that up. We're on our last try, though. But also, we might be retiring the tries left thing if I go back to the other game and finish 2 more levels. You know, in however many tries that takes. I will not have to deal with the tries anymore. It'll be kind of sad seeing the tries go away. I think it'd be fun to see them on the final boss come into play. But, that's just how it is. That's how it is. Talisman Season 2 is freeing Shendu. Shendu? Is that his name? Shendu? Brothers and sister from the Demon Void. Oh yeah, there was a bunch of like, yeah, other demons. That's right. That was fun. I like how each demon has, each season has its own like very distinct MacGuffin. I guess the second season was demons, other demons, and then the third was the animals, and then the fourth was... We got really far that time, too. No, no! I just wanted to pause. Yeah. Damn good. Okay. Tropical Freeze, let's go. 2 more levels. If we do these last 2 levels here in Tropical Freeze, the life's gimmick will be retired. And I'll just finish the last 2 levels of Returns normal style. I would like... I mean, I guess I could just die 5 times if I really wanted to maintain the gimmick. But I would like to end it before that happens. I would like to have it so that, you know... I would like to keep the gimmick alive in this final leg of the stream. But we'll see what happens. And I don't have a save file with the K levels from 3D, from Returns 3D on it, on this computer. I have one on my actual, real 3DS, but I don't have those files. That's not how that works. You can't get files off a 3DS. Can you get files off a 3DS? I didn't think about if you could get files off a 3DS. I assume the answer is no. But if it's possible, I guess I could have done it, in theory. But, look, that wasn't happening. You know it, I know it. I don't know what you're saying over there, I can't look just a second. Let me finish being a rocket barrel. I think after playing this whole game, and like hardening myself on the worst levels, I say worst levels, the hardest levels of Donkey Kong Country Returns, I think Tropical Freeze's special levels just don't threaten me in the same way, especially with Funky Kong. I think we're gonna one-shot this. Where's the thing? I'll take it, whatever. Remember how the uncle says, uncle in Jackie Chan Adventures says, one more thing. Yes, I remember that. That was his saying. I liked all the bad guys, the henchmen. What was the red hair henchman called? Hack Fu? Hack Fu is fun. What was the line? What's the line? Heat beam, laser beam? Heat beam, heat beam, eye blast. He fires a heat beam, eye blast, and then he says, "Heat beam, eye blast, heat beam, eye blast." And you know, let's see, that's the first time that they revealed the Pig Talisman's ability, and that's heat beam, eye blast, and that is just one of the best moments, I gotta say, right? Right? That's definitely up there for best moments in that show. Heat Beam Eye Blast. I like all the side characters what appear. There's like a wrestler and like a Spanish, like a Mexican boy. There's like a pro wrestler who shows up, and he's cool. Shit! I can pull it off. Nothing is... Don't panic. Make each jump carefully, carefully, carefully. Carefully now. Oh! Toru's mom? Oh, I don't remember Toru's mom exactly. She's like... Toru is the big guy, right? I loved his arc, how he went from, Is it a spoiler to say what happens with Toru? He's like one of the henchmen guys early on, and, he ends up joining the good guys and becoming a member of the good faction, which is just so fun. It's just so fun to see him, like, stop being evil. Like, yeah, sure. The other side does seem more fun. The platforms came back. Was that all the first try? Jeez. That was a good try. Jackie Chan Adventures, goddamn good show. I loved Pokemon, of course. Everyone loved Pokemon. I think Jackie Chan Adventures might have been my favorite of the kids' WB lineup, though. Jackie Chan Adventures was just so goddamn cool. Such good, like, martial arts shit. 2 levels to go. It's been a long stream. I know, right? Yeah, I haven't eaten. I haven't eaten since the start of this. Like, what is it, 9 hours ago? 9 hours ago. I sometimes go really long streams without eating at all. It's fine. I will suddenly become hungry the instant the stream is over. Ooh, I don't like that guy there. Barely have enough speed to get up to, like, enough speed to get to... What? No! Just crossed the 9-hour mark on the Twitch VOD, yeah. I'll say, cutting out the breaks and stuff, the YouTube VOD is probably more like 9... It's probably like 8:50 right now. Maybe 8:45, just including the time I spent playing and not, like, setting stuff up or going to the bathroom. But, hell of a stream, yeah. No, I didn't eat anything when I went to the bathroom. I just, you know... I turned the temperature down. Getting a little sweaty. I was getting a little sweaty. I said, yes, make it 66 degrees. Somehow it doesn't feel that cold, but it says it's 66 degrees, the thermostat does, and the important thing is it's as cold as I like it, regardless of what that equates to. I don't know if the thermostat is off or if I'm just good at cold. I have heard it said that as you spend more and more time in cold, right? Fuck. As you spend more time in that's right, that's what we're... Yeah, this is Red Red Rising, that's correct. I've heard it said that as you spend more time in cold environments and stuff, you get sort of inured to it. Like your fat cells, there's fat cells that heat you up. And as you spend time in cold environments, your body makes... Christ. Makes more of those. So you sort of adapt to the cold. And I'm wondering, by my preference to sleep cold, am I just constantly lowering my threshold of what I like? Maybe. I'll say when it's cold outside, I still feel cold. So my honest bet would probably be on thermometer is screwy, rather than I am some sort of Superman who can handle really cold temperatures. I'm from Texas. We don't have cold temperatures here, so it's not like I have the outside to thank for cold tolerance. That wouldn't be it. This could be the final life. That's possible. Very possible. Oh, right, the final life before the gimmick goes away. That's right. Jeez, right, yeah. Or it could just be the final life period, if we just clinch it. I'll say we don't have to do the last Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze level if we finish this game here. Oh, Jesus. I'm gonna take the low path here. I'm gonna wait for that guy to back the fuck off. And then we gotta go. We gotta go. That part can crush us. Is this the end? I think this is the end. Just hit the button. Just hit the button. No timing. No timing. Yes! We're on the final boss. We have one life. We lose this life, we switch over to the other game. I will say, in the other game, we beat one more level and then the life gimmick goes away because we will have no more other Tropical Freeze levels left to play as a punishment for failing this. When did you get to Lord Frederick? Oh, I didn't look at the time. I'll find it later when I'm looking through the VOD to do a timestamp. I think it was like 2 hours ago, I would have to guess. That would be my estimate. 2 hours. Yeah, we're gonna do a one of these sequences. And I'm sure we're gonna do it on the first try. I think last time I did this, it was really... You know what? Rocket Barrel gives us extra lives. Rocket Barrel gives us extra lives. We get 2 buffer here. You know what? We gotta remember that. Rocket Barrel gives us 2 extra ones. This is a Rocket Barrel level. It counts. It's... We get some freebies. Right, we have to hit the button to jetpack above. They don't really teach you that you can hit the button to fly upwards, so that's kind of a mean thing to put in. I guess there's only 2 levels of these. They have to tutorialize it somewhere. Where better than here? It's not like most people are doing a limited lives run. That's not that common of an occurrence, I don't think. That's not in their design considerations. Remember what I told you? 2 hits for each hand, 3 hits for the main. It's not gonna be this time. It's not gonna be this time. I'm going to switch over now. Perhaps one last time. Is this the face tracking webcam? It is. In fact, I have 2 of them. I have one on my PC as well. Sometimes I stream not from the couch. I have 2 of them. Insta 360s. They're quite nice. If I had amiibos on the shelf and they weren't packed up, I could make it swivel and show you the amiibos that are on the shelf. But they're not. It's just styrofoam now because I'm moving and everything's packed up. See, look, yeah, you can see I can zoom it out. I can zoom it up real good. There's like a big shot of all the boxes and stuff. I have this shot. See, there's the styrofoam. And this shot, which is like if I ever had a guess that sat in that seat, I guess I could point at them. I never have, though. Yeah, it's really cool. It's a great webcam. I love it. Like I said, I have 2 of them. You really is a million times better than any other webcam on the market, at least as far as I know. It's wonderful, and it has good quality, and the picture looks good. Ooh, I couldn't recommend it enough. I couldn't recommend it enough. Let's switch over, perhaps one last time. This is the last level of Tropical Freeze, what we can play. If we lose all 5 lives, yes, the lives gimmick would still be a thing if we lost all 5 lives here. But if we do it in these 5, it'll be over. I think we will. I think I'm gonna one-try this. I think this is nowhere near as hard as any of the returns levels that I played, especially considering that in the last bit, considering that I have Funky, and Funky is the best human being ever. The best is the fucking best. He's the GOAT, as the kids say. Do the kids say GOAT? That's something the kids say, right? It's not just us adults. Do the kids say GOAT? What do the kids say? I don't know what the kids say. I don't have contact with many kids. I will say, I will soon though, I guess, technically. My nephew, I have a nephew now, and he's like a little baby. Haven't met him yet, but he's out of the hospital, so I probably need to at some point to go over to my sister's house, especially now that I'm not sick. I'm not sick, the baby's out of the hospital. It's time to meet the baby. I guess that's another thing that I will have done by the time of the next stream, ideally. I will have met my nephew. Apparently, he's just a little baby. He hangs out and he shits. That's his deal. That's radical or poggers. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Or are you just telling me things the kids say? Hey, first try, how about that? How about that? First try. I'll tell you what. I'm going to... We're going to switch back. First off. Switching back now. Here we are on this side. Let me do the TV as well. Perfect, so I can see. I'll say this. I have 5 more lives here on this side. I will say this. I will pop these 5 lives. And if we can finish this boss by the time the 5 lives are gone, the gimmick will live. But if we can't, the gimmick must die. And the lives will go away. And it'll be defeat. Defeat. 5 last tries is what we're looking at here. Let's do it. It's now or never. Well, it's not now or never. We will finish this. But, if we can't do it lightning round style, or tries left style, we'll just do it normal style and we'll accept that. It might be also a decent idea, I'll say, to go through this rocket barrel level every time we die on Tiki Tong, just so we can get Diddy Kong back. I mean, I'll try like once, but I think if I run out of lives, let's say, we'll start just doing the whole rocket barrel thing before Tiki Tong. Christ almighty. I didn't first try one of them. One of them was second try. But I did get all of them pretty quickly. None of them took all our lives. Hit the fucking accelerate when I didn't need to. Look, dude, I'm not gonna accept it. We're gonna just get through this. I guess maybe we could accept his help if we get through this, and then after, like, we want to get... Fuck. Get our... We want to start over and do this part again, but we don't want to do this part again. I guess I could accept Super Guide to get us to Tiki Tong with Diddy Kong in tow. Would that be acceptable? I think it's okay. Last try, and then the tries go away. So sad. So sad. This is the final try, and then we will... The gimmick will be dead. But, Gimmick's dead. I'm getting rid of the last tries. We're just gonna finish this off. how about I just refresh my lives? And we'll do another 5. Tell you what. We'll do another 5, but I'm going to go get a, I could get like a thing that makes my rocket not die, right? I will go buy that. I'll give this 5 more tries with the gimmick. I know, I'm stretching it, but I like having the lives there. So it's a temporary invincibility. It's not like an extra heart. You know what? Let's try one of these. I don't know how it works. Is it like just... it activates when you take a hit? It's Minecart juice. It's Minecart juice specifically. Let's try it. I don't know how this works, but it is 1 a.m. Let's just find out. I bet it'll get us not farther than we've already been. Okay, looks like we have 2 hits. It just basically gives us extra hearts for the minecart. That, should have been how it was from stock, from out of the box, honestly. They should have just made this how it worked. I am not gonna apologize for using it. No, this is fair. This is balanced. This is good. This is well in bounds for what is kosher, I believe. It's not like the banana juice. It's not invincibility. It's just extra hearts. Except they don't call it that for some reason. Oh, jeez. Yes! Okay. We did take 2 hits there. I'm happy with that. I'm fine with that. I'll accept that. We'll have 5 last tries here. Regular style. I could skip this. Oh, by the way, the cutscenes on Return, they're like pre-rendered and stuff. But they're pre-rendered at a 3DS resolution. So I can't just like scale them up by 4 like I do with the rest of the gameplay. I think you took 4 hits. I was temporarily invincible after I took the hit, so I was able to invincibility through them. I wonder if the speedruns get any of those items, right? Like if they go for any of that invulnerability so they can have like extra damage boost and stuff. Speedruns do sometimes do that shit. You know, damage boost is a valid strategy in the context of a speedrun. Though you and me might frown on it. You know what I do frown on though in a speedrun? I think super guides should not be allowed in speedruns. I think that's weird. Beat the level buttons, that's one thing. Invincibility modes, that's fine. That's in the game. Like just the levels getting beaten for you, that doesn't seem kosher. I deflected the damage. Yes, I do believe that's what happened. Final boss, let's go. Okay. Didn't take a hit there. Each of these takes 2 hits, so keep that in mind, and then the final head. The head takes 3. Super Guide is an easy way to cheat? I suppose that's true, yeah. I mean, speedrunners, it's not like they're opposed to cheating, right? Like, if there's a glitch that makes it a faster run, you take it, you use that. Glitches are permitted in the context of speedrunning, and it's fun and cool. You know, you see all sorts of great exploits when you're watching them, and you go like, oh, you just cut through that wall. What the fuck? And they go, yeah. Wow, he was really fast that time. That was a really fast hand situation. Come on, give me that heart. There we go. I can't believe how fast that hand situation was. He's really slow this time. I guess the idea is if it's at the very end, it'll take you longer to get there. Whereas if it's like midway, it should be relatively easy. Okay, so it's not like you can go through those. He crushes you down. You gotta get out of the way. You can use a roll and jump to get out of the way, though, and manage to land on him. Okay. Whew. Ooh. But it gave us a heart, so it's fine. And a second heart. Perfect. So long as we can keep Diddy Kong, I think we're in good shape. If we lose Diddy Kong, that's trouble. Ah. Boom. Okay. Can we first try Tiki Tong? I think we can. It's harder on second try because you don't have Diddy. I think that is true. So, definitely keep Diddy Kong. Avoid attacks. Oh, wow, that damaged us, but I guess we gotta blow out the hearts. Wow, that's fucked up. We lost Diddy. We can blow out those guys as well, but we should probably just dodge them. Second hit, second of 3. One more hit. Oh, Jesus, that was our chance. Okay, dodge that. Dodge this. Okay. Another one of those. Okay, more. We got a heart, we got a heart. Damn it! What? He dived. Okay, shit. I think we want to quit level. Here's what I want to do. I want to quit level. If I do super guide, will that just be for the rockets? I already did the rocket successfully. We know we can do the rocket. So let's get Diddy back. Let's super guide up the rocket section. Again, I've done the rocket. I've proven I can. We all deserve Diddy back. Okay. Let's try it. Yes. Not keep any items. No, that doesn't sound what I want. Let's just... I think it's better to restart the level. So let's do that. Also, let's, I should get another one of those heart things. Those, minecart things, actually. Oh, Jesus. We were so close there. Nearly had it. Nearly had it. Let me buy multiple of them this time. We'll save a trip. I'll buy a whole bunch. Think super guide is for both parts? Okay. I can't just use it to get past the part that sucks. I mean, not to say that the part of Tiki Tong where you're fighting him is like great or nothing. I do think that Lord Frederick is a lot better as bosses go. I need to replace the batteries on my controller. 1 second. We've been going so long, my controller ran dry. It would have been bad if that happened mid-boss, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it have? We maybe lucked out there. Maybe lucked out there with the controller dying timing. And it's not like Citra, or whatever I'm using. Citra's like discontinued, isn't it? Well, whatever. It's fine. Still works. It's not like an emulator would recognize that a controller died and pause and say like, hey, you need a controller to play this thing. Well, first off, you don't. Oh fuck, I forgot to equip the... Shit. I forgot to equip the thing. It's not like Citra would notice that and stop the thing. First off, you could be playing on mouse and keyboard. So that doesn't make sense. Maybe there's an option. Hey, maybe there's an option. Inventory. Pick that. Yeah, what if I just put... Can I just put, like, a bunch of them? What does that do? Does that come into play, like, additional lives, or are they just, like, stacked up? Will I have 4 invincible hearts if I do 2 of them at once? I did die, by the way, so I lost one of them. I think it might be on later lights. We'll see, we'll see. Certainly doesn't look like it's already deployed into the heart space. That's cool. Alright, let's go. Get this bullshit done. I think the last time I did this game, I was doing, you know, like I said earlier, I did a playthrough of this, like, during my first year of streaming, so... What was that hitbox? Screwy hitbox. I was doing a playthrough of it during, like, my first couple months of streaming, so it's not archived, but I did finish this game then on stream, and I think when I got to the Tiki Tong, I really burned out, just... I really struggled against him. Right, I really struggled against, his bullshit, especially after I lost Diddy Kong and just had to try again and again without Diddy Kong. It's fucked up. It's shit. It's about as unfair as this game has been, and I think, like, the fatal flaw of this game in general is that it often doesn't give you Diddy Kong, and the fact that that is compounded, that is literally what happens in the final boss, is just astounding. I think that's just, like, mind-blowing. When I played this as part of a stream, like, a month ago, or, like, 2 years ago. Again, no archive. It was before I was archiving to YouTube. And I didn't decide I wanted to archive soon enough to save it. It was like 6 months after it was deleted from Twitch. As a matter of course, Twitch deletes all archives like 2 months after they air, unless you highlight them, which I did, luckily on a couple of streams. Such as, for instance, the oldest stream I have archived on YouTube is one from like that same December, as Returns, where I was doing Donkey Kong Country 1, 2, and 3, where every time I died, I switched games. You can sort of see that stream was kind of a funny precursor to both the lightning round and streams like this. You know, where there's a limited light. Again, that's before the lightning round existed, before I had like a formalized tries left system. For those who don't know, when I do Mario Maker viewer levels, I have a limited amount of tries during what I call the lightning round. And it's a bit of fun. It's more than a bit of fun, it's very fun. I'll say it's very fun. Okay, he's gonna do it one more time, isn't he? Watch. Okay, sweep, sweep, sweep. There he goes. Yes! That's it. We only had to do 2 extra sets of 5 lives after we ended the gimmick. And technically, the gimmick had already ended because I had already finished Tropical Freeze, but we had some extra levels to do further gimmicks with. And, hey, here's the ending of Returns, by the way, if you haven't seen it. He punches the moon. It goes down into the earth. It goes down into the mountain, rather. And the whole Tiki Tong situation is all resolved. Apparently, he's just super destroyed down there. And also, everyone is unbrainwashed. Yay! It's 1:30 in the morning. This stream has gone long. I'll say I did expect it to. I did expect it to be like 8-9 hours. And indeed, it was like 9-10 hours. That's within my expectations, honestly. That went great. I really enjoyed the Lives gimmick, you know? The Lives gimmick was, as always, great. We'll do the thing that I do. We watch the credits here when I finish a playthrough. I already gave thoughts on Tropical Freeze when I finished Tropical Freeze, but I'll give thoughts on Returns. I will say at Returns, at the time, Returns was a breath of fresh air. You know, Donkey Kong had been dormant for a while, and just coming back and and being as honest to the original games, faithful to the original games as it was just lovely. It was just great. I do think it has a lot of shortcomings insofar as how the physics works, how unforgiving it is, and of course, the cardinal sin that it commits so many times, not giving you Diddy Kong in especially hard levels later on. That is a cardinal sin that even Tropical Freeze does not fully ditch until such time as Funky Kong becomes an option and you just never have to worry about that again, because Funky Kong starts off as good as he's getting, basically. It's at the time, I do think it was one of my most excited I was to see a reboot. I mean, this was around the same time as like Nuts and Bolts, and I think the reception to this was a lot stronger than Nuts and Bolts because it's basically the same game. It's basically what people were looking for. It's not that different. It's not out of the expectation. It's exactly right. But I do think the physics, I do think the handling, I do think the fact that Diddy Kong just isn't quite good enough compared to, say, what they would do with Dixie Kong and Cranky Kong later. Those are 2 better Kongs. And Funky Kong 2, there was a lot of room for improvements. Also, you got the genericness of the worlds, the lack of, say, animal buddies, the way that the Tikis just didn't measure up to the Kremlings in a way that I do think the Snowmads do. There was a lot that was wanting with this game, and I think with the benefit of time, you know, and introspection and revisiting all the other DKCs, I think it has become clear that that this game was perhaps the not quite as hot as all the others. I think it's probably the weakest DKC. Is it better than Jungle Beat? That's a good question. Jungle Beat is like so unfaithful, it's almost infidel. It almost had like an infidelity issue insofar as like, yeah, there's not any characters. The only thing returning is the banana. There's nothing. There's no Kong letters. There's nothing at all except for Donkey Kong. And he doesn't act like he did in the previous games. He's like a new Kong. He's like a Kong from someone who didn't know what the personality of Donkey Kong was supposed to be in the previous games. He's like a clean break. But it is also really fun, and like doing the drums is good. And I do think it is the best use of the drums that they ever had. between like the 2 games that came out and the racing game, which, let's be frank, isn't very good and also was on the Wii, so you had to just shake the controller. I will say, by the way, I just noticed that y'all didn't get half the credits. Y'all didn't get half the credits. Half the credits were on the touchscreen, which I have not been capturing this whole time because it was not important. Whatever. We saw most of the credits. We saw a lot of the credits. It's fine. There's like a secret area that opens if you get all the things. We didn't get all the things and we're not going to. It's fine. We did it. We fucking did it. That's a video game. That's a stream. Well, folks, I hope you enjoyed this stream. Let me pull up the schedule, which isn't going to be that relevant considering that, well, I'm going on hiatus after today. This was the last stream in this apartment. This is the last stream to ring out this apartment, and I think it was a very good one to ring out the apartment. It was fun. It was a thing that I've done several times before, and look, that Lives gimmick is just top-notch, no matter how many times I use it. I should use it more. It should be relatively frequent. We should have it like twice, 3 times a year, maybe. More frequently. It's great. I love that. I mean, I guess I do have it during Mario Maker, for what it's worth. That Lives gimmick is a big part of every Mario Maker stream, which, by the way, I do Mario Maker streams every Friday, 6 p.m. Central. I do playthrough streams every Tuesday, 8 p.m. Central. Now, all that is going to be... It's gonna be a while until that happens because I am moving. I gotta move, I gotta unpack, I gotta get new furniture, I gotta do all sorts of setup stuff. I might have to figure out lighting stuff in the new apartment. Let's say that there's no good... Right now I have a fan light right above my head, and it's pretty good for lighting me, in addition to the ring light. 2 good light sources. What if I don't have something right above my head and I have to like get a lamp or something for it to look good? That's something you should think about. It might be a bit until I am back. Oh, I didn't know you could feed him peanuts. Oh, well, we can't do peanuts. That's just as single player, for what it's worth. It'll be a time until I am back. A week or 2. Maybe as early as like the Friday after I move. So I'm moving this coming Saturday, April 6th. I could be back the Friday after, or maybe the week after that. We'll see how that goes when I am back. The 2 things that are for sure will be Mario Odyssey 100%. I'm gonna start that. I'm really excited. Mario Odyssey is like one of my top 2 games of all time alongside DKC2 and Mario Maker viewer levels, which will be at their normal times when I am back. It's gonna be a bit. I will say there will be YouTube shorts going up during that time. It won't be like all silence on the home front. That's an expression that sometimes people say, but there'll be no proper streams. No streams until I'm all set up and ready to go. Unless I wanted to do... It's possible I might want to do like a laptop setup. I do have my laptop set up to stream, but I haven't tested it yet. Maybe I might do a laptop test stream before everything else is ready. That's a silly thought. It probably won't be ready before everything else is. The laptop. It's probably more work to set up the laptop to stream than it is to reset up the computer to stream. Whatever. Folks, I will see y'all when I see y'all. It's gonna be a bit. It's gonna be at least a week. It'll probably be more like 2, more like 3, somewhere in that ballpark. Let me see who is streaming so I can send whoever is left somewhere. We'll do a nice raid. Let me see who is going. Camaluna is doing Tetris Effect. How about that? Does Camaluna allow rage? Yes, Camaluna does. I've known Camaluna for like over a decade. Knew her from like them, Camaluna. Not sure the pronouns currently. It's been a bit. Let me check. I've known them for a while. Known them for a while from Donkey Kong related communities, so this is a sensible raid, I guess. I'm not sure this is actually a Tetris Attack for what it's worth. It doesn't look like Tetris Attack to me, but whatever. I will see you when I see you. When I am back, there will be viewer levels. There will be playthroughs, Mario Odyssey, and then later Nuts and Bolts, which I did talk about this stream, coincidentally. There will be both of those things, and maybe even other streams like randomizer stuff and other variety night type deals. I want to do some randomizer stuff sometime soon. I say sometime soon. Sometime in the near future after I get back. We'll see. Folks, I'm gonna see you then. Get ready to end the stream on my stream deck. Okay. I will see you when I see you. All that stuff will be... I will be back sometime. 1, 2, 3 weeks. We'll see. Moving is an ordeal. Bye, folks.